PKA 656 with our guest Slush Puppy Taylor.
This episode of PKA brought to you by Faro Distro, Blue Chew, and Lock and Load. We'll hear more about all of them later. Slush, thank you so much for joining us. Looking wonderful.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I always enjoy it.
Every time you come on, I am like, man, I really like his glasses. I want to get glasses like Slush has. With like that top. What is that called when that line is on like the two bars?
I don't know. They're like the new aviators. They brought them out when the new fucking Top Gun came out. Ray-Ban made a new pair of aviators.
What lines are we talking about?
See how there's two bars? There's the across the nose and then the top one.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes.
Yeah. Woody has good eyes, so he won't get this. But what yours have a huge benefit of is it like Slushes look stylish and they're huge. The bigger the glasses, the better your total vision, obviously.
If you're looking out the side, like if you have like little ones and you're like a complete bung-eyed retard, then it's you've got like half of your vision is like
those fucking people who wear like Leon Trotsky glasses, and it's like, bitch, you're wearing these tiny little Coke bottles for a look.
Yeah,
you think Trotsky was like, oh, I'm having so much trouble reading, I need this.
They're like contact lenses with arms on them. They just don't make any sense.
No, and so I'm gonna get glasses like that. The bigger the screen of the glass, the better you can see.
Taylor, this is insanity to me. The entire point of choosing frames is not to see well; it's to be attractive.
No, see, that's something that's a
Kyle, back me up here.
That's a misunderstanding for people who have eyes where like you could leave the house and forget your glasses. For me, like I want as much of this covered on the side as much as possible. I want to be able to know if someone's sneaking up behind me. There's nothing going on over here.
You could just put reflections like mirrors on.
Gonna get like goggles.
Glasses.
You need to,
dude. I
get
wanted
some
those
like
glasses.
round goggles that like suck onto your face and like a fly's eyes.
Dude, I would. Were you Slush? Did you have to wear sports goggles at all when you were a kid?
No, my eyes were
me
fine
neither.
until I was like 25. Sorry, mate.
No, I did. I had to wear like prescription goggles the first time I played soccer. And I remember like I was like probably 7. And so most kids don't have glasses or contacts or anything by that age. And I remember like getting my goggles, like my can see goggles, and wearing those to play soccer. And like in my head on the way to the game, thinking like, I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete. This is what athletes wear. I'm about to go kick the ball and be a soccer king. And then I get there and like my parents had pumped me up to make me feel better. Like, lots of people who are 7 have to wear thick goggles when they play soccer. And then I get to the soccer field. No one else is wearing goggles. I'm so self-conscious and like embarrassed. And I'm just looking for another kid that's wearing glasses or like some sort of vision help. And I'm not finding any.
No one had vision help at all.
No one else there probably was a kid that I just missed over or something, but nobody else had these goggles. And I remember I was so embarrassed. I think it was a couple sessions after this that I intentionally put my goggles in the parking lot. I intentionally put them there and acted like I didn't know where they were so that they would get run over and I wouldn't have to wear them anymore. And that is what happened. Like, I don't remember if they actually got run over or if I just pretended. I don't recall if they really got run over or if I threw them in the parking lot and then pretended I had lost them. But I never got another pair of those. Went straight to like contacts from there on out. And my God, switching to contacts as a 7-year-old from like fucking goober ass goggle guy is such a confidence boost. Because you feel so self-conscious when everybody else like, you feel like such an idiot.
We had this guy at my school. He was from Missouri, so we moved from Missouri and came to Tasmania, and he wore the soccer goggles, and like the Missouri accent, he'd be like soccer goggles, like like that.
Well, I don't know about that.
He's really a nation of Urkels.
The way he said it was just so fucking funny. This cunt though, like you telling me that just brought back memories of this guy, and that motherfucker was just bullied relentlessly at my school. So he like rocks up from Missouri, comes to an all boys school, so it's just like all fuckheads
in Tasmania.
And it comes to Tasmania, so we're like mega fuckheads, and we're all Australians, so we just take the piss out of everyone. And his mum's a lesbian back in like this is like in the 90s, so it's like your mum's Like your mom's gay is just like that's just it. Like
Dude, every day at school, your mom's gay.
Yeah, and she's like really involved in the school as well. Like she's always like at the school, like doing stuff. So like everyone knows her and like is like paying out on this motherfucker.
This guy killed himself.
Now. I'm surprised he didn't. It's he changed his name to like some fucking numbers or some shit, and then just like ended up being a fucking cooker. But
he changed his name to something like unpronounceable.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Zion Altari or some shit like that. He changed his name, so I can't quite remember it. But yeah, that.
Did y'all make fun of his real name? Was it something easy to rhyme into nonsense?
Yeah, but I'm trying to think about what his last name was. His first name was Lee, but it didn't matter. His name could have been fucking anything. It's just like his accent was like so foreign to Tasmania that like you could just basically just say his name in his accent, and he was a complete psycho. Like because he'd been bullied all his life. He had a very short temper, so you just say his name in an American accent and you just fly off the fucking handle. And that was one of the things that we used to say to him. We would always be like, soccer goggles. And he'd just be like, throwing shit everywhere, man. It's like,
fuck, man.
Did you get bullied at all? And what did they say to you?
To me, people just called me fat. You know, like, and the thing is, like, now I'm a bit older and fatter, that I'm like, I wasn't fat then, but, you know, like, it's just like skinny motherfuckers. But I didn't really get bullied. I wouldn't say that because, like, I've always been, like, like sort of bigger than most people, so I didn't really I wouldn't say bullied. I definitely got into a few fights at school, but never like
they should have made me big. I would have been a good big person. I would have defended the small. Instead, I was the small.
I was the small.
Bullshit. I was thinking, you know, you said they can say anything and like just mock and bully him. Mm-hmm. There was a guy. I'd ride my bike home from school in like 7th and 8th grade. This happened for a good 2 years. And I guess he lived in the same direction as me because he'd catch up to me regardless of what it took, right? Like I'm pedaling at a good pace. I'm not running or anything, but I'm moving. And he would just fucking Lance Armstronged it until he caught me. And then he'd be like, my name's Matt Woodworth. I'm Matt Woodworth. And say, I don't pronounce my name funny. I don't even talk weird. Like speaking is something I do fairly well. And this guy acted like I couldn't say my own name very well, and he would just repeat it again and again and again. And I'm like, I don't even get this insult, but
I don't understand.
It's still working. I don't know why it's working.
I'm not insulted, but I'm confused.
He's like, I want to be your friend.
Matthew Woodworth.
Yeah.
He was a German exchange student trying to make pals. He was on the bicycling team, and he saw that you were a fellow cyclist. And
Matthew, those are some very cool soccer glasses.
Your calves. Your calves are so well defined.
This guy. He would just catch up to me and say my name funny, and that was his insult. And it happened 200 times. It was just ridiculous.
So he was quick on his bike.
Did he plan it? I don't know.
I did have like one
because bullying, or was he just blowing past you?
Oh no! Once he caught me, he had accomplished it. He just match my pace and say my name funny, and I was
like trying to catch it up. Wasn't he just like,
like he was a very fit bully. He made fun of me. He had his lower two abs. He made fun of me for not having those. Not Woodworth with his 4 abs. How impressive! Stop it, Eric. Stop it.
By the way,
I had one in high school that was so my last name's McKay, and obviously everyone would just call me McGay, and it's like, oh, that's easy. And so I'm like, well, that's like everyone called everyone gay back then, so it's like, well, whatever. And then I got it on my like levers top, so we have like the jackets so where it's like you have your nickname. So I got McGay on the back of mine. I was like, fuck it, I think that's funny. And everyone was like, oh, that's hilarious. And now I've got people that I know from school that still call me McGay, and I'm like, whatever. That's what it is.
Don't they know it's not 2003 in middle school anymore? You can't say stuff like that. That's mean.
I know. Yeah, I know. That's sexual harassment.
I fucking
hate it. I want to real quick explain. You guys know, in PKN, my computer became unreliable. It would just not run for more than 3 or 4 minutes at a time. So now I'm on my son's gaming machine, which is why the camera angle is different. I tested it before the show. I don't remember being mustard. I don't know what's happening with my color correction. I didn't do this on purpose.
You're warmer than usual.
You're in Mexico.
That's it. This is what happens when Breaking Bad goes to Mexico.
That's
what the
Let's have that like the sound of the birds scoring and shit.
Yeah, for the rest of the show, I'll do my Mexican accent.
No, see, the thing is, you have to do it, better.
Wait, what?
You have to do it better than that.
I have to do it better than that.
That is so far from where I'm trying to get you to go.
I wish I could do Mexico. It's funny. One time I was like, I don't know how to say it, and I'm not sure what to say. And Taylor's like, those are the two things you need to do impressions. And somehow I was like, I really got nothing.
Yes.
Well,
dude, if you know how to do it, but you don't know what to say, you just, this
Also
is my
a problem.
Mexican accent.
I got nothing.
like a samurai.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's funny that a guy from Missouri found his way to Tasmania to be bullied. Was he from like southern Missouri? Did he have a drawl, or did he talk like I did? Like I do. Like
well, he just sort of had like he just had a very nasally, annoying, like middle American accent, like the hi, my name's Lee, and it was just like yeah, shut the fuck up, cunt. Like it's just
dude, Lee is a very Missouri name. True, yeah. Lee sounds like real southern. If Lee.
Yeah, no,
Lee,
he didn't have
get your
drawl.
ass in here. It's time to be racist.
I went to school with a guy named Jimmy Lee. Jimmy Lee was his name, and he went by both names. Not Jim, not James, not Jimmy, not JL.
Lee.
Jimmy Lee.
Guess that you have to call him Jimmy Lee every time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
there's a bunch of names like that. Like my grandparents' generation, they have friends like Mary Beth Sue, like where they just like throw 3 names in there.
Triple names.
I don't know if I've ever heard of triple, but Mary Beth I've heard, and Beth Sue I've heard.
Beth Sue, that shouldn't be one. That doesn't roll off the tongue.
It's a terrible one. I don't care.
Tell her name is stupid.
I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna say, hey, oh, you old biddy, get a load of this. Your name sucks. Betty Smith Crocker, whatever.
Yeah,
man, you've been playing a bunch of Diablo, Slush, and Kyle and I have been very much into it. Although we're kind of both approaching that, where there's not much to do other than fetch reeds from the forest for some side character.
Yeah, pretty much.
But once the new season starts, I'm gonna jump back in. Are you?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure yet. It depends what they add. If they add I looked at like what they were adding, and it didn't seem as though it was going to be super interesting. Like it's not a bunch of like really like in-depth mechanics. Like you look at like Path of Exile, and every season they have something like really cool, but it just seems as though you're just basically going to be farming the same gear and just re-rolling it over and over again. But I will say that I
Taylor
also don't know fuckloads about it. So I'm like, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, like Taylor, you didn't get to the most annoying part of the game, which is re-rolling gear into the millions and millions of coin to try to get the perfect gear.
I did that a couple times, like lower level, and immediately I was like, oh, so you can re-roll 30% cold resistance and get 28% cold resistance as
it's better stuff.
new perk. Like, no, I've gotten like 2 dog shit things and then the same thing. And it's like,
well,
I don't.
The hunt is this. What you're looking for is an item that has all of the things you want but one, and then you've got to hope and pray that you roll that one attribute into speed or damage against injured or whatever trait you need for your build.
I've been using the same weapon for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'm using a
Bloodless Scream or whatever it is.
I don't know. I'm just kind of over it. I want to enjoy it. I want to play more. I think if there was a co-op aspect that didn't involve us just mashing buttons in a blur and until the enemy was dead, then it might be more fun. If I really needed Taylor's like ice powers to freeze the guy so that I could use my like rock damage to crack them and make them shatter, like if that sort of synergy was present,
I think he can like later, like when you get to really insanely hard stuff like level 100 nightmares and shit like that, then it's like you need that kind of synergy, but then at the same time, like that just gives you extra damage. Like there's no It's no like different.
It's the same content.
Yeah,
and it's
I've
also
been playing
like
the same content over and over.
I've been fighting like a bunch of dungeons, and I thought I was like playing a more fun build for the Necromancer because I went online and everyone was like, the meta is throw the bone spear. You may think Necromancer is about summoning minions to fight for you. You know, Necromancer. No, you don't summon anything. You just throw bone spears at people and do millions of damage. And I'm like, that's not fun. That's stupid. You're supposed to summon things as a Necromancer. Exactly. And so like I teched into the minions and everything and the corpse explosion. And so like the character's idea, like the ideal is to create as many corpses as you can and then blow up the corpses into darkness damage to deal damage and cause damage over time. But there's no cooldown on corpse explosion and there's no cost to it. And so literally every fucking fight in this game, every single one, I use a controller now. My brother was like, this is one game you want to use a controller over mouse and keyboard. I switched to controller. It is better. I hold B. B is the button I have mapped to corpse explosion. I make more corpses through exploding them than I use by exploding them. And so I just hold B. I hold B. And unless something blows up near me, I win every fight. And I'm getting bored as shit.
It's like you kill someone, then they become ammo. You detonate them, and then that creates ammo, which creates ammo.
What you've got,
and ideally, it would be like, oh, only one body can create one corpse. No, one of my techs is that every time I hit a boss, 2 corpses drop. And so I just hold B, and for every one I blow up, there's an infinite pile of corpses at the end of every battle, and it's not really that fun.
That was the problem with like the Diablo 2 Necromancer, though. You go into a boss and there'd be no corpses, and then you're just fucking useless. So
if that happens, I'm up shit creek because my character can't do much other than corpses and
like, it sounds like your build's boring to use though. Like it sounds like because there's a werewolf build like that where you just hold left click and he bounces from enemy to enemy, killing them instantly. He's a ping pong ball. Yeah. And after a while, you're like, man, I've just been holding left click this whole time, watching some shit happen.
Well, it used to be more like up and down with it.
The meta builds for like fucking Diablo 2 were like that. So you just basically run in, hold one move.
This sounds like a complicated version of Peggle, where like you just launch an attack and then watch all the fireworks happen.
Yeah,
Peggle's a great game. Shout out Peggle. This episode brought to you by Peggle.
Let's switch to Peggle.
Not really though. Don't get Peggle unless they sponsor.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to attempt to play this first season, but like you, everything they've revealed is essentially nothing new. They're doing the thing where instead of gems, we're going to put fucking demon hearts in our armor and add a second aspect, essentially. There's new aspects added to more of the same. I don't care. So I'll probably switch to something else. I need a new game.
The reason that they do that is like so that at the end of the season they can just be like, yeah, that don't do anything anymore, and then they'll just add some new aspect.
Throw them away.
And that'll just like make all of your shit that you farmed for in the previous season fucking useless, and then you have to go and get new stuff. So it's like, I get sort of why they do it, but it's coming at it from like instead of how can we make this fun, it's like how can we make this last forever and like make it repeatable and stuff. You know, like it's coming at game dev from like a like business perspective. I think
it doesn't work for me though. I made my new character and I clicked the button that allows you to skip the campaign because you've already done it once, and now you've got this brand new fledgling character in the world that's not discovered. You got to go do it all over again. And I had this sense of just who cares? Like what am I supposed to do? Like wait, am I supposed to wade out the city gates and do battle with the monsters that lie 6 feet outside it and will always be there no matter how many I kill? My fucking level 80 characters has been slaying millions of them. I get these rewards every now and then. It's like, you've killed 10,000 skeletons. And I'm like, that's just one tiny branch of enemy that I face. I must have killed 1 million fucking enemies. They're still out there. I'm not thinning them out. It's not like in Skyrim or something where, man, I'm doing some good around here. This used to be a shithole. Or Fallout where like now it's your area and everybody's cool.
Dude, I got so fucking bored playing it the other night that I was like in the middle of one of those areas where you're supposed to kill all the tougher enemies to get the orbs to go to the tree and buy the special. I was like, I'm hungry. The worst thing that matters, like that happens here, is I die. And so I just was like, I'm curious. If I just leave and leave my character with just my minions around it for like an hour, what's going to happen. And he was fine. He just hung out there for an hour. None of my minions died. I made dinner. I ate it. I watched an episode of The Simpsons, and then I came back and checked, and it was like, oh, I've gained 48,000 XP just from my minions.
This
like, leave it on all the time.
That Indiana Jones theory, where it's like if Indiana Jones wasn't in the movie in Temple of Doom, then nothing would have changed. They would have just opened the box and died. It's yeah, so you just you're unnecessary.
That's the first one though. That's not Temple of Doom, right?
Yeah, Temple of Doom's the second movie, but the first chronologically. Yeah, it's the one where they're in India with the Kali cult.
Speaking of like cheating that way, do you remember like
PG
Slush? Did you play Pokemon on the Game Boy, like red and blue and that? So do you remember cheating in that? Like the way that you could infinite level in Pokemon Red was that you would give. Well, you could do the missing no thing, or you could, if you wanted to do it regular, you could put a bunch of Pokemon in the daycare center, and then what it did is it would give you 1 XP for the Pokemon in the daycare center for every step your character took. And so I would have like a weight on the forward button and just have them, like I had like a Rube Goldberg machine with like a fork at an angle to push down on the up thing so that he was constantly walking against the wall. And then like I'd have brand new batteries in it and everything. And then I'd wake up the next morning and be like, oh, my thing grew 40 levels because of this. But every once in a while you would wake up and you would realize that like right after you had said it, it had come off. And you were like, no. And so you'd pick it up in the morning like, no,
not
maybe I got some XP. And because I'm supposed to battle Jared at lunch today. Like, and I needed my Dragonite.
That's what I would do in Oblivion. I would use rubber bands to make my Xbox controller such that I was sprint swimming in circles. And I'd throw my guy in a pond somewhere and leave him out there sprint swimming in circles all day. I come back, his strength and endurance or whatever be maxed out. It's great. It's great.
It's funny because like you used to do that in Tarkov, like because back when you when they didn't have all the limits and shit. I used to just put a like a macro on that would just smash spacebar, and then I just load into a raid and then just walk off and go and have a wank or whatever. And then you come back and he'd be dead, but you'd gain like fuckloads of strength. And so heaps of people, like, no one will talk about it. They'll be like, oh, I didn't do that. I like, because they're, there's all that like fucking the virtue signaling of being the bigger person in that community. But like every fucking streamer
takes a while to build though.
Forever.
It doesn't.
Yeah. That tells us a little something about how long it takes Slush to wank.
Yeah. No, it's because back in the day, it didn't take that long. They nerfed it because people kept doing it, and then when you had max strength, your character was just like so infinitely fast compared to other people. Like you could run and jump like across like a 2-lane street in the game. So it's like, it looked fucking hilarious. Like
does it change your speed? Strength?
Yeah, well, it used to give you like 200% run speed, and then when you jumped, you look like a fucking springbok. So you just fucking fly around, just
and wait.
Like, boom, boom. It's like
it makes your gear not weigh anything.
Yeah,
like
it used to be
on your gear.
It used to be like extremely overpowered. Yeah, no, it did. It made it so none of the shit you were wearing weighed anything. Only your backpack.
Isn't that a new thing?
No, that was back in the day, but you just probably didn't get it.
Taylor, to give you some idea how long it takes to get maximum strength in Tarkov, I've never gotten maximum strength in Tarkov. I've had 100 million rubles. I've been level like 50 something. I've never gotten to fucking.
You should have cheated.
I should have. It's so
I used
long.
to cheese it a little bit. So the way it is now, when you first enter a raid, better yet, every raid you can only gain so much strength a little bit.
Yeah,
and oftentimes if you don't cheese it, you don't even hit the possibility that raid could have done. So I just start with like empty gas cans, which aren't worth very much. And then once I hit it, I throw them away. What'd you say? Oh, shotgun shells?
Shotgun shells. You just fill out the backpack with shotgun shells. But it's like, if you don't get max strength these days, it's usually from like, if you start the wipe and then just start like fucking going in super geared every time, then you'll usually end up with max strength by the time you hit like level 60.
And no endurance.
Yeah, and then no endurance, so then you have to level that up. But once you get strength, like to a certain point, then you start leveling endurance faster. So it's like
It's about the wife, huh?
Wouldn't
End
even
of
know, to be
July,
honest.
I read, for whatever that's worth.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna play again until they do
Yeah.
something about cheating or have some way that.
I'm not
I
gonna
would
lie,
say
I don't think I will either.
Really?
they're good.
Yeah.
You're world champion Tarkov
Oh,
player.
that's coming in very.
Your
fuzzy
mic's
now.
real bad.
It just came.
Yeah.
Just came back.
I don't know what happened. Darn.
Very.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need some sort of I'll give you my cell phone or whatever you need to fucking I'll send your driver's license, passport, photos, whatever, for you to know that I'm me and I don't cheat. You can put a fucking speedometer on the side of my rig, whatever, and I want to be able to play in servers where everybody else took that as seriously as me, the anti-cheating thing, where everybody else signed up for the rectal exam just like me, just for the privilege of playing with people like me, regardless of our skill level. I don't care if I lose more in those servers.
Yeah.
At least I know it was real. The idea
That's
of being cheated
the problem with that
not
game is
knowing
like you can never know, and it's so buggy that you're like sometimes you die and you're like that cunt was definitely cheating, and then you see the death screen and you're like, oh, I know that guy, and then you go to their stream and you watch back the clip of it and you watch it side by side to yours, and it's like we were watching two completely different fucking movies, man. Like this is like just the dumbest shit in the world. So I'm like, I put up with that so much. I'm just like, I can't be fucked anymore. I'm done with it. I'll come back in the future at some stage probably, but at this stage I'm just like, nah, fuck them.
I didn't know cheating at the professional level of video games was as bad as it was. I saw this was from a few weeks ago, some professional Call of Duty player in the middle of a tournament, physically at the gaming center or wherever they do this. He's there. He's physically there, and he's cheating with mods and gets caught because I guess they have some sort of procedure that the game detects at this point if you're doing something like that, and it'll just boom, as soon as it detects it, it kicks you out. And so this guy just got kicked out of a professional Call of Duty match because he was cheating. And it's I can't imagine. Are people getting away with that? I feel like there's no fucking way you're going to get away with cheating in front of everyone.
So Slush would know more about this than me, but there's conspiracies that there are Twitch millionaires who are terrible at video games. Really? Twitch millionaires who are known for their prowess at this game or that game, whether it's Call of Duty or Tarkov or Rust or whatever. Not Rust.
Cheating or letting someone else play for them?
No. Running cheats actively while they're streaming. Like that you can't see. They're on their side. Maybe they've got.
Would be so hard to cheat. I feel like I don't know.
No, well, there's lots of ways to do it. For a while, there was a radar. There is a radar cheat. In a lot of games
there was an Australian Tarkov streamer that had a radar going. We always joke about it. There's this clip of him and he's running towards the front of interchange, and he looks in the direction of Ollie there, and he goes 5-man front Ollie, and you watch the clip. It's fucking not possible, and he was 100% using radar. And all his mates used to joke about it on stream and shit like that. But he got fucking roasted and then never came back and streamed. But I reckon there are people, but I don't think it's the people that you'd think it is. A lot of people, I always hear Landmark's cheating or something like that.
I don't think Landmark's cheating.
Nah.
No,
I just I think that it'd be smaller streamers if it was a streamer doing it. At that stage, at his stage, he's probably making fucking 100K a month. Why would you risk that?
I was suggesting not him, but maybe there's a Twitch person who was never any good at games. They're just a personality who began with cheats from the very beginning.
Oh, 100%,
And so you'd never.
I just used him as an example because I have people come into my chat and go, "He's cheating because he's."
He's the sickest. Because he does crazy shit on a. He's the most consistently sick at that game that I've seen. Yeah. The sort of weird, because he'll do things that are. It's not the play to make; it's the play to make a highlight. He'll do that kind of stuff sometimes. He'll be like, normally I would sit right here and wait and be patient, but you guys want to see me go in there and just fucking kill them all, even though they're all aiming at that door. They're all waiting on me.
Yeah.
What if I go in there and kill them all?
Pushes everyone and wins,
Yeah. I mean, Kyle, this firsthand with Geometry
people
Wars.
That can do that.
If it's too good to be true, it might be.
That was so fucking. So Slush, if you don't know, this was like fucking 13 years ago. Everyone was into Geometry Wars 2 in like the Call of Duty commentary scene, and Hutch had like the #1 score at the time. Like he had like 2 million or whatever. And Kyle, like, because I was friends with all of them, so I downloaded it and I could see the scoreboard and be like, Hutch 2.2 million, and it was like Kyle like 780,000, and he was also up there. And then one day I logged back in just to see, and it was like Kyle 31 million points, 2 million points, and like he didn't just beat the record, he like quadrupled up on it,
swamped it.
Yeah, and then Kyle had to go out there and be like, "Yeah, I just suddenly got great at this game."
No, we gotta have the video.
And Hutch was like, "You paid someone to play for you. You paid someone to play for you." And Kyle's like, "Nope, no, I didn't, liar."
He didn't know what I had done for the longest time. I had that score, and it was like.
It was absurd.
4 times, 5 times what his was. And but I had the video of it because what I did was I found one of the top 5 players in the world. I sent him my Xbox with me logged in on it and a recording device. And I had him make a video on my account, on my Xbox, on my recording device, send everything back to me. I'm like, record like an hour worth, knock out a few good ones.
make a couple videos for me.
Yeah, make a little montage. I don't think
we had that. Like our mates were playing this like fucking little basketball game in the Facebook chat like ages ago, and so I worked out if you open it on PC, then the scoreboard was just like your input score was just in the JavaScript on the thing. So I went in there and I like changed my score to be just like slightly better than my mates, and then like he'd get a little bit better, and then I'd go in there and I'd change mine to just get a little bit better, as though I was coming back and just beating his score like over and over again. And I knew he was just like freaking out, and it took me like 8 seconds to fix up. And then like eventually he was like, "Dude, like you play so much, like I'm never gonna beat you." So I changed like the fucking changed the top score to like, instead of being a number, it just said like Will is a faggot, and then it's just like, it's like he's like,
damn, this guy's really good.
Yeah, and so I was just like trolling him, just wasting his time because I was just
is my microphone working now?
Yeah, it sounds pretty good.
It's back
All
now.
right, thank you. Yeah, Hutch called me when you did that thing in Geometry Wars. He like, I remember he called me, and I didn't talk to Hutch very much. And Hutch was the king of like online gaming at the time. So it's like fucking, I don't know, Zeus calls you up and he's like, "Look, I got to have a word with you." And I'm like, "Oh my God." He's like, get me in touch with Kyle." So I reach out to Kyle. I'm like, "Dude, Hutch wants to talk to you." And Kyle's like, "Nah, I don't want to." He's like, "How can you not talk to Hutch? He's got a YouTube right now." But he didn't. Makes sense.
I don't need Hutch putting the screws to me, asking me questions I don't want to be on record about. All I know is that I got Hutch's score sucks at Geometry Wars. All I know. You know what I even did to be shitty? So when Hutch, they'd all been playing what's that game? Fucking where you make the Portal, of course. They've all been playing Portal. At the end, GLaDOS or whatever sings that song, "Aperture Science."
Yeah.
And they edited that. Hutch edited that into his video, like as his scores scrolling across real slow, and it shows him on top of everybody else that's on his friends list. This like murderer's row of YouTube, and he plays that song. I put that same song on my video when I uploaded it of like 18 million or whatever crazy. I told the guy, I was like, beat him by a little. I was like, beat him by a little, just nudge him, and he's so good at the game that he accidentally did that crazy score.
He was just high playing the game mindlessly, and then he remembered, fuck, I'm supposed to be recording and losing at 3 million, and I'm at 19.
Yeah, and I'm at 19 million or whatever, and the way he dies, it's like
he just goes into the corner and dies.
It's like, shit, man, we got a conspiracy we're creating here. You could have tried a little harder on your end. I'm shipping stuff across the country.
You shipped him an Xbox to do that?
My Xbox, my hog, all the wires, some money, and what else?
Money.
Like maybe a hard drive or something, for the recording, like everything he needed to complete.
What was your motivation?
Spite.
It's funny.
And to just watch and to watch Hutch like watch the gears turn.
So you just paid. Did you get the Xbox back?
Yeah. You remember how at the time, you got to remember, Xbox 360s had become like a dime a dozen, and I owned 8 of them because I had the chronic red ring of death thing, every time I would send one off to get repaired, which was like weekly at times, I just go get a new one. So I had them stacked. So it was no big deal to sign into an Xbox.
$150 or something. Or they're like $100. My brother's broken. He's like, oh, I'm poor, and I went and brought him a new one, and this guy was selling 2 of them, and I'm like, fuck, I'll take 2 just in case another one breaks. Like,
yeah,
I never had the red ring.
Oh my god, it was so bad.
I fixed it by watching a YouTube video that was like, sometimes it's because of a connection that no longer is being made because something got jostled. Wrap it in a towel to reheat and melt it back to the point. And so like I'd try to play COD 4 after school and then be like, fuck, and then go get a towel and then wrap my Xbox and turn it on and then try it an hour and a half later. Sometimes it worked.
I remember hearing that trick. I never believed in it though. It
was a total bullshit like happenstance. Like, oh, it's working, and then it wouldn't work the next time or the time after.
Like putting your phone in rice. That should, like, everyone always says that. They're just like, well, back when phones weren't like waterproof, like I fucking take mine in the shower and watch porn on it now. But it's like
rice.
Yeah, you put it in rice. It's like
hitting in God's face.
Yeah, eat a dick. One of my mates has a you know those suction fucking phone mounts that you like put on the windscreen of your car.
Put in your app, or,
yeah, one of my mates has one of those in his shower. He's like, yeah, I just like to watch YouTube while I'm showering. I'm like, man, that dude's fucking beaten off in like the year fucking 2050.
Oh no, you don't.
You think he's beaten off to YouTube? He's watching like mammograms. Ooh, jacking off. Damn, those are 2 healthy tits.
Naked yoga. Yeah, I'd love to check them for cancerous fucking tumors.
Yeah.
Oh, I found a weird side quest on YouTube where, like, I guess there's this whole I went on a weird side quest on YouTube. I suppose I should say, where there's these uncensored rap videos where it's like rappers you've never heard of, like Lil Way. And his video is like him in a make-believe strip club, which is like him and Nat. They're like at his granny's house, and he's got like strippers stripping in his granny's house, pretending like it's the strip club, like making it rain. But they're getting like actually naked. Everybody's naked. It's hilarious. Some of them, the most awkward rap videos are when they're just like really getting too sexual with the girl. Like I feel like I'm almost watching pornography, and he's rapping to me while he has sex with her. And it's real weird. I don't understand that kind of rap. I don't know who watches messages. Yeah,
it's like
he's looking me in the eye, but he's like rubbing on her ass. I don't know what's going on.
I don't like that.
Have you ever seen the Ramstein video? It's not on YouTube. You have to watch it on like Vimeo or something.
I just know Duhas.
Yeah, they released like a music video. Oh, it might have been Till Lindemann. He's like the lead singer of Ramstein. It might be like a solo project. But this fucking music video is just straight up porn. Like he's just getting a fucking blowjob and he's just like singing in German. It's like
the Ramstein guy.
How much of it do you see?
It's pretty graphic. Like someone was like, you should watch this on stream, and I watched it, and I'm like, no fucking way, man. Like
pretty graphic sounds like it falls short of porn.
It's not quite porn. You definitely see dong from memory, but it's you're not seeing like
it's full, porn if I see dong.
It's not saying full entry, but it's like he's definitely.
Are you seeing any entry? Because that's porn.
I require full entry in my music videos. Is there a better version of this?
There's a subreddit for this. It's called The Extra Mile, and that's clips from movies, films, music videos, what have you, in which the sex is non-simulated, i.e. real sex is happening on film there. Chloe Sevigny, I think, is one of the most famous.
Now, this is what I want to know about.
Fantastic subreddit, but there are a lot of prosthetics, or at least that's what the comments tell you. Like, I see it, and I'm like, whoa, she's clearly sucking a dick. Like, clearly, obviously, taking the first 5 inches of this thing. Like, it's not a little
first
bit.
5.
Right?
Oh, what about the other
30? So she's going at it, and she's doing her thing, right? And then you read the comments, and they're like, I hate to break it to you, that's a prosthetic. And I'm like, because usually the challenge is, do you actually see it go in? Right? Because there's a lot of sex acts. If you don't literally see it go in, whatever orifice we're using, then you can't be sure. She could just be doing the same motions and pretending.
Yeah.
But it so clearly goes in. I thought it was real, but now there's a whole nother kind of fraud they can pull on me. It's tricky.
I don't like that. I don't like the body doubles and stuff. I didn't care for it in Game of Thrones when they had Lena Headey and maybe even that short-haired girl who's like, I got bad pussy or whatever the fuck she said.
You got the bad pussy.
Oh, did she have
I
a
have the syphilis. Hey, you come to dawn. I got the bad pussy.
Was the other body double you talking about the shame scene?
Yeah, with Lena Headey. That's
no,
the actress's name.
I'm pretty.
Yeah, she
wasn't
was
she
pregnant.
pregnant?
Yeah. That's
I'll
why
give
they
her a
had to
bit
show
of a
that.
pass.
I don't believe them. I think they
she
made
was
that
pregnant. The Daenerys one was.
I think
like,
she got pregnant
I'm
to
not
avoid
doing
working
titties anymore. I think
They should have They should have
that-
forcibly aborted that child per her contract.
they could have lost that whole. Actually, no, that was a great scene.
That always pisses me off. Like when you watch a show, so like I'll watch like random shows with my wife sometimes, and you've got like say like True Blood. Like I don't know if you guys have ever seen True Blood, but like
yes, extensively.
that chick, like the chick in it is like she's nude in like fucking nonstop in like the first couple of seasons. And then obviously the show gets taken off, they redo their contract, and they're like, I am integral to the show, so I'm gonna take out the nudity clause. And then there's just no more tits, and I'm like, for fuck's sake, like
She has bad tits anyway.
No, but
that's
it
where I
pisses me
admire Amelia
like, there's
Clark.
a reason
Is
I'm
that her
watching
name?
this show.
Yeah. So Amelia Clark seemed to have that too, right? In season 1, she's fucking boning Drago or whatever his name is. She's got her tits out. She's Carl Drago, something close to that.
Yeah.
And it's not Carl, but it might as well be.
I love Carl Drogo. That's my favorite name.
Carl Drogo. He's the head of accounting at the Dothraki Horde.
Carl Drogo's he's a cool guy. Anyway, he's banging her from behind, tits in the air. And this is season 1. That's how it goes. It's great. Then she goes a couple of years like not showing it at all. And then she goes back into the fire, emerges naked. I'm pretty sure that's not a body double. She got fit for it. She's like, let's fire up. Let's go back to our roots. And I was here for it.
Yeah, I feel like that would be a great motivation as an actor. Like if I were an actor and they were like, you got to be naked in this scene. I'm taking my diet so serious. I'm like, there's no way I could talk myself into a cheat meal because I would just be like, are you going to eat
store, Taylor? Is there a PKA nude scene coming up that I'm not aware of? Is that why your weight starts with 1?
Been filmed. It's already been filmed. I don't know. I have it in the can. And it's going well.
I don't want the old footage. I want the current footage. I want sexy Taylor.
Yeah, the new one. The other one's like fetish porn. It's me as a fat fuck.
I'm force feeding him Polish sausage.
Kyle rubs honey on my belly and he feeds me andouille sausage by the
I was thinking to myself, because I don't know, for some reason I was thinking about Taylor's Tinder profile. I don't even know if there is one, but I was like, I bet he updates his pictures all the time because he's getting fucking sexier by the week. I bet he's like, I'm not gonna put this June bullshit out here. I look better.
I have done that where I was like, whoa, these photos are from 202 pounds, Taylor. We're 197 now.
Yeah,
to take new ones and update it.
I love it.
Yeah, you got it.
If I were a feeder, Taylor, your gay lover feeder, what would you prefer that I be into feeding you?
The first 5 inches.
Just crab all the time. Here's the
charcuterie boards and crab.
You can choose crab, but here's the downside: you have to watch me crack it.
No, crab is not a good sensual food. I love it, but it doesn't have a good smell. When I'm done with crab, I smell like low tide because I've broken so much seawater onto myself in my fury. So you don't want that. What I would actually prefer, soppressata, capicola, salami,
I'm
cheeses,
slicing them like at one of those places.
Yeah,
keep it in
so you're telling me that you're telling me that sandwich meats are more erotic than
the most erotic sandwich meat is pastrami, and so we could get.
You're telling me that cold cuts are more erotic than seafood.
Why is pastrami the most erotic sandwich meat? Help me with this.
If you have to ask, you don't know.
Hey, you never know.
I clearly don't know. That's why I asked.
It's because I like pastrami. Is what I mean.
Yeah.
I like Kyle, if you just rolled up, you know what I would like? If you rolled up pieces of soppressata with a little bit of some kind of cheese, and the cheese is a dealer's choice. You can surprise
Swiss.
No, then it's not dealer's choice.
Right?
You don't mix Swiss with soppressata.
What does Swiss cheese taste like?
Taylor?
I don't know.
King of cheeses.
I enjoy a little mozzarella, but I don't want that in my
What about some Jarlsberg?
Or maybe some
powder? You ever had Jarlsberg before?
I have had Jarlsberg.
Jarlsberg. I think that would be a good erotic cheese.
Any cheese is good for eroticism as long as
Well,
you're with someone who's not lactose.
Are you sure you don't want to go chocolate sauce or something? Like, just stay traditional on this?
That's
well,
too sweet.
if you introduce chocolate and sweets, suddenly the woman's eating with you. No, this is
Well,
my
that's why you
thing.
put it on your dick.
Yeah,
This is our
Put
thing.
it on my dick. And I'm like, no, it's for me.
You're like, get out of here, bitch.
That reminds me of that
on
that
these.
Seinfeld scene
But
where
we're-
he's like listening to the football and he's eating a sandwich
Yeah.
while he's trying to fuck his missus. It's like-
Yeah.
He's eating the pastrami on rye with mustard.
yeah.
He comes up, he's got mustard on his
reprehensible
face.
thing you could eat
Yeah.
while fucking a pastrami on rye with mustard sandwich.
I think he's trying
Yeah.
to eat her pussy with mustard on his lips. It's absurd.
That would be
George
terrible.
Costanza is a real wild man. The fact that he got laid ever is a mystery.
That always
and-
blew me away. Like,
Yeah,
why is
the
this
casting.
motherfucker like? Why is he having sex? Just
He's
in
like
any way, shape, or
5'5"
form.
With beautiful
He's
women.
fat.
Yeah,
He's like all the girls he dates in the show are like 3 inches taller than him and good looking.
Yeah.
And it's like, what on earth does George have
Here's-
going on? Is he getting
here's
them
what I
like inside
think.
Yankees tickets?
Yeah.
Ooh.
His body was better than I thought it was. Like, I pictured him as a really fat, unattractive guy for the longest time, because that's what his face sort of projects. But then the one scene where he posed to have his picture painted in his underwear, you didn't look at Zach. Can you
but
find
he's-
that picture?
but he's
stout.
like, he's not
He's
fat.
stout.
Like he's
That's
what Kramer told him.
he's 90s fat
Fuck.
though. Like in the
He
90s,
goes,
that
I
was
feel.
considered fat.
He goes, I feel fat. Kramer
Yeah,
goes,
in the
you're
no-
not fat. You're stout.
Yeah.
You're
These days,
really
like
pumps him up.
if you show that picture now, like a lot of people, like in 2023, will be like, "Oh, that's not that
Right?
bad."
That
Like,
guy,
Yeah, but in the 90s, that's fat. You know?
yeah.
Dude, that
The
is
other one I
indicative
like to
of how
call
far
back
we've
to,
fallen.
what the other one I like to call back to is Chunk from the Goonies. Is it
Yeah.
Chunk? Do I have it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did this thing where he like shook his belly
Truffle shuffle.
and the truffle shuffle. Thank you. As a child, he was incomprehensibly fat. He was
Yeah.
like how does a human let that happen to himself? Kind of fat. Now that is
Yeah.
not
So
that
that's
bad.
like that's what I was saying before. Like when people call me fat when I was at school, like I was skinnier than that, and it's like. Yeah, people call me fat. It's like you didn't even know, man. I'm like 35 now, and I weigh fuckloads more than that. Now I'm really fat.
Dude, I had it worse than that. They called me fat. I wasn't fat at all. I wasn't even a little fat. I was so under muscled, you could see every single rib through my chest where my
Yeah.
pecs belonged. And they're calling me fat solely because it rhymed with Matt. That's
Oh,
horseshit.
100%.
That's not fair.
Yeah.
That's a good one though. It's like, you're fat, Matt, and you're like, not even vaguely.
Give you
Like,
a
not even,
compliment.
not even a little. Like, you gotta go back to the drawing board, guys. I can help you brainstorm. We can come up with something better than that. Come on, if we're gonna bully, let's be good at it. Like,
Yeah.
Not fair.
Hit
Fat
me.
Matt.
send me to therapy.
Did
Like,
Woody,
That's great.
I know Taylor saw it. Woody, did you see the pictures of Zielinski at the that NATO summit thing where everyone's in,
Dude,
like
how
black
tall
tie?
is that guy? Is that
He's like
an illusion?
5'7".
Dude, no.
So-
Unless that woman is fucking enormous next to him, that's not 5'7".
Well, I think
don't
he's
know. I
standing
know he's
next to
short.
the
Is it a
wives
Hollywood
of
5'7"?
European.
It's like
I
5'5".
think he's standing next to the tall ass wives of European leaders. So
Yeah.
he's really not. And also there was a step
Oh,
behind him that
They'd
blows
always
the
be
perspective
wearing
out
they'd
of
be wearing
whack.
heels as well.
But-
Surely.
Yeah.
But
Oh
the
fuck! They
thing
put me in
was-
the Finnish female section. I'm fucked.
Look what everyone's.
Yeah.
Oh, not. Could you find him when? This is fun. This is a little funny, but can you find him when he's just completely out of sorts? Like search.
He's out of sorts
out of-
right here. He
Search
looks
for out of
ridiculous.
place Zielinski. You'll find the meme. Like it's a
Yeah.
meme already. Because
Yeah, I
they're
love
at
that
like
he's
a
always
formal
wearing
affair.
he's always wearing like the working class t-shirt, and it's just like, yeah, okay, we get it. Like he's trying to pretend that he's on the front lines, like fighting.
Who's
It's
the
just like-
senator from Pennsylvania? Is it John Fetterman? Is that his name?
Yeah, with the shorts and the hoodie.
Yeah. I feel like there's a parallel here. Like he's pretending he dressed for masonry today and just happened to find himself in the Senate by accident. And
Yeah,
this
yeah.
guy is pretending for battle in a trench. And he's like, oh, right, NATO conference. I didn't know. Oopsie
Yeah.
daisy.
Yeah.
Like- like he
Oops!
did
I was
get,
so used
like-
to going to war every day. I
Yeah.
forgot.
So he's just like he's forgotten the whole way over on the private jet that was like fucking flagged by like 2 F-22 Raptors, so he didn't get blown down and shit. It's like, Oh, no, that's just I forgot my clothes.
Just I forgot my clothes. Sorry.
Yeah, you
Send
think
it
like
back.
as a like if I was watching that as a world leader, I'd be like, okay, so what are we fighting for again? Like our president can't even afford a fucking suit. Like this is bullshit.
Is it
I like
bad
they tell him to wear
branding?
that.
I'm not sure. Kyle says good, I guess. Like he's
So I like it most of the time. I wish we could find the picture. I'm looking for it and can't find it either. It was all over Reddit. It's all I saw all day. But it's not him on a podium where it kind of works for him to be in his Fidel Castro attire. He's at like a gala ball. The women are in ball gowns, like they're at a red carpet. The men are in tuxedos, and he's standing there by himself while I think his tall ass beautiful wife talks to the tall ass beautiful wife of fucking Slovenia's leader or some shit. And he's standing there giving the camera this look like, I just want to be begging for tanks. What am I doing here?
More money, please. Money, please.
The
Thanks,
caption
please.
on Reddit was always like, when your character shows up in a video game cutscene, and there's him like just for war, and everyone else
Completely out of sorts.
He does. He's a little guy. He kind of looks like a Breton.
Yeah,
Remember the Bretons. No, the Bretons in Skyrim. The little guys with the rounder heads. They're shorter. They have skills and magic.
That always fucks me in video games. So like being a streamer, obviously, if there's character like customization, I'll sit there for like an hour at the start of the stream and I will make the most fucked up looking like creature that I possibly can. I remember playing fucking Monster Hunter, and I'm like, okay, this is we're gonna make something that is like completely fucked up. And then I realized afterwards, like after the first cutscene, there's a lot of fucking cutscenes where this character, like they're zooming in for fucking like reactions on this thing that looks like an aborted fetus. And it just ruined the whole immersion of the game for me because I'm just looking at this fucking thing.
Every time they zoom in, you see his fake eye that has a magic 8-ball in it or something.
Oh, man. He was fucked. Like I called him Queef Latifah. Like he was fucked up, man. Like he looked fucked. And yeah, it just ruined Monster Hunter for me.
Dude, everyone who does custom scenes, like custom characters, I feel like either is you or me. Like you either spend like you a bunch of time, or me, I hit accept on everything. Accept, because I always assume I'm gonna put on a helmet immediately. Instantly, I'm gonna be wearing a helmet. None of this matters.
See, that's what I thought. I was like, in this Monster Hunter, there's gonna be helmets. He's gonna be wearing a helmet. It doesn't matter what he looks like. He takes the helmet off. Like he's got the helmet off for every cutscene. Like, I'm getting fucked up.
I'm with Taylor. Face. Like 90% of the time, the default character is a white man, and I'm like, nailed it.
That's represented here.
I'm a ginger in this one. Who cares? Like, it's just
sucked in black people.
Sometimes I'll choose the hot girl. You know, if I'm just choosing characters, not creating one, I'll do that.
If I know there's no hitboxes, I make my character jacked. Always. If there's an option,
that's more like a part of streaming though. Like I don't think I'd do that if I was just sitting there alone. I'd be like, this is boring. I don't really enjoy that. But when it's like streaming and you can like get people in chat like telling you how to make it more fucked up, then it's like a thing. I'm like, I don't know how good this game's gonna be. I might play it for 45 minutes. I'm gonna draw out the character creation screen for an hour. So I'm like,
you're 100% right there. I didn't think about that. Yeah, like that would be. There's so much you could riff on in the character creation screens. You could just make a character that looks like someone semi-famous and then do a bad impression of that person.
Yeah. My friend had one. He always makes Lord Farquaad in games. It's fucking hilarious. Like he makes the best fucking Lord Farquaads. He makes the best Lord Farquaads.
Man,
they are so fucking.
If Kyle needed a Lord Farquaad, he'd send him his Xbox and have him.
100%, man.
Look at this Farquaad I made. Can you believe it? Have you seen Hutch's Farquaad?
Terrible.
Looks like donkey.
He has he's like a really like creative like 3D artist. So but he'll get a game and you'll get a message like 9 hours after he'd been playing it, and he will send you like a picture of this Lord Farquaad that he's made in this game, and they look fucking gold. Like I'd find one for you guys.
Just terrible at every game, but has the best looking Lord Farquaad.
Yeah, just always. I don't know why he's obsessed with it, but I mean he's a funny looking cunt, so it's like
I know
it works.
It was a funny character.
Skyrim's and Fallout are the main two games that I've played that do this, Taylor. But you can get pre-made characters that look exactly like celebrities. So if you want Arnold Schwarzenegger or whatever, it requires a little bit of modding, but you just apply that and you can make perfect characters. I remember I had Maggie from Walking Dead for the longest time. Yeah, that was my Fallout character, and it looked just like her, except she had a huge ass. just
Nice.
enormous.
So you fixed it.
Yeah, I fixed her. I boosted her up a little bit.
That's fine.
Shrek and Farquaad.
Yeah, I was
God.
looking at the main guy, and I'm like, that fucking sucks. And then I looked over at the lady that is like,
this isn't my friend's one. Like, because I think it's a bit of a meme, but this is one from Elden Ring as well. They just look. It's fucking hilarious. I love it. It's just the dumbest shit in the world, but it's.
He's doing his mirror.
Yeah.
Mirror,
me so
mirror
happy.
on the wall.
I always make a sexy
Shrek is
lady,
such a great
especially if
movie.
you're gonna be like in third person view, looking at her ass the whole time. It just makes more sense to be the sexy lady. Cutscenes, it makes more sense. I was a little upset.
You're looking at your avatar's ass when you're playing games.
Sometimes, yeah, I'm gonna glance down there. I'm not. What am I?
Wait,
look
you
away
don't
and hurt
do
my
that?
eyes?
No,
You're the
you're
weird
looking
one,
at
Taylor.
the explosions around the screen and the shooting.
I'm
No,
looking
I'm
at
not.
her glutes flexing when she somehow flat-footed jumps up to that cliff and does her 100th pull-up in a row. Okay, like that's what I'm watching, Taylor. I'm blown away by her physique.
No,
She's
that's
a fucking
pathetic. I'm
CrossFit
watching a
athlete
jacked guy do
with a
push-ups.
50 caliber rifle on her back somehow. So I'm looking at her ass. I'm staring at it, and if I can make usually I've spent half an hour designing her vagina. Like y'all are talking about spending all this time on the person's face. Like when you're on Fallout modding, like man, there's so many different
Do you
nipples
ever go
to choose
goofy
from.
with it? You ever get a big old pussy?
Oh, no.
What,
So
is there a
you-
game
so
that
you-
actually
you-
allows
You don't want
to?
to. You don't want to puff.
Yeah,
your pussy,
Fallout,
man?
and we'll see. We're modding, but
Right.
Fallout and Skyrim, like any of those games, people get real into
You
it
can
and make
design
like
the
the
labia.
yeah.
The labia and pubic hair. Are there any other like sliders? to
The
fuck with?
nipples, like the
spend so little
buttholes.
time seeing their
You
buttholes
can make
and
any
pussies on
butthole
their
you
way to
want.
the high Hrothgar.
You can
there's-
change their butthole.
And what you got to keep in mind, don't imagine one singular mod that's for like your lady's butthole. Imagine 30 mods, and there's 5 of them that are good. And so like so that means there's dozens of different buttholes that you can have. And
Dude, you're going to
and
hell.
there'll be different art style buttholes. Like they can do all sorts of crazy stuff, Taylor. You don't even understand. When you're modding these games, and we could Skyrim together, you could be looking at my butthole while I run in front of you, and I promise you, it'll be pristine.
Okay.
You'll be like, that guy put some time into designing that butthole. I'm the sexy rabbit from Space Jam.
Can I design a character that's like severely burned?
Yeah, I would like that. My
Yeah.
my character will stand out even more.
And your character is like a hot woman with a great ass, and my character is a guy with
A burn
severe
victim?
burns who has a heart of gold though. And you stay
Freddy
with
Krueger.
me. You stay with me, even though I'm a repulsive monster now.
Mm.
And over the course of the series, then we actually get married. It takes some convincing, but I get you. And then before you know it, you're cooking, cleaning, setting up all the things in my beautiful home, putting my trophies in the mix. We could have a wonderful relationship.
And then you start beating him.
You don't remember
Yeah.
this? You remember those bits
No,
of Skyrim?
I don't know about any of this, but yeah, with the modding scene, you can really have some fun with your character, and I always do. Okay, if you're gonna be staring at something for dozens and dozens of hours, then it should be something you want to stare at. It shouldn't be Bronco Billy sweaty behind. I was so upset when
No,
I
I'm
picked
about
Druid.
immersion.
I picked Druid in Diablo, and I went to pick Lady Druid, and it's such a hideous fat chick.
Looks like a female dwarf.
Yeah, so I just went with the guy. The guy.
I don't know why you can't give her a beard. Like when I used to play WoW, we had like a female. One of our tanks in the guild was a female dwarf with a beard, and I always thought that was hilarious. I was like, I love that. No one picks that character. Like everyone just avoids that. Like, and
Was it
I
a
love
boy or
it.
girl as a player?
He was a guy, and he was like, "I'm gonna make the fucking ugliest thing I possibly can," and it was hideous. Like, and he'd be like, he could, because I think he could select if the helmet was shown or not. He's like, no helmet ever. He's like, I have to.
No helmet,
have
just this
to-
absolute ogre going
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I mean, if I'm going to play a female character in a game, she has to be attractive. I don't want to play any fat character in a video game. If I'm living in a fantasy world, I'm not fat there. Like
Yeah.
I'm never fat in a fantasy world. Like, why would you want any character who isn't shredded for a game? Unless it's something like Dead Space, in which case you're like a character who's it's like a normal guy. But if you're like making your own character, why wouldn't you make someone sick? You're making female characters so you can look at their ass.
Yes.
That's gay.
That is the opposite of gay.
A straight guy would just go over, jack off, and then go back to being a titan of the Skyrim world.
I can do both at the same time.
You can jack off and play Skyrim. You're good.
I got my auto blow. I got it attached at the perfect angle beneath my desk here, and I just.
So you're just like that's what you do. You just walk in the other room, like your girlfriend's laying in bed, and you're like, I'm gonna go play Skyrim, and then she's just laying in there, and she hears the like epic music, and then you're not playing Skyrim. You're getting your dick sucked by that goddamn Roomba again. Don't you think you can finish before I get out there?
I genuinely
joke's on you. I already came.
You guys said that Amouranth released their own like fucking pocket pussy. They're like,
how wonderful.
They're like, yeah, that's
molded.
It's Lord Farquaad. So
no, that's one that my friend made. That's a Lord Farquaad. Yeah,
he's like, you can buy Amaranth's vagina, and then he sent me Farquaad.
Check this shit out. It's Lord Farquaad. Yeah, no, she had a tweet about it, and she's it's like, oh, it's molded by like of her pussy, and I'm sitting there like I can't imagine how you fucking do that. Like,
I've seen it done.
Are you telling me that there's like women out there that are actually like getting silicone injected into their box?
No.
I bet it's like when like for teeth impressions, they put something on the front of the pussy, they push it like just over the labia and stuff, and then it probably hardens maybe, and you I don't know.
They pour the fucking stuff all over the front of the vagina. They have the interior of her vagina is not what you're buying. You're buying the appearance of the exterior of her vagina.
Wait, do people think it's the inside that's the same?
Well, that's what Slush just suggested before you jump down his brilliant throat. Okay,
that's what I want to know.
Think that.
You thought it was her actual pussy?
No, they cut off her pussy and sent it to me, man. No, I'm not saying.
Yeah, they cored it out like a soil sample.
He thought you injected her with the plaster and took a molding of her interior.
Slush, my sweet summer child. Here's the deal.
No, but like when you get a dick one, when you get a dick
fallopian tube
is meant to look right. The inside is just meant to stimulate you, and they have different goals with the insides of a fleshlight, basically.
Like
I use molten tin like an anthill.
I've got a pocket pussy. I've got a pocket pussy here. All right.
Right.
I am looking at the outside of that for about 0.8 of a second while I'm fucking spraying lube into it and then putting it onto my cock and never looking at it again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would I want to look at the outside of it if it's molded off hers?
Can I tell you why?
After I've sat there and just fucking beat off into it, I don't want to fucking inspect it. Like,
so whoever's buying these molds of Amaranth's vagina are super fans to begin with, who are following her on Twitter. So they've probably got one of those weird mannequin fuck dolls that has like her face like on the head, and now they're gonna stick her vagina on the front, and they've got that lock of hair they snuck that one time from that show she was at, and that gum she spit out is like smeared all over her mouth,
Helga's
so they can lick it.
And Hey Arnold.
Yeah, there's some weird shit going on. They got a hair doll. It's that sort of thing. It's people who want to pretend they're having sex with Amouranth for real, not just people who are like, oh, look at this thing. It's Amaranth's vagina. Can you believe how silly that is? Yeah, $25. She made $8 million.
I think it's. I think she's making bank. Good on her, but it's like,
how much does her pussy sleeve cost?
Yeah,
I think it was like $60 or something.
Oh my god!
Damn, and that's just made of silicone, right? Like, there's no like, what are the material costs of that?
I recall it being quite expensive, but that may be like
isn't 60 about right? Like, how much?
Like 25 or 30.
Toys is they cost like the prices have no correlation, it seems, to what would cost to make them. Like, you can get a sex toy that is like, I don't know, a silicone mold of something for $120. And then there's other ones for like $9. And I don't understand the difference.
These are just like, I'm just looking at what I assume this is, which is like the cored out soil sample pussy. And it is, these ones are like $15. That one's $10. This one's $12.50.
Yeah, but what I want Amaranth's like lips. How do I get that?
No, I was saying like for the amount of like for the price of what this is, that's the same exact shit as what she's selling, I'm sure, right?
Yes,
just with different pussy lips.
Gimmick is her vagina.
Yeah, but I just mean if she's
$90.
selling those for 60, she's making a cool
$90 it is.
Oh,
$90.
That's fucking insane.
Yeah.
See, I got one once. We went to Sexpo.
I mean, I can show you her real vagina. Would you rather look at that?
Exactly.
What the fuck are we doing? You fucking
I got one of those.
Don't spend $90 to have a fake version, and it's not even going to be accurate.
Slow down. I'm catching strays here, guys.
Woody already swiped his fucking card over there.
Woody's like, oh my god, it says they're running out. I need 4.
It
says out of stock right now.
I'll need a backup. I'm gonna be violent with the first one.
One of them's gonna be my weekend Amouranth, who I'm wild with, and the other one is my sweet girl who I love and I take good care of her.
I don't clean the first one.
And the second one, I eat her pussy.
Oh no!
Yeah, spending $90 on an Amouranth pocket pussy so you can jack off while you lick it.
Taylor, he doesn't want to jack off on it.
Not only is someone going to do that, I 100% guarantee that is someone's plan that they have, and they probably told her that on Twitter. They were like, "I'm gonna get 2, one for my dick and one to kiss."
Isn't it going to take him out of it?
Next to me.
Isn't it going to take him out of it when it just tastes like a fucking mannequin instead of a vagina?
But he probably just used the used.
Or you know what? They're in that deep. They're fully into the imagination.
He doesn't know what a vagina tastes like, Taylor. How would he know?
Oh, I love that rubbery taste.
They get that bath water that she sold, and they put that on there, and then like
it's like a high quality product. Have you seen it? Did you look at it?
I didn't see it angled
it's
towards
like,
me. I just saw a big cone.
Yeah, you have to hover your mouse over twisting base,
internal,
and then you can see like different angles of it. It's a nicely done website, and it is a classy fuck toy.
No, I don't want.
I am
twisting base. How the fuck do I
got one at Sexpo, and I don't have one now, but I tried it, and it just seemed like, granted, like the auto blow thing is probably a whole different level of it, but like it just felt like it was just wanking with extra steps. I just couldn't be bothered.
Yeah,
like that's all sex is. That's all sex is, my friend.
Yeah, but it's like
I haven't found a penis stimulation toy that I really thought was great. That was better than just masturbating or sex or oral or whatever.
Well, maybe it comes from
like if you're
being.
No, I did one time buy this attachment that you put on a Hitachi magic wand. Dude, there was a comment on Reddit, and the Reddit comment said
the tube cup. Yeah,
that he felt like this attachment. It looked like a T. And you put your dick through it on a Hitachi magic wand, right? So the T. And he's like, this thing was so amazing. It forcefully sucked the orgasm out of me against my will. And I thought, oh, where's my credit card? So I
that's just a great review. Like you could write that about a can of Dr. Pepper, and I'd buy a can of Dr. Pepper.
Well, if it's good enough for Adam from Arkansas, it's good enough for me.
If it works for like whatever omniscient potato or the Reddit name, and then I tried it, and it really wasn't my cup of tea. It was, I don't mean to like go size nuts or anything, but it was tight on me, and it was just like uncomfortably sort of strangling my dick. It didn't do what I was hoping for.
Did you respond to his comment and go,
"My dick like an angry husband"?
You took me for a fool. You and your little dick can go to hell.
You gotta think like this. If you get to the level of buying that, and this guy's like using that often, he's probably, if he's using that like every day, he's probably the kind of guy that's like putting zip ties around his cock to like keep it up. Because
this is the guy you want sex toy advice from. He's a subject matter expert.
Yeah.
He's like, this is so much better than what I made from Vaseline and a latex glove.
Yeah. Never again will I be caught at my parents' house fucking the sofa. Now,
again with the straights.
Yeah. Now for no longer will this 39-year-old be caught with his pants down at his parents' house, fucking the basement sofa with plastic bags. Yeah, that. I imagine if you went into that guy's profile, it's like a litany of other sex reviews, and I bet if you would have clicked his other reviews, he would have been on some nonsense sex toy that you would have been like, that's retarded, and he would have been like, busted the biggest nut ever again, and it's like, this guy's just so horny he can't not come. He's just constantly coming.
Yeah, I like there aren't really good sex toys for men. Like women have this fucking toolboxes worth of shit. I have it.
Yeah,
like I've got a Sybian. That thing's insane.
Do you ever use it?
Yeah, crank that thing up. It's loud.
No, but do
you sit on it and jack off?
No.
What? You told me you sat on your Sybian and jacked off.
All the time. I'm on it right now. But that's where I have to mute my microphone.
That's why you mute the mic all the time. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Dude, it sounds like a leaf blower. It's like a lawn implement. It is so goddamn loud.
Is it nearby?
I've seen videos.
It's not hooked up. It's like there's wires and plugins and there's a whole apparatus. Yeah. It's in a box somewhere. But it looks like a bit like a saddle that you would straddle and sit on, like a horse saddle. And it's got like all sorts of things you could. Yeah, you bought one. And it's got it's got all sorts of attachments. And when you fucking turn that dial all the way to 10, it sounds violent. Like it sounds like if something were to go awry inside the inner workings, like something were to get jammed up, it might blow itself apart. There's a lot of power going on in there.
Here's the part I don't get about
the video that I saw of it. It just reminded me of like a car. I had like a 6-cylinder car that like dropped a cylinder, and it was just like vibrating so fucking hard. And like I watched a video of it, and I'm like, that's what it reminds me of. Just sitting on like a car with a dropped cylinder, like it's just going out of fucking control. I
don't understand how to make a Sybian a joint project. Right, I can see why your girl could get off on it. Why it would be perfect for that. It's this. And she's using this tool, but she's also in total control of it, and you get that sort of mind muscle feedback to stimulate yourself.
You getting control in it, and then you just
no. I've got the controls.
Oh, really?
And you could. It's called frog tying. That's when you secure the lady's thighs to sort of her like ankle calf area, so she can't stand, so she can't like get off of the thing now without doing this really cute thing where she just rolls to the side awkwardly and tumbles onto the floor, which is hilarious. And you've got control of the thing, and you could stand over here and like penetrate her mouth, I suppose, if you wanted to. But I'm more of a mad scientist. I like turning the knobs. It's kind of fun.
I could enjoy that.
I feel like I put my my lab coat on and everything and pretend like I'm one of those 50s movies. And it's kind of scare her. Put a good scare into her because she wasn't expecting a lab coat.
Forced orgasm. Is that
the Jason mask?
Yeah,
and none of it. The fucking plastic sheets that just come out of nowhere. No, that would be scary. What did you ask?
I talked over him. I didn't catch it.
Oh, you're right. Forced orgasm. Is that what it's called?
Oh,
yeah, sort of.
Yeah, it's a kink. Forced orgasm. I don't think I've ever made Jackie orgasm like against her will. Like it.
I thought you were about to say her orgasm.
Or me. Like I feel like if I'm not participating and going for this, if I'm not targeting it, you can't make me orgasm against my will, as far as I know.
We'd have to secure you down. We'd have to tie
I reckon
you up.
I could. I know my way around a cock. I reckon I could.
Yeah.
You think you get me on
wrap first?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We worked together on that one.
Yeah. I think
I operate the controls.
Yeah, a bit of prostate stimulation. I reckon it's like people come when they get prostate exams, man. Like, can you imagine how that hard?
Dude, that'd be so embarrassing. Like, all jokes aside, if you came during the prostate exam and had like a really overpowering, awkward orgasm, not just like, oh, whoa, that was weird. I'm sorry, I'm embarrassed. But like, and you're like bracing against the wall, and when you stop, your hands are shaking, like you're trembling like a leaf.
Blew your
I'm sorry, Doc. I'm on lock and load.
Yeah,
we have a mess here.
There's a mess to clean up. Like it's a problem.
This doctor's like wiping his eyes.
The nurse comes in, and you're
where are my sports goggles?
Yeah.
Oh, that happens to people.
Yeah. My thing of like when that like if you did come while you were doing it, my worry would be like my butthole's gonna clench when I come, obviously, because like you would assume it does because everything's tensing. I'm thinking about this dude who's got his finger. Like I've never had a prostate exam, but if this dude's got his fingers in me and then I accidentally blow, it's like you'd be like gripping his fucking gripping his fingers with your butthole, and he's like, so he knows, like he'd know. Like even if you try to hide it, he's like, yeah, I can feel that. Like I know what's happening.
Well, I'm gonna be yelling, I'm coming
during
I'm coming.
a prostate exam.
Yeah.
You know what? That's
Don't stop. Don't stop.
Up.
Yeah, I'll slush. I was racing you to that joke.
Like pushing
Yeah.
You turn around and you like offer to finish him.
Your
Yeah,
turn.
we were saying that like sometimes that does happen to guys. They just accidentally, instantly orgasm. Like how that would be one of the more embarrassing, I think, things that could happen.
I mean,
Unless
I've opted into prostate exams since I was 18 because I want to be safe.
Can't
I was
be
talking
too
to my
safe.
dad.
As
My
folks like
dad
to
had
say.
to have one.
Sometimes I
and,
just let a guy at the mall test.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, he's certified for that.
My dad had to have one, and he said like when he like pulled his fingers out, he said it because I think my dad would be pretty straight laced. I can't imagine my mum just being like, yeah, how about a digit, you know, like. But and like when he's at the doctor, and like when he said like he pulled his fingers out, and it's like obviously a feeling of like, you know, like shitting or farting, and so my dad like was like thought that he had farted on this dude's hand, and so he apologized. He's like, "Oh, sorry," and the doctor's like, "Oh no, wait, no, it just feels like that, mate. It's all good." It's like so my dad's in there just thinking that he just shit in this dude's hand.
That does sound terrible. I mean, that's literally the John Malaney joke where he talks about getting his asshole fingered for the prostate exam, and he turns around and goes, "I'm sorry." The first John Malaney special is hilarious. Check that out if you're out there.
I like the new one too. You don't?
Not as good. Not as good. I saw him live like a year and a half ago. It was like clearly like the run up, like trying to get to hone his new special. And it's not that like he's a funny dude. He's very funny. It's just that first one really got me. Like there were a bunch of moments in that first one that like I remember the first time I watched John Malaney's first special, I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Like, and I'm getting like 10 out loud laughs from this special. Like he's funny.
He's got that meme where like, you know, if we're going to talk about this, you guys are going to have to get really cool with a lot of shit really fast. I'm pretty close on
that. Yeah. He like had like a, when I saw him live, like he was doing his whole like, I'm divorced and a coke addict, like that whole thing. And he spent like 10 minutes, like riffing pretty well. Like, cause someone brought like a 9-year-old to the show in the front row. And he had some good banter with that, but yeah, I haven't been to a stand-up show since then. I'm not sure who I'd even want to go. I'd get one person that like, if I saw they were coming to St. Louis that I would go see.
Let me guess. Brendan Schwab.
Brendan Schwab. Don't know who that is, but I would get or no, he's the professional fighter.
Yeah, he was.
Yes.
Now he's a professional comedian.
Doubt it. I would not watch that. I would go see Louis. If Louis came to town, I would be super interested to see what his new material. He's gone.
I wonder how he handles it. He always was shamelessly self-deprecating. I almost said defecating. I couldn't get off it. But shamelessly self-deprecating. So you'd think he would lean into it just like he always has. His comedy was never about going up there and trying to look handsome or cool or enviable.
Yeah. It's hard to be funny if that's your goal.
They cancel. He got canceled or whatever for like beating off in front of people. Was that his thing? That Louis?
Yes. Yeah.
Hey, I
total bullshit.
I love that how they like Sarah Silverman was like, yeah, he asked me if he could beat off, and I was like, yeah, why not? And then he just like started beating off because she didn't think he'd actually do it, and I'm like, I like that. I think that's pretty funny.
If there were a chick that like I would imagine would like laugh that off, it would be Sarah Silverman or someone like that. But yeah, the whole story, like they conflated it so ridiculously. They're like, Harvey Weinstein for 30 years is sleeping with every major actress to get her a job. And in a similar effect, Louis C.K. explicitly asks women if he can do something. And upon an approving response, he does it. It's like, yeah, that's not the same at all. You like them even they put fucking him and Harvey Weinstein in like the same fucking sentence in the same article titles. It was horseshit, bullshit. The railroading they did to Louis over nonsense. Oh, can I jack off in front of you? Yes, jack off in front. What's the fucking issue here? He's a goofball. He's a weirdo. Did you not know?
But that's like there's way weirder people in the world.
Yeah, and then like, who cares if he's asking permission to jack off in front of people?
I've taken the other side of this issue before. I'm not sure if that's where I still stand today, because like on one hand, I kind of sort of see how when a guy is a important person in the industry, that him asking for consent might, like, maybe Harvey Weinstein asked for consent, said, "Hey, you fuck me, you get this role in the Hunger Games, sweetie."
No, that was quid pro quo. Like that's not consent. That's
well, but you can see the parallel, maybe, like then when
power dynamic of
right, the power dynamic. So when Louis C.K. says, "Hey, I like jacking off in front of girls. What do you think?" They might be like, I can't say no. This guy's important.
Where do you draw the line?
So he
on
just
that,
he just
it's like,
but then to where you're saying, Taylor,
because like then now you're saying like there's probably like millions of women that have slept with people like that comes from Motley Crue, where they're just like, yeah, come on the bus and suck me off, and they're like, yes, and then they immediately do it. It's like, is it impossible to like gain consent now because they're famous? Like
exactly,
so
right? To argue against
myself,
how does somebody get consent then? He got consent.
You just
did it.
Yeah.
You just talk to and the thing, maybe I'm misremembering, but I do recall a couple of the instances that were brought up for Louis were like 2002, 2003 instances, like around then, and he was not a powerhouse in comedy at all in the early mid 2000s. And so even if that was the argument, I don't buy it. And also it's like, okay, so he's a famous guy who's a very funny guy and has influence in the industry. So he just can't try and hook up, like, because you could do that to anything. Any man who has money, you could say this to. You could go, Jeff Bezos, my God, when he asks a woman to do something sexual, she knows that he's the most powerful man. He has private military contractor. Oh my goodness, what are you gonna like? But that's absurd. Of course, it's absurd. Like
it's tricky but Jeff Bezos isn't really a gatekeeper to an industry in the same way. And I know I've heard you say before that Louis C.K. wasn't an important person when he did this, but I looked and he had like specials and he had produced so many like 20s of things,
mostly self-produced. Like he mostly makes his own stuff, or he did.
I don't know. I just went to IMDb and I was like, shit, no, he was deep into his career at the point that these things happened. But I didn't remember it right. Maybe they were self-produced. But in any case, he wasn't a nobody. I bet he could get you on some comedy stage, be a gatekeeper for that.
Sure. I guess I just don't find that compelling that he, through some like ethereal power, was bullying or pressuring. Like what it seemed to be was he was like, this is what I'm into. Do you want to do this? And they were like, really? Yeah, I guess. And a couple of women, he said no, like, no, I'm not comfortable with this. And so he didn't.
I'll agree. It's not very compelling. How does a guy get consent when he's rich and famous and powerful? Like, you're just going to turn every consent into some sort of, nah, I think you're ugly. So therefore it was probably a manipulated consent that she felt obligated to do because
I need you to pull out your bank account so that we can have we have to have exactly the same amount of money in the bank account so that we can.
On a similar thing, I've often struggled with the like two drunk people consent issue. I honestly don't know right from wrong on this scenario. If he's had 6 drinks and she's had 4 drinks and that's somehow about parallel, is he at fault for the sex that happens more than she is? Why?
No, I mean, unless you have the point of view that men are inherently have more agency than women, which is like, that's literally the perspective you have to have in order for that to be compelling to you, for 2 people to drink and that one inherently bears more responsibility,
Yeah. I mean, I think the limit would be like, everyone knows the limit though, when someone is everyone reasonably knows the limit. Like everyone reasonable knows the limit. Like if a girl's like fucking rolling around wasted, you don't just be like, sweet, time to get my end away. Like
if some dude is like a little tipsy and he's trying to fuck a girl who's like falling down, it's like, obviously. Sleep's pretty fucking cut and dry. That's obvious. But 2 people drinking, getting drunk, and then hooking up, having a good time, and then the next morning being like, ugh. you're not as hot as I thought you were, and like, oh, you're fatter than I thought you were, champ. Like that. That's just two people being like, hey, how about we don't post this online and we never mention it? Sounds good. Like,
yeah. I don't remember ever having like a one night stand where it was like where we weren't wasted. You know,
I was gonna say that. I like, so this isn't my life, but I think it was, you know what it is? It's Nikki Glazier. I heard a comedian talking about this, and Nikki used to drink all the time, and now she's sober. She decided it was causing problems for her. And she's like, sex is like a whole new thing. She's like, I never had sex completely sober. She's like, how awkward, weird. Like, you know, you just gonna take a guy home and fuck him with no drinks in you at all? People do that? And it was eye-opening for me, because I was like, oh, that's the only way I've ever done it.
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah. So there are people where that's just the normal way that you go. That's like the pregame.
Sober sex. Interesting.
I was just under the impression of I'm just too ugly.
It's a weird
for
mythology.
anyone
Kinky.
to want to fuck while they're sober.
Dude, sometimes when I'm feeling kinky as hell, I just have sober sex. I don't get high. I'm just sober as
That's
a bird.
the true raw dog.
That's the true raw dog. Dude, right after church. Just fucking.
You know,
That'd be
at this
the best
point,
time.
you know what I don't do? Sober sleep. Like you guys just lay in bed with no edibles in you at all and just raw dog nighttime on the regular. This is your strategy?
I've been eating those.
I like
I don't
getting
know
in bed high as shit and just being like, you know, when you get in bed and you're so high, you're like, oh, the covers.
Yeah.
Like, they're just they
I go
feel
to
so
bed,
nice on
I'm
you.
high as fuck. Like, it's time to sleep. And it, like, if I'm not, I'm like, this is insta boring. I don't know how to exist without stimulation until the sleepy time. But if I'm high, I'm like, this is fine. I'm not bored. I'm just enjoying my
best is when
vibe.
you're like when you're just like in a real like munchy mood and you're like, yeah, I've got like a plate of reheated pizza. I'm like, now I'm going into bed, and my wife's like, you can't eat in bed, and I'm like, fuck you, it's my bed, I'll do whatever I want. And then she's sitting there eating. And then you're like, you're really full, and you're just like, it's like, fuck
Just
guys.
tomato sauce in your beard packs.
Yeah, you don't care. You don't care because you're so high. Like, that's the best kind of sleep, in my opinion.
That does feel good. A nice munch session when you're high is just the best.
Yeah.
When you hit your
There's
stride.
I have to be careful. There's a really good restaurant near me that's open till like 4 a.m.
Breakfast food?
And it's worse, dude. It's like a bakery. They do everything. They'll fry a goddamn peach pie at 3 a.m. and have it at my house in 12 minutes flat if I tell them to.
You got to steer clear of that place.
You
You're a powerful man,
dude.
You can just snap your fingers and they do that.
12 minutes flat, and it's cheap. It's one of those places.
Mr. Kyle needs it now. We must get to work.
They're foreign. They are. Dude, she writes cute little notes on my shit when I order from there. They have healthier options than the fried peach pie. But still, she's like,
What good are
regular peach pie.
I really like this new area I'm in. I went downstairs a minute ago because my new couch just got here. Oh my God, it's gonna be a fucking puzzle piece, but I'm excited. I got this pit couch, I think is the right thing to call it. It's like as deep as it is wide, and it's very wide.
Can you show us a pit couch, Zach?
So
I don't even remember what
Yeah.
I can't remember what material I ended up going with because I was flaking back and forth between leather and some sort of hardy fabric because of the dogs. But either way, I'm pretty excited about it because the dogs are all gonna pile in there with me and watch TV.
I don't know about those. Like, my friend has one of those, and I always find that when I sit on that, say I'm sitting on the back and my legs are like right up and I'm watching television, I'm fucking asleep instantly. Like that.
I
Especially
like this, Kyle.
if I've had a couple of bongs, I'm fucking out. Like that, I cannot watch anything on that. I'm sleeping on that tonight.
I'm really particular about the pillows, the way that they go against the back of the couch. I have a strong preference for the kind that mold into the back of the couch. Because what I'm looking at in my house, those pillows turn into a disorganized pile of junk. They need to be fluffed all the time.
Yeah,
very true.
I don't know what mine are like.
Oh, I hate that. What a waste of a room. Jesus.
What?
We're gonna get in there and fucking get nasty.
Yeah, Taylor. I mean,
that'd be fucking great.
Dude, you probably can't eat in
the
there.
next day when the maid is going through the folds She's gonna
Yeah.
Oh, there's gonna be some
I like
nasty
that,
stuff in there.
He
No,
meant
that-
pussy.
Taylor's talking goggles.
That's
Rolling.
I'm gonna put my sports goggles on for that room.
My sports goggles on.
Yeah.
And dude,
So that-
anytime I eat pussy, I need
Yeah.
my sports
That
goggles
one, there
on.
that one there is just basically a bed. The side of that looks fucking uncomfortable.
Looks a little dangerous.
Dude, you get drunk and tumble into that and crack your skull.
Yeah.
It's like the side of a pool, but with no water.
You fall and break your
Yeah.
head like the scene I only remember because I haven't seen it from $1 Million Baby.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
On the
she breaks
corner.
her neck. Yeah. It's
Okay,
dark.
this is nice. I
That's
like
your
this.
house.
That's
This is
way
cool.
too much. That's way too much black. It's too dark of a room.
We're
It makes the
bringing
room feel.
70s back.
Even you put
Dude,
that
this
much
is where you
black
take
on
this-
the room, it makes the room feel smaller and more cramped. At least the light hardwood
This
balances
is
that
the
a little
room.
bit.
So
I
this is
don't
the
believe-
room of a billionaire he takes Mr. Bond here to tell him his plan to turn the world into like an eco empire.
Dude,
This is
every
where-
time
this is where
someone is
Bezos
like,
takes women to
this
get
room
consent.
sucks, this house sucks, the person who built this like fucking, what do they call it?
It's cozy.
McMansion has no class. I'm like, I like it. I liked every one of these rooms
Yeah.
so
I
far.
wish my house
like
looked
this
that
room
good.
in front of me. I'm like,
I like
gotta get-
McMansions. I do. I like that they don't fit in their neighborhood sometimes. That
Oh,
they
yeah.
take away from their neighbors' houses and they look out of place. I like all that shit. I like
you're
the
like-
huge flat floor plans that take up way. I like that they use way more water than they should. All that shit. I love
Yeah.
it.
You walk in the front door, and for some reason, the foyer is like 3 stories tall. They're like, this is ridiculous.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
boastful.
My
They-
parents' house is like that because my dad's a builder, and so he's like he could build shit way cheaper than like it costs to buy. So he'll buy like a block of land and then just build it himself. And so they just have like they've just always lived in just like retardedly huge houses, and it's just like my mum and dad, and they've got like 6 bedrooms, and my dad's like, oh, I just built it this big so when we move we can sell it for a lot of money. And it's like they use like probably an eighth of the house, like they're one bedroom, the kitchen, and 1 lounge room, and this
One
motherfucker's
bathroom,
got like he's got 2 lounge rooms in there. It's like fucking 4 bathrooms, like en suites in every fucking bathroom, and like an indoor heated pool, and it's like,
Damn.
what the fuck are you doing with all this shit? And it's just like,
Dude,
mum,
I
Indoor
fucking
heated
love
pool,
it. Like,
baller.
I have
It's
a,
so
I have a
funny.
big floor plan in my house, and it's like I never use this room, but I
Yeah.
always use this room. This room's purpose is to just lessen sound coming from the room that's over there. Like I just like that the bedroom is even farther from the living room. That's what this room's for.
Yeah.
See,
What
I
he's-
think
what-
I
what
think
he sent us
maybe
a
you
video the
thought
other
I
day?
was hating the video or the picture with that black roof. That was a cool room, but when you paint a huge amount of any room black, it makes the room look smaller. It makes it look
Yeah.
more cramped. It doesn't look bad. Like it.
That
I'm
room
serious.
was
like
to look-
2,000
but it can
square
take
feet.
It could no you, but you want you have this awesome ceiling and you want to imperceptibly make it seem like, or you want to
I don't wanna
perceptibly
say
make
both
it
could
seem
be
lower.
lower.
Vanta black and still look big.
Yeah.
No,
I'm not
no,
trying to be
you want a
boastful,
nice,
Taylor.
you want light to refract. You want it to feel
Oh, you want to put
Right.
some mirrors in there to make the room look even bigger?
I
Nothing but
I
mirrors.
I like my bedroom. I want my bedroom to be like a darker color. It feels like more cozy. It's like nicer. I have
not
like
black.
that
That-
roof in that roof in that house. My bedroom's like that, so it's like a roof that just like is glass. So I can like
that's cool.
look
I
out.
like that.
Yeah.
God,
we got on
that
the
video you gonna
Tazmanian
talk about where it
style.
was only raining in the backyard?
Yeah.
Oh, that was a weird video.
Woody's house has different weather systems. The front, there was like a fucking downpour in the front, and in the back, it was snowing. It was just completely different. It
Can
was
we-
two
we
fucking
show
different
that?
environments. It's different wildlife in the front than in the back. It's a whole different land.
Awesome.
It's like some
How
Narnia
many
shit. Like he went
how
through the
many
cupboard.
square feet is the house?
I don't know.
8,900.
It's smaller than that. It's more than 6,500, but I think it's less than 7,000. Like it's in there.
An enormous house. Yeah.
10,752.
And Woody's yard is like so incredibly nice.
It's measured
That
in
like
hectares.
it's huge. Like he's like, look at my front. I didn't notice like even the rain at first. I was like, damn, this guy's yard rules. And then turns
Oh,
around,
that's-
goes into the
yeah.
backyard, and it's like even bigger, and it's perfectly flat, and there's so much space. And like I had to watch the video a second time before I was like, oh yeah, there is a rain difference. Like
Yeah, the whole point of the video
It's
was
like
raining in the backyard, but
6,900
not the
square
front.
feet. That's massive. That's,
Yeah, it
that's a
is.
fairly big house.
You have to have a huge
Yeah.
house for it to rain.
Well,
in the
there's 3 of
backyard.
us,
Well-
you know. So
Well, but hope visits.
That's like, my parents live in a
oh
house.
yeah,
that's
I
like
remember
similar to
that day with a guy.
Is that your house?
Yeah.
Yeah, and someone was
Yeah.
like, "Hey, Woody, do you want to go on a helicopter ride?" And he's like, "I can just land in your yard." So that's what
That
we
is
did.
that is a capacious abode. That is.
Imagine
The,
if you crashed into your home.
did. He gave me
Dude, it
a
would've
headset to
been
wear,
livable.
and it
He'd have still
pinched
been
my-
able to stay there that night. He only destroyed the West Wing.
the headset.
It'll
made me
be
look
days
so
before the
fat.
fire reaches the East Wing. It's fine.
So was this guy? How old was he? How old was the helicopter pilot?
I'm gonna call. I don't know, but call him 40, 38,
Oh,
something
okay.
like that.
And he
Yeah.
just randomly one day he texted or messaged you and then just showed up with this.
Yeah, so he's in paramotor people are often into aviation. I'm not really,
Makes
but
sense.
other people are. And his day job was basically pouring Roundup on electrical wires so that like the trees and the weeds and the vines don't grow up the poles. So that helicopter's purpose was to spray
Oh,
something like Roundup. I don't know what he used
yeah,
exactly.
did it from the chopper. That's neat.
Agent
Yeah.
Orange.
And it was pretty cool because the act of spraying that stuff is a little bit like just aerobatics. Like he would dive to the ground. He didn't spray with me, but he showed me what it was like. He'd
Mhm.
like dive the helicopter to the ground, level out, go across it, and then go way up and like curl around and come back. And it was like a roller coaster. It was pretty cool. And he
Yeah.
was a really good pilot. So he auto rotating a landing, I think, is something that you're supposed to be able to do, but it's so sketch. Nobody practices it and everybody sucks. This guy, it was nothing to him. He did 2 of them while we were flying.
That's cool.
What's auto rotating and landing?
So when you fall, you build up a lot of speed, if I understand it right, on the rotor, the helicopter prop
Oh, do
thing.
you mean like turning off the engine?
Yeah. And then
Oh, yeah. So yeah,
it builds a lot of energy, and then I guess you flip the collective or something and
Yeah.
make that start
Although
working for you. And it,
Yeah, the air outside of the blades travels faster than the inside of the blades, so it generates lift. Yeah, that's
Well,
I didn't think it was called that. I thought that was like an emergency landing or something. Auto rotating.
It is an emergency. It is, but he practiced the emergency landings and just basically he pretended the ground was about 10 feet higher than it was. So it's like he went really soft to that spot and then turned it on.
You've
So,
been recommending a lot of stupid flying devices to me lately.
Who has YouTube?
YouTube, yeah.
Okay.
So there's this $500,000 drone you can fly. It has a 30-minute battery life. It requires no licensing though. That's the cool thing. You can just hop right into this thing and take off.
How much is a license? $498,000.
I mean, it's like $5,000 in a lot of your time. But this thing you can just hop right in and kill yourself if you want. It's got tons of smaller rotors on it. Like I don't know how many, like dozens of them.
30
And
minutes doesn't seem like long enough.
No,
Right? Especially like imagine you fly, I don't know, 12 minutes from home and now you want to go home. And you're like, I don't know. Can I make it home? Can I not? Is there a headwind? Did
Let's
you go
head home now.
downwind?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks super sketchy. And then the jetpack. All those different jetpacks. Those
Oh,
things
yeah.
look so cool.
Yeah.
Those jetpacks
Have you
look so
have you seen the
cool.
people like eating shit on them? They're fucking hilarious.
At
Like,
the F1 race, I think the guy went
Yeah.
down.
oh, that's
So
so fucking funny.
The way it works, at least in America, is if the flying device weighs less than 255, so 254 and under, then you don't need a license. And it's pretty cool. Like it's a smart way for the FAA to do it. I almost said FCC, because it becomes a personal decision. Like if Taylor hops in an airplane, then he could be a public menace. If Taylor hops on a paramotor, then he's making a personal decision. You could crash into my living room window and we'll all just giggle at the accident.
I just
right?
bounce off.
Yeah, like you're not doing
Yeah.
any damage.
That's the next Twin Towers.
He'll be damaged, but-
So is
Alex
every single-
paramotor just flying into the side of a skyscraper and everyone just laughs at him?
Yeah.
Just a
Slats it inside.
retarded terrorist
Yeah,
flying into the 3rd floor,
yeah.
bouncing off the window and being arrested.
Right.
Oh, look more! And then just
Was that a
it's-
bird? I wonder if his beak
Yeah.
is smashed in.
Yeah, it's like, damn, they're getting lazy over there at
Yeah.
flight school.
I've never seen a paramotor in Australia. I can't
Oh,
say it's
no?
a thing.
Paraglider?
I don't. paraglider or like
Neither.
whatever the fuck they're called. They're like it must be like a law that is different here, but I've never seen one. Can't say I've ever seen one.
Oh no, there's a scene over there. People
there
fly.
is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm wrong then.
How about
It's
hot
a
air
small,
balloons?
it's a small time hobby. But even growing up, I saw every now and then there'd be a guy flying one. I remember there was a this is a weird childhood memory. This came to like someone crashed a hot air balloon next to our house one time. Like they went
Really?
down in the field right next to our house, like right there,
Cool.
next to where the farm driveway is, and they were hurt, and it was all laid over sideways. I just remembered that. That's forever ago. Why would you ever get in a fucking hot air balloon?
Because
Yeah.
it's cool.
Yeah, it seems
Quiet
like it could kind of
flight.
be neat.
No, that's like fuck that. That's like getting in a car and then just being like, I don't have a steering wheel. I'm just gonna accelerate and see what
Yeah,
happens.
that's the thing. I can totally understand how you control your altitude in these things. And
Yeah.
I can also kind of get bored how with like major strokes, you might know which direction the wind is going and alter your path a
Mhm.
little. Like you've got
Yeah.
a tiny amount of control over your destiny. But like I see these things fly all the time. They fly around my house. And when you're in the air and you see for so far, if there's a hot air balloon within like 100 miles of you, you're like, oh, let's go see the hot air balloon. Let's try and catch it. And when they land, it's always in some yard, like putting it down as fast as they can. The East Coast is covered with trees. If you don't do anything to land in my area, you get a forest in like 7 years, something like that. Like you'll have trees that are 10 feet high. And so my point behind that is that the only open land is intentionally maintained. There's some farms and some big yards and trees. So these guys have to like spot some power lines, spot some open field, and drop in a hurry. And they're always like little crash landings.
Yeah, it seems
But
super dangerous.
That's just dumb. That's like taking off in a plane and then you just like then the airport closes down and you can't land there again. It's like, fuck it, I'll just wing it.
They'll just figure it out.
They always exactly these guys launch and just have like a general game plan. Like, yeah,
fuck that.
We're coming in hot. We're going with 7 miles an hour. And then they like land in a little fucking wicker basket, and it probably tips over every time they land, right? Like I imagine the
Not every
momentum
time.
of it, like
it can, yeah, but I see them land and still have the like they're able to be not weightless anymore. Like they put it down, the balloon is still erect, but they're sitting on the ground.
they have like a hot air balloon race here every so often, where like there's a bunch of them up in the air. How much of that racing is like, oh, the Stevensons got into the fucking lucky air current again, and they're gonna win? Like, it's hard to imagine.
Like
actually, is that what it would be?
like,
Raising and lowering to try and put yourself just in different air currents?
I think so.
Like
yeah.
you like throw shit out of it, or you like spit out the side of it to see which direction.
If it's
we
a
shoot
race,
at the other balloonists.
So the U.S.
Frowned
government
upon.
every single day launches hundreds of weather balloons, and I forget what the curve is called. Like there's an S curve, and they tell you like what the temperature was there, how quickly it rose there, and what the wind speeds were there. And then you can go to something like windy, and there's a bunch of spots where the balloons actually were, and then the rest of the country is just kind of, well, you know, there was a balloon 20 miles north and 20 miles south, so we can infer the spot that you care more about. And I guess you'd look at those reality forecasts and the tests of the weather balloons and figure out where you should put your hot air balloon to win.
Probably there probably is so much more thought behind it, and I'm just
I don't think
they just get in their fucking thing and then go.
It's just luck. Yeah.
It's just luck. Anything I'm not familiar with is stupid and luck.
Honestly, probably, I bet it's luck. I bet it's luck. Did you see
how expensive would a hot air balloon be as well? Like, can you just?
There's no
like,
way.
I can't imagine being like, of all the flying devices I could buy, I'm gonna get that fucking gay one. Like,
that's the cheapest one. It's gotta be. That's your cheapest way to the air.
Paragliding has
it's
to
huge.
be the cheapest.
Paraglide might be cheaper just because you need the mountain to do everything for you, the elevation maybe or whatever.
Yeah. Hot air balloons are really big.
They're charging like $350 a person in Australia to go on one. Like that.
But we're talking about wicker and canvas and something that burns kerosene, right?
Yeah.
Like otherwise, we're talking about fucking
Bunsen
avionics and fuselages and fucking plane.
It says about $40,000 here. You can buy a fucking plane for that.
Get a plane.
Yeah, just get a plane. If you want to fly.
It's not a good plane though.
My website says 20 grand to over 100 is how much they cost.
See, I want one where the
balloon.
wicker part is just big enough for me. It's real scary.
It's
in
probably cheaper. Yeah, just a little wicker sleeve. Have you ever seen that? That just made me think. You remember that video of the woman who got picked up after being injured in the middle of like the Arizona desert, and the fucking paramedics didn't hook up the sled thing right that they lifted her from a helicopter, and she starts spinning so fucking rapidly that like I was like getting anxiety watching it, because I'm just like, oh my god, if I'm that poor woman, like I'm having the worst.
No, she sued them.
She passed out, I think, because of the spinning
centrifugal.
Oof, that would be. I can't imagine it. That would be. So
you
scary.
can tell the pilot gets her maybe 50 feet off the ground. Let's just say something moderate, and she's just spinning faster and faster. And he wants to fix it or do something, and you can tell it's going through his head. Well, I can't put her down because she's going to hit the ground and bump it while she's spinning. There's no way to get a line to her. The hospital's 12 minutes at, all right, let's just fucking go. And he takes off, and that just makes her go faster. But there's no other answer. You can't just hover there until she stops. It'll be forever. Because when she gets to the end, like she's going to rewind herself like some sort of child's toy and go back and forth.
The way I handle that as the helicopter pilot is I get out and I act mad at her. I'm like, spinning the whole fucking trip, huh?
Hot dogging!
I risk my life for you, and you're spinning.
I feel like you could set her down in some tall hay or corn. Now, probably that wasn't available.
Rocks.
Yeah,
that was the environment.
I love that
she sued them.
80K.
I love that she sued them, and she's like, "Yeah, you saved my life." Like, I was in a really shitty situation. You had to bring out a helicopter, and then I expected like a fucking Uber Black. Like, it's like,
did she get 80K?
I remember. I have that number in my head, dude.
That's hilarious. Wouldn't it be funny if she won and still owed them like another 17K for the helicopter ride?
Yeah.
I'd expect the helicopter. After that, I'd expect the helicopter ride to be free. I'd be like, "Can I get this one?"
Like, you know what? I want to be able to take I want them to make that thing available to me anytime I want for life. If they want to avoid a fucking lawsuit,
I bet she doesn't like helicopters.
I bet she hates them.
She has a strong aversion to them.
I should. So I have this GPS for when I do sporty shit, and I prepaid for MedEvac.
Ooh, fancy.
What? Did I? It was only $24 a year to prepay for your MedEvac ride. Is it possible? Should I just fake an ankle injury, or maybe the next time I get like a little cut, call for a
dude?
MedEvac?
I think
100% yes.
I think the $24 covers like the call to MedEvac. I know, right? Luckily, you pay your $24 a year, and so the call you made to us, no charge there, sir. However, the fuel and the maintenance and the aircraft and the personnel and Dr. Richards, of course, being on staff for you, that's going to run you.
It seems too good to be true.
I would read that contract very carefully before doing that. Especially in America.
Dude, hit it right now. Hit it right now.
The birds.
Let's see if they'll show up and chopper you out.
Well, it might be the same guy that was in the helicopter before. He might take you for a ride.
Right? Like, we could have sprayed some paralyzed on the way there.
Yeah, that'd be sick.
Are you really hurt? Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a guy on YouTube. So before I did that ride in the winter, I watched other people do the same route to learn about it. And he failed on his. He thought he broke his leg. It turned out to just be sprained. And he called in a rescue helicopter to get him out of there. And I was just like, wonder what this is America. Right? Anything medical will completely change your financial life until the day you die.
Oh, yeah.
Fuck that.
We have a whole
even if I lost a leg, even if I was riding this even if I was riding that track and I lost a fucking leg in America, I wouldn't call it. Oh, fuck that.
No, you have any problem medically in America, it's $1 million. You like, dude, the worst thing in the world is dental insurance.
That's not real.
The absolute fantasy that they are going to cover anything. You know what dental insurance covers? 2 annual cleanings.
Yeah,
that's what.
You know what it costs?
Covers.
The amount of 2 annual cleanings.
It costs the same as 2 annual cleaning, and then like you go in, like I did like 4+ years ago when I got my fake teeth, and was like, "Hey, you recommended this to me. because it's medically necessary. I'm not doing this. I'm doing this to fix my bite. I submit that to my dental insurance. I have like my dentist sign off on it of like Taylor is not requesting this to look better. He's doing it to fix his bite because he has the teeth of a 120-year-old man. His molars are ground down so bad. That's literally what he said. And they said no. They said, fuck you. We're not covering any of it because this is classified as cosmetic. We don't care that it's fixing your bite and reducing your bruxism grinding issue. I think bruxism is what they call like grinding in your sleep very severely, which is what I do. I don't do it anymore because I got my fucking teeth fixed. Like, and it actually helped it. But no, that was like $7,000 out of pocket to just have.
Why didn't you go to Mexico?
Because I'm not fucking with that. Like I'd rather have a good solid
I think
dentist.
you need to be more adventurous, Taylor. You're not enough of a risk taker.
I think
you're so risk averse, Taylor. You got to dip your toes.
Dip my toes in Mexican dentistry? No.
No. Dip your toes into chaos. Just a little chaos in your life. Like it doesn't have to be Mexican dentistry.
You think I need to be a little more jokerish, a little more. You think I should be a little more? Why so serious in my life?
I know
next time you
pilot.
cut yourself, go to a vet instead of a doctor. You know?
Yeah.
I know a paramotor pilot that needed major dental work, right? It was on the level of yours. It was costing tens of thousands of dollars. And he went to Costa Rica where they did it way cheaper. And he was satisfied with the work. However, in Costa Rica, they have wildly different standards on how much pain you're supposed to tolerate. And they used basically no Novocaine, no anesthesia, no nothing. It was the most painful experience of his life.
I mean, if it saved me $6,000, I might be interested. But yeah,
well, if he had known that he could have Costa Rica, you say he was just a hop, skip, and a jump from old Dr. LSD. Could have eased his pain and suffering right away.
Dude, your teeth problems don't even matter. Those are ethereal.
You just need to accept this pain.
That's the idea of human beings have an expectation of teeth not hurting, and that expectation itself is what's causing you to feel that pain.
Yeah, teeth are a human construct.
Mm-hmm.
True. I'm a sovereign.
My big tooth.
Sovereign citizen.
Yeah.
I kind of I wonder if I'm doing more psychedelics than the rest of the podcast right now.
Yeah, because I'm not doing any psychedelics. I eat my scary gummies.
Winner chicken dinner.
You are the winner. I'm not a psych.
I can't say right now that I'm on psychedelics, but I may be able to give you a run for your money.
Actually, you know what?
The last time?
Well, it was when I was in Europe. So when I was in Italy a month ago.
Yeah. What'd you take?
Everything.
Oh, nice.
All at once?
Man, LSD is the fucking Cadillac of hallucinogens. After I don't know why I would mess around. I know Woody loves mushrooms, and Woody's been microdosing a bunch and loves it.
You probably take it. If you're microdosing, you probably take them all.
I've never had a good experience with them. Always
not long ago, but
I love mushrooms because the other day it's like the start of winter. You can go and pick mushrooms just wild where I live. So like the first frost of the winter where it's like a really like clear night and then it's frosty in the morning. You go to like these spots and there's just fucking mushrooms everywhere. So we'll go and get like 2 shopping bags full of them and just like load up and then chuck them in a dehydrator and then we're just set. We've got fucking mushrooms for like a year.
I wish I had the faith that I could identify the mushrooms properly.
Yeah, no, but so one of my friends told me how to do it, and then once you know what you've got, and so I find it a lot safer than LSD because if you're like if you're looking at LSD, you don't know if it's LSD. You could be taking fucking anything because you don't know. I don't know how to test it. I'm not fucking testing it because I'm lazy. But mushrooms, it's like, I know I can eat handfuls of these fucking things and I'm not going to die. So I'm like, I'm going to have a good trip.
Yeah. Oh, this is Portobello.
It tastes like mushrooms. Like the first time I had it, I'm like, this is the most awful, terrible, like disgusting thing ever. But lately I've been like, these just taste like mushrooms. It's more mushrooms than I want. Mushrooms are supposed to be a highlight on your burger, not a fucking baseball worth of like mushrooms.
It shouldn't be carrying the weight of a snack or a meal.
So how much are you taking? Like you taking it daily?
No. I microdosed. I'm having a bit of a hard time with it. So I microdosed as a mood lifter within the last week, but it was 6 days ago. I took a hero's dose. So for people who know nothing about this, a hero's dose is 3 to 5 grams. The dude on our show gave 7, which I hadn't heard of before, but I guess I could see it. I took 4.5. So in there.
How was it?
I've taken like 7 to 8 before, and that's pretty fucked.
That's so scary sounding.
It's a lot. It's like you either see God or become God, but it's like it's not. I don't think it's enjoyable. I mean, it's funny as fuck, but it's like at the same time, it's also like it's probably a little bit too much. Like I prefer to take less. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Have you seen the mushroom chocolate bars?
I have not eaten those.
So, you can buy those at places, and I can't remember how much is in a chocolate bar, but on the back it's got kind of lines drawn out, and it does sort of like micro dose, blah blah blah.
I think Mr. Beast sells those.
And I think at the end, like for the full, I think the whole bar's 12 grams. It says like fucking transcendent dose or something. And I ate 9 grams. I broke the 3/4 of it off.
Oh,
and it was just not fun. It was just not fun. It put me in such a funk of depression, of just like about nothing in particular. Just felt bad. Like fuck this. Fuck
like anxious
everything.
or depressed?
No, just depressed. Just like I'm at the bottom of a well.
Is that like during or after?
The whole time during, and
really?
then after I was fine.
Were you trying to go through it and like think of what it was causing you the anxiety, and you're like, "There's nothing. Like it's just general fucking depression."
Yeah, it was just. I just felt like it was the bottom of a well. It wasn't one thing bothering me. It wasn't a bunch of things bothering me. It was just like, fuck all this. This is awful. I felt so bad. So I'm not gonna do any more mushrooms. I don't like that at all. LSD. The thing was no nausea, 0 nausea, which I get from almost any drug I've ever taken. Was a bout of nausea at some point, just feeling kind of sick. Alcohol, of course, but no nausea, no hangover.
But you don't mean literally throwing up, just feeling it a little.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. Like with that time, I felt really nauseous. That one time I took mushrooms and overdosed before, and then I felt really nauseous once when I overdosed on weed edibles and threw up. So yeah, I mean, I've thrown up from like various drugs before for sure.
Jackie gets that
depression. Pretty much
pot.
all of them. Like all of them will have like some kind of effect. Like if you do like a ton of coke, it's like I need to shit immediately. Like
that's the laxative in a coke.
Yeah. No,
yeah,
like,
that's the laxative
even good.
Did you snort
like,
soap?
Yeah,
they cut it with baby laxative.
When I was in Europe, I went to the Monaco Grand Prix and went and watched the F1. And so like cocaine is
what year?
This is like a month ago.
You saw Verstappen win this year.
Yeah. So and I went to we this is like a whole thing. I so much fuck shit happened to me on this trip. Anyway, so like we went to Monaco, and one of my friends there is like, hey, you should come out and party. And so he takes me to this like this fucking beach party after the Grand Prix. And I had no idea what I was expecting. And I rock up here and everyone in Monaco is just like obscenely rich. So he's like, oh, I'll get us a table and it'd be fucking great. I rock up there and I'm hanging out with like his mates, and I introduce myself. I'm talking to this dude, and he's like, yeah, I'll give you a bunch of coke, and so we're stuck getting on the blow, and I'm like, so I'm just chewing this motherfucker's ear off, and he's I'm like, so what do you do for a living? Because he's like really interested in like streaming. He's talking my ear off about streaming. He's obviously fucking super high on coke as well.
And you're gacked out, so you're happy.
Yeah, I'm loving life. And so I'm talking to this motherfucker, and I'm just like paying out on him because he'd been with his girlfriend for like 12 years and hadn't proposed to her. And so my wife is just like paying out on this motherfucker, and I'm like, what do you do? And he's like, oh, I do like I trade like cryptocurrency. And I'm like, oh, okay, so what's your like what do you do? He's like, oh, I was one of the inventors of Ethereum. I'm like, no fucking way. And he's like, yeah, Google me. So like I Googled this motherfucker, and I'm just sitting there just like I'm just being a fucking gacked out dickhead with this dude who is just like a multi-billionaire that invented Ethereum. Like I Googled this cunt, and he is like, this is one of the guys that invented Ethereum, and he's like just fucked up with me. And I'm like, this is the weirdest fucking experience of my life.
That's amazing, isn't it?
We're like, dude, do you want to stay friends?
yeah. He's such a nice guy. We were talking about like game dev and shit. And he's like, oh yeah, no, hit me up and we'll like fucking have a chat about it and stuff because he loves video games. I know.
Sweet.
Afterwards, I'm just like in this hotel room, and I'm like, well, I'm gonna do the rest of this coke, obviously, and I'm just blown away by this. Like, and my wife and I are just like fucked up in this hotel, just like thinking about, oh yeah. Let's message this guy and get some fucking Ethereum dollars. Like,
so you and your wife are both just coked out to the point that you're brainstorming ways to get the Ethereum guy more involved.
Yeah. Well, I want this guy in my life. I want this motherfucking billionaire in my life.
One of us is gonna have to sleep with him, honey.
Yeah.
No,
he was like,
both of us.
It was just like so. Like Monaco's fucked. So he was talking about they went to a party the previous night and it was on a guy's yacht. And I'm like, oh, so what's his yacht? He shows me this picture, and they're obviously all fucked up on coke for the whole week because it's Monaco, and he's on this fucking remote control submarine like console inside this guy's yacht. So he's sitting there with these joysticks with this fucking screen, driving a remote control submarine around in the bay underneath like all the yachts at the Monaco Grand Prix. And I'm like, how much does it cost to like park your yacht inside Monaco? And he's like, oh, well, so you drive the yacht there, obviously. The parking spot for the duration of the Grand Prix is 4 million euros. That's just for the parking spot.
Jesus.
And then I'm like, so, and he's like, and then we brought booze for the party. He's like, oh, I spent 700,000 euros on wine, and like, so he's like, his tab for the party for this like yacht party that he had for the week was like close to 10 million euros.
Did you go on the yacht?
$20 million. No, I didn't go on the yacht because I didn't get there until like the day before. So he's like, they went off the yacht and went to the beach party, and I went to the beach party with them. But like they watched it from the yacht, and I could see them there, but I was like in a
on their yacht.
Private. Well, I was like in a different like private suite thing with another mate, and they're just like, he's like, oh, that's my mate down there. We're gonna go out and get fucking coked up with him later. And it's like on his fucking like mega yacht, and I'm like, hey, that's like 20 million USD for a weekend. That's how much this guy spent.
Jesus Christ,
like,
that's outrageous.
Is that? And like that amount of money, he didn't even notice.
Yeah,
like it's just not even like, it's just whatever to hit. That's so crazy.
The best part is like where they had the yachts. There was one dude. He had he got a crane out there, and it craned his Ferrari F40 onto the fucking front of his yacht, so he could flex that he had this. And so his next door neighbor on the next yacht obviously was like, I'm gonna outflex this dude. Another crane comes down like a day later, and he drops a like original Lamborghini Countach onto the next door neighbor's yacht, so he can be like, yeah, that's right, I got it's like, check out my Lamborghini. Like, Jesus Christ, it was fucked, man.
Damn. Were you a little bit like, was it kind of weird being around people?
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there. We were watching. It was fucking weird. But yeah, that's the guy there. He had his his Ferrari.
Is that the guy you know, the Ferrari?
No, I don't know that guy, but that was one of the guys that had his yacht parked there, like near the guy that I met. But
those yachts are so super huge.
They're massive. Jeff Bezos's yacht was there, and it was the biggest fucking private boat I've ever seen in my life. It was ridiculous.
He flexes.
I wonder
on
how much time those yachts take from their owners.
I think they rent them out most of the time. So like if they're going to go somewhere else, like the crew just drives it to wherever they want it to be, and then they just fly over and they just get on the yacht.
That's what they were telling me. I talked to not owners of yachts like you, but staff on yachts. Yeah. And that's what they said. Like, the guy will just be like, hey, I'm going to be in Miami at this time. I want the yacht here and I want it ready. But how much managing, like, does whatever it's Zuckerberg, crazy. Bezos, or your friend do for that yacht? Does he hire staff for it? Does he hire a guy who hires staff?
I think there's a guy that just runs it for him. Like he just has a captain.
That guy
and he
stable, or do you need to like find a new captain every year? Like
I think that he has just like a captain who just loves living the life. Like because the captain can throw parties on it and shit as long as they clean it up. Like
it just baffled me because there's like in the yacht I looked at, there might have been 25 people working on it. And I'm like, that's a business. That's a full-time business managing 25 people. And
they live there, huh?
Yeah, they live on the yacht. Yeah.
But it was
weird.
crazy, like hanging out there because the like I saw like 50 different levels of poor above me that had like 200 times as much money as I have. Like, I thought I was doing pretty good. I was like, I feel like I'm doing okay in life. Like, I've got my shit together. I drive a nice car. I got there and I'm like, my car's a piece of shit. My house is fucking crap. Like, dude, I'm fucking so broke. Like, I went to lunch.
Such a loser, man.
Yeah, I went to lunch with my friend, and this is just like Monaco prices. It's just ridiculous. I ordered a cheeseburger that was fucking $80.
Holy
That's how much it
smokes.
was. He shouted me lunch, and it was an $80 cheeseburger, and it wasn't anything special.
What does that
like,
mean? He shouted you lunch?
Like, he paid for lunch, so he took me out for lunch, and he's like, "I'll take us somewhere nice because like I wanna like treat you guys while you're over here because it's
because I invented Ethereum."
Oh no, this wasn't the Ethereum guy, but yeah, it's like mind-boggling. And he's just we're just sitting there drinking beers that were like, I think the beers were like would have been at like $30 US each. Like it was ridiculous. The lunch like total would have been like,
dude, I would 100% show up there and be like so out of place being like not rich. I would have to like get drunk, and then I would 100% every day make up a different person that I was, and like and like lie to people
with
and
accents.
say that I was something else. Be like, actually, my name is Igor Putin. I am son of him. Yeah, people say we look nothing alike, and I have this weird thing where like lots of time I don't even speak a Russian accent, and you know it says you look at my using my license, it says from Missouri, you know. But this is just pish posh, not interesting to oligarch like me.
I talked to like at this beach party. I was standing at the waiting for a drink, and I started talking to this dude next to me, and he's like 21 years old. And he's like, he went to, I think, MIT. And so he's like, yeah, no, we're just over for the summer. We did Cannes Film Festival, and then we're going to Monaco. Then we go to Monaco, and then we go to like fucking Greek Island or something. He's like, yeah, all my friends do it like every year. And I'm like, and you're fucking 21. He's like, oh yeah, my dad pays for it all. And he's like, he brought his girlfriend along, and his girlfriend's like, this is just fucking mind blowing because like my family's poor, and he's on this like $1 million trip. It's just like he's 21, he's just doing coke with billionaires, and it's like, this is fucking weird, man.
It's just like an unfathomable amount of money to have.
It's outrageous how wealthy
like,
people
to not even
see, that's not fun. I don't like all the jerk off flexing back and forth though. It's all silly. I would want to start my gladiatorial arena.
But that's nothing to them though. Like the craning of like a car onto that, that's like what, $100,000. That's nothing. That's like,
you could have men fight to the death for that money.
Yeah, but for someone that has like $1 billion, that's like me spending $20 on like a drink for my mate. You know, like it's nothing for them. So
yeah, that's why the arena makes much more sense.
It's just
I would definitely hunt humans if I was that rich. I just
think
hunt them yourself.
Humans would be one of the. Well, actually, no. It depends on the amount of equipment you gave them in the hunting scenario, because it's traditionally done on some sort of island. No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. If they are given nothing and they're thirsty and out in the wilderness, there is no easier animal to hunt than a human.
But what if they're well trained?
Even if they're well trained, if they don't have access to like food and water and stuff, they're going to be spending all their time trying to get resources, and so you're going to know exactly where they are. You need to kind of set them up a little bit, not with actual weapons they can fight back with.
They're not going to be living out there.
Drinks,
it's going to be like you get a 2-minute head start, and I'm coming after you with a gun. You're not going to be rustling up grub and making fires.
Not really
I would like them in the forest, and then I have like thermal goggles, and then I just come at night, and I'm like, I'm Predator. I'm like, I'm fucking with them.
And you're dressed like that too?
We can do that.
I don't have a good top speed, and I don't have much cardio, so we're gonna run this differently. I need a 2-minute head start. You come to me. Your goal is to get past me. Otherwise, if I just give you a 2-minute head start, I'll never see you.
If you sent like a trained killer in there, like, and he ran from me, and all I had was say a crossbow, it would be a scary fucking hunt to go in the woods and look for that dude. It would be scary.
Trained killer is definitely different.
Well, that's who I want to hunt. I don't want to, the average
You don't want like some commoner. You want like people who know how to handle themselves, people who can fight if they're in fisticuffs.
Yeah,
Not me. I want to hunt Louis C.K.
we
I
work
want
our
to
way
hunt
up.
someone slow as shit where he's like, "Hey, can I masturbate in front of you?" And you go, "No, Louis."
The average
you're done."
American, like if you told them that they were about to be hunted, would probably just run until they had a heart attack. Because
Yeah.
This is 200 yards.
That's like what
that's
is
that,
that?
yeah, 200 yards. That's the average. It's like,
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to hunt people, but I might start. Like I said, I would love to see a gladiatorial arena. When Gladiator came out back in the day, I was super into it. I thought it was
I
the
love
greatest
that.
film that ever been made. And I've always thought
Still a good
that
movie.
we need to get people back into an arena like that, fighting to the death. And I want them in period specific attire. I want them wearing those leather skirts and shit, looking like Xena. And I want them to have, those Roman short swords, the gladius. I want those to be present. And I will not, I don't care what it costs, 100 million, 200 million. If you're a billionaire, you've got to make this happen. I want one of those guys with the nets and trident. I want to see him out there, and he better win. He better be good.
Mandals.
Net and the trident. Yeah.
I went to the fucking Colosseum while we were in Rome, and that
really cool.
it is so much bigger than you think it will be. Like I expected it to be like small. This is like an 80,000 person arena. Like
Dude,
it's fucking
huge.
massive.
It's cool, isn't it? I really like standing in history. Like it's a big deal to me, and I really enjoyed lame history. I once stood in a place where American Indians washed their clothes. And I was like, this is kind of neat. It was like sort of like a paved, and you could tell there used to be water running there. All right, cool. Yeah. It wasn't paved, but it was like paved with rocks. And I could just imagine a social scene happening where all the women take like, more laundry than just theirs and clean it and hang out with each other and shoot the shit and whatever.
Sure.
And I was like, wow, so that happened right here 200 years ago to 20,000 years ago or whatever, 200,000 years ago. I don't, these numbers mean nothing to me, but like however long Native Americans were here, like, just washing shit and living that life. Cool.
Too bad they don't know how to count.
You go to the Coliseum though, it's a bigger deal. Like there's 80,000 people that were in here. Didn't they flood it and have like naval battles in it or something?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
they flooded the base of it. Yeah, and that was
Dude,
so it was completed in 50 AD. So it was
Here's
like
the thing, though.
fucking almost 2,000 years ago.
Yeah.
It's
The reason
crazy.
they flooded it and had the naval battle, it's the whole thing is a mega flex. They're recreating one of their great victories over a rival, an opponent, another country. They're not just like, hey, maybe it'd be neat if there's a naval battle. They're saying, hey, remember that time we shit on Macedonia? Let me show you how it went. And they're making people fight to the death to recreate it. Or I don't think they died.
Remember when we fucked up Cyrus of Persia? Here, we just we just got an accused rapist and put Cyrus's headdress on him, and now that's Cyrus.
They would have Cyrus. They would fucking have Cyrus. That's the best part. When those Roman generals would roll back into town, when Caesar would roll back into town, part of the procession would be the fucking captured king and queen and all the fucking royal family of wherever they just came from, and a bunch of slaves and shit. And they'd execute the fucking king of whoever they just conquered in the goddamn Colosseum in horrific ways.
Was it Marcus Aurelius who would like have someone ride next to him who was like or no, it was Julius Caesar. It was Caesar who had someone ride next to him who would say like,
"Fuck, are you laid a trap?"
Yeah, no, Slush knew exactly where I was going. Where like as Julius Caesar would ride through his chariot through the people of Rome, everyone was so addicted to Julius Caesar, like they loved him, that he would have someone behind him who would talk to him the whole time and just say like, "You're only a man.
But it
You're only
work,
a man. You're
work.
only a man." And it did not. It didn't stick.
I went to the place where Julius Caesar was stabbed.
Okay.
So it's like ruins there, but it's like in the middle of Rome. So it's like a city block that is just like dropped down because like a lot of the city sort of built up over time. It's like a drop down thing, and you can see where like Caesar was stabbed and shit like that. But instead of like making it into like you could walk all over it because it's like really old ruins, they put up like fences around it, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna keep this so you can look in from the outside." And because there was nothing there, just like fuckloads of stray cats moved in there, so they made it into like a cat sanctuary. So now there's just like you go to where Julius Caesar was stabbed, and there's just fucking hundreds of cats, and they're like fucking adopted cats that are like the people there look after them. So you got like every cat has like missing an eye or missing a leg or it's like fucked up in some way. So you just like sitting there.
I'm here for
like,
history.
This is so amazing. Julius Caesar was stabbed here 2,000 years ago, and now there's a three-legged cat licking his balls on that spot. It's like
America's so young. I've been to the Alamo, and that was, whatever, 170 years ago.
50 years ago, yeah.
And oh my God, it's falling apart. There ain't nothing to see there. I was so upset that I was like, I got hot and sweaty for this. Like,
what is there to see? There must be
rubble.
Walls.
I remember there was one part in particular there was most of a wall and an archway, maybe. And that was like it. Like, it's like so little that it's not worth going. Like, genuinely not worth it.
Doesn't have like 4 walls and a fort in the middle?
So it was a big thing. The Alamo, you got to keep in mind, it was a big missionary. You see this tiny little bit of rubble. It is a fucking gyp. It is a tourist trap nonsense.
Yeah. I've heard people say that they're like it's 90% gone. Like everything you see is a reconstruction of what it probably looked like. And it's like, well, that's not cool. I can see scaffolding.
Don't go to
the best bit about when you go to Europe is like you walk into a bar and it's still operating. And then you look at like when it was built and it's like, wow, this bar has been here for like 700 years before my country even existed.
Yeah. Dude, there's a hotel. I was on some Wikipedia page like years ago trying to find like the oldest still existing companies. And there's a hotel in Japan that's been open for like 1500 years. And it's
crazy.
It's like 1,000 years ago, they'd been in business for half a millennia. That's bananas. Like the amount of people over time, like whose entire lives were spent working there. And like, it's cares. Crazy. You don't even think about it the same way. Like no one will think about us. Like it's bizarre.
I love how you go to like the old places in Italy and it's like there's always like graffiti on the walls from like 2,000 years ago. And so like Pompeii, because it was like perfectly preserved, there's just like fuckloads of like dicks drawn on the walls and stuff. And it's fucking hilarious. Like people just fucking in weird positions. And then like a guy like walking like that and then he's got like a fucking 5-foot long cock coming out from under his little Roman skirt and shit. And it's just still there. It's like, wow, we have not changed much.
Back in the day, some woman was like, Julius, don't you go and paint that on the wall. You're making a fool of us in the neighborhood. Yeah. And now like little Julius's big dicked drawing. Now it's there.
Yeah. There's a famous one. I don't know where it is, but the guy is writing this whole thing. He's saying something like, "So long, ladies, you had your chance. My penis will pleasure men's behinds from now on. See how you like that." It's literally him being like, you know what? Fuck you, women. I'm gonna find me a lady boy.
The very first incel.
Yeah. Have you seen the one where it's like a papyrus script and it's like a customer complaint? It's like carved into a stone tablet.
Yeah, the quality of his copper was bad or
something. The wrong grade of copper was delivered.
Yeah. So it's like, listen here, motherfucker. Like, you fucked up my copper delivery. Like, I'm going to come over there and beat the shit out of you. It's like,
Dear Mahmood, I am incensed at the quality of copper in thine offerings.
Isn't it cuneiform or something?
It's like literally some guy was like angrily chiseling.
I think it's one of those soft clay tablets, like that nonsense I had
you're right,
joking around with. I think they like press into the sun and then sun bake it and then, boy, take this sun-baked tablet to your fear. And stay and wait for his reply. I don't care how long it takes. Days
it takes
go by.
Like 3 days.
A week from now, your fear will realize how much he's fucked.
Yeah,
I ceased my purchase of his low-quality copper.
I love the idea of lost civilizations that peaked and valleyed long before our history.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to even tell how long we've been what we would recognize as people. Like if you go back 300,000 years, 400,000, when do you go back and you're like, hey, you're not one of me. You're just a fucking animal man.
Yeah, and that shit, like when they'll say like human beings, like we started between 200 and 400,000 years ago, and it's like a lot of
time.
That's if someone came to me and I said, when did World War I conclude? And they said sometime between 200,000 and 400,000 years ago, I'd say that doesn't make sense.
Sounds like you don't know shit about.
It sounds like you don't know much about the topic at hand, doesn't it? And so when they say that, and they're like, and this dinosaur, it was the size of a house, and then later they come out and go, actually, dinosaurs can't be the size of houses. That doesn't work out physically.
No, that's the. But think about what that would mean, right? Like if there were people just like us, as far as their brain makeup and everything, 400, 500,000 years ago. I mean, in the last like couple thousand years, we've done the thing. We've gone from fucking barely having agriculture to being us on the moon and traveling around and you know all the things we have. That could have happened like 1,000 times in those lost hundreds of thousands of years. No, I love that. That's my
technology
favorite.
is lost all the time.
There would be 100%. That's like with the Antikythera clock, like the first computer that like
that Greek thing they found on the ship.
Read the stars. Like I think we just like we were heading in that direction, and then just like Dark Ages, and then it's just like everything just goes to shit, and it's like, and now we're back again. Like we come back, and it's like,
I think if we were to blink out, like if all the humans were to just, you know, like Thanos snapping your finger and we were gone. I think I saw a thing that predicted how long there would still be signs of our presence here on the planet, and it's hundreds of thousands of years because of, but it's not long before there's nothing left. Like even the satellites fall out of the sky, the fucking plate tectonics eat everything,
like shit,
everything
like plastic
rusts,
and stuff
everything
like
degrades.
that lasts.
Why would
like,
satellites fall out of the sky?
They're always integrating orbit.
All of them are like none of them. They're just stuck there.
Like they're not like an orbit is like technically they're just falling slowly.
I don't know about that stuff like the James Webb that they got way the fuck out there because it's way the fuck out there. Like they can't.
Well, it has to have a.
That's the one that they use to take those unremarkable photos that they punch up in Photoshop.
Those photos are badass. You need to chill. You gotta get some wonderment back in your life. God damn it! I don't want to hear. It's not photoshopped.
It's literally Photoshop. They admit it. Dude, you think there's actually fucking orange novas and shit that they're like, oh, we found all this like beautiful kaleidoscope pictures. Really?
What color do you think everything is?
I think it's way less marketable. I think it's obviously not that. Like the same way they're like, we found life on Mars for the 5th time.
You're a gloomy Gus. You just never.
No,
want
I just
happiness,
demand
any
results. I demand results. Go back to the fucking moon before you keep pontificating.
You're looking at the pictures saying they're not pretty enough for you. Oh, did you touch this up with Photoshop? Oh, Instagram versus reality, bro. Get out of here with your 100.
You're the kind of guy that's like,
just because you like your fake stuff.
You look at porn and you're like, she's wearing too much makeup.
She's wearing too much makeup.
She's wearing too much makeup. I can't beat off to this.
On that note, we're gonna hear from a couple of wonderful sponsors. We're a bit overdue there. Happy 7/10 week from PharaohDistro.com. We've all had those days when we'd rather face an alien abduction than deal with life's stresses. Well, PharaohDistro.com can't offer you a UFO ride, but their products might make you feel like you're on another planet. Step up your vaping game with Pharaoh Distro's HHC is better carts, as seen here. As the name suggests, they simply offer a better, more premium vaping experience. And with their consistent potency, you can trust HHC is better carts to deliver the high-quality experience you desire. Plus, they're lab-tested, assuring you only inhale safe, pure, and potent HHC. For those with a high tolerance or simply looking for a more intense experience, meet the 3,000 milligram clusterfucks. These are not for the faint of heart, my friends. Available in both HHC and Delta. Well, it's the whole bag is 3,000.
Okay, fair. Sorry.
There's 10 pieces of 300. These are not for the faint of heart, my friends. Available in both HHC and Delta 8 options. Each clusterfuck contains 300 milligrams and is designed to give you a powerful, potent feeling you crave. Please take it with caution. With PharaohDistro.com, you know you're getting the strongest and most reliable products on the market. For those on the quest for mental clarity, focus, and a boost of energy, Pharaoh Distro's functional mushroom gummies are the perfect choice. They've expertly blended 5 different functional mushrooms: lion's mane for cognitive support, reishi for stress relief, cordyceps for stamina, Shaga for immune health, and turkey tail for gut health, creating a powerhouse of benefits in each gummy. Made with 100% natural ingredients, they're perfect for giving you that much-needed boost to conquer your day. For this week only, folks, we're celebrating 7/10 with you, the fans. Get 30%, yes, 30% off your order with code PKA30 this week only. This is all products, including the exclusive Dab X. The magnetic dabbing experience is coming to your home now with a magnetic base plate to keep your nail in place, an anti-stick design so your dabs aren't gooping up your experience, and a rugged, spill-proof travel case. Dab X provides the premium dabbing experience only found at PharaohDistro.com. Pharaoh Distro is an exclusive partner of DabX. As loyal listeners of the PKA podcast, you get an insane discount. Just use the code PKA30, PKA30 at checkout for 30% off your entire order. Visit pharaohdistro.com, link below, today and use code PKA30 for 30% off your order. That includes the gummies. That includes the carts. That includes the... Kyle, can you grab your thing? Your fucking that dab rig you've been tooting on, so we can show that. Yes, that is the Dab. That is the DabX. That is also 30% off with code PKA30 right now. Very high quality shit. It comes in like a bag that I feel like I could wear hiking in Colorado.
Yeah,
if I was like
I'm using it to hold that light
cool
up,
guy.
but the bag, it seems like it's smell proof. It's got like metal like on the inside of it, like a lining, and it all zips up. It goes into a really compact thing. I like this thing. It was like idiot proof. Like once I got a little high, I'm not as adept at operating things, but it never got the best of me. And everything being magnetic, so it just sticks together, is great. And you've just got like 2 buttons. It's great.
Yeah,
really easy.
I am excited to try the DabX. I haven't hit
These
it yet.
are awesome. The cluster fucks, 300 milligrams is like the right dose. It turns out to have a real good
for
time.
you, not people out there. Do not start with 300. Did you just fucking take that?
It'll kick in 2 hours. I'll be fine.
I'd be nervous if I took one right now. I would be so... Dude,
300 would ruin me.
In like an hour, I would be fucked up. If
30 is a good number. 50 is a good number.
They're so sour.
Yeah, and if you are on Woody's tier, the more normal tier, the HHC is better gummies. These are 25 milligrams a pop. So if that amount that Kyle just took, which is a bananas amount, is intimidating to you, as it probably should be, start with these 25 milligrams. Or as always, the easiest way with any THC product to meet out your dose perfectly is just vape. Just vape. Like, just if you're nervous about it at all, take a couple little tootskis, see where you're at, give it 30 minutes, couple more if you need it, no more if you don't. Much easier. And that's anytime I'm introducing someone to a THC product, I don't introduce people with edibles fucking ever. You always introduce with smoking because it's less intense. It lasts a shorter amount of time.
I have questions for your expertise. How long would you say an edible lasts? How long does it take to kick in? And how long until you think that you're not on that edible anymore?
If it's like a cookie or brownie, about an hour to kick in. If it's like a gummy, 30 minutes to kick in. And like that 300 milligram Kyle just took, like if I were to take that, I would be high. It would wear off like in the middle of my sleep, like probably like 5 a.m. And it's 8:51 my time right now. So a huge, like many hours. Like I could
8
not,
hours.
Yeah. If I took one of these at like 11 a.m. on a Tuesday, I'm not doing, I can't do anything. Like I can't go do any errands. I'm probably not going to get anything done at home. I'm going to be cooked. So
what about a vape? When does that? How long does it take to hit you, and how long does it take to go away?
Vape is instantaneous. Like anything straight in through your lungs is going to be very, very fast, and then it'll last a couple hours, and it'll drop off at the end faster. So like 3 hours after I've taken a hit, if I just took one or two, like I can still feel that it's in my system, but I don't feel like it's the kind of high where if I'm not remembering I got high, I could easily forget that I got high at all, you know, where it's like you just are so close to being sober again. But that's the way to do it. If you're insecure at all, you're not sure, get the vapes. PKA30 is the code. Pharaoh Distro linked below. This episode also brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, folks.
Blue Chew.
2023 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew for free when you use our code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast. BlueChew.com, code PKA. It's $5. Just pay the shipping. If you check it out, be sure to, per Kyle's recommendation, the Tadalafil is the one you want to go with. The Cialis analogous one, apparently the best. I that's the only one I've ever tried from there because I trusted Kyle's expertise, and I've never turned back. It's great.
Blue Chew's cool. If you try it, you will love your dick, and so will your boyfriend.
Your boyfriend, your girlfriend, mostly your boyfriends.
They'll be very impressed with your cock.
It's true. You're like, I remember the first time I took one, and I was like, I wonder if this is going to push me to the next level. Close friends and
family, funeral directors, farm animals, anyone you encounter,
students.
they're going to love.
Dude, yes. I hit the farm and those goats start bleeding in appreciation.
Yeah, I'm hard right now, folks. So
see, I got a New Zealand guy on my side.
They see that look in my eye.
They hear the Velcro gloves slapping, and they just know it's time.
No, it's if you want to be the superhuman version of yourself, if you want to see veins on your dick where you go, I didn't know that was there. I didn't know there was a vein there. Your vascularity is going to be so good. You got a nice veiny dick, nice, and also your blood's flowing, you're energized, ready to fuck. So BlueChew.com, check it out. This episode also brought to you, of course, by another pill for fucking, Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement, taking the world by storm via me. Check it out. Code PKA, code Jizz, 10% off Lock and Load. You've been thinking, I know you're sitting there in your car, you're on the way to work, and you're thinking, I bust enough. You fucking fool. You idiot. You're not coming as hard as you can. Your orgasm isn't as good as it could be. What you need to do is use code PKA. Try yourself some cum pills, my friend. And if you say, cum pills aren't my thing, but I want to get jacked, go ahead and get yourself some protein powder. Get some pre-workout. Get some energy drinks. Get some weight loss supplements. Anything you can imagine.
Get the protein powder, get jacked, and then find a use for the cum pills.
Yes, you fucking idiot. Do it. Do it.
Does it go in your
drink your own cum? It's got protein in it.
It does. And
this guy's cracked the code. He's like an infinite money glitch.
Yeah. I don't let a single drop go to waste.
Testament to efficiency.
You need your zinc.
I have heard that if you let it go down the drain, then lizard people will steal it and clone you and replace you. So I always eat my own cum.
Yeah, I mean that's just safer. I don't want my DNA out there.
Exactly.
Too late,
dude. There was they put a notice in like my freshman year dorm, and I know this is not like uncommon because I saw like literally a meme on like online years after this where they said like, stop masturbating in the shower because it's like clogging. And it wasn't until right now saying this that it's like, that is totally made up. No one was clogging fucking like, unless some guy was like in the shower coming into a wad of paper towels and then pushing it through the grate down into the pipes. Like,
yeah,
what sort of chunky cum were my
I think they just wanted you guys to stop jerking it in the showers.
Yeah, well, that's how you get me in the comment area, isn't it?
Whoever that guy is that's worried about it clogging it up has the highest fucking sperm count ever. Like, you need to chew that shit.
It's just, it's thick.
Like curdled milk.
Like,
I wonder if you can, if
like
there's any correlation between
what
the
that
jizz looks like and the sperm count.
No, dude, there has to be some kind of correlation. Like,
no.
Actually, no. There might not be because most of the fluid has to do with your prostate, not the sperm itself.
Right. I'm aware of that.
Do a controlled test. Send us pictures of your jizz, Woody.
Done many tests.
Yeah,
I got a microscope.
I do
have a microscope too. I haven't looked at my jizz yet.
When I have like it does feel better when it's nice, thick, white cum. You feel like, damn, that's probably got lots of sperms in it.
Let's not make it racial.
Yeah, Taylor, why'd you get racial over it?
You're right. I'm sorry.
Like, whatever color cum is,
I can't believe that you haven't looked at your own cum in a microscope. If you own a
right, I really missed out.
First thing I would do.
I looked into it. I was like, what is it? How much magnification do you need to see your sperm? And it was 400 times. And I looked at my microscope, also 400 times.
Oh, yeah.
And then somehow the experiment fell apart there. I need to get back on it.
You got to that point, and then you're like, ho ho ho, someday. Yeah. And then you just walked away.
What did you think step 2 was?
Coming and then looking at it. If I had that, dude, if I had a 400 times microscope and I knew that was the amount, I would literally come later tonight and look at it, just out of curiosity.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you wouldn't want to see?
I guess I wouldn't. I want to. I just
kinda,
haven't.
I'd kind of want to see.
Is that like a Collins School microscope?
It's for the fish tank. There's certain kinds of algae that you need a microscope to know what's what. Yeah, I become a fish scientist. I'll stop.
I was trying to come up with why you would have a microscope. I've been thinking about getting a telescope, but I just don't think I'll use it. I keep thinking like, will I haul that piece of shit outside and get the charts out or the app or whatever and hook it all up? I'm sure there's an app that like, oh, I want to look at fucking this or that, and it program like goes and looks at it and you look through. Yeah.
So I have a telescope, and
don't do that.
But the thing is, you need to be talented enough to like set it up and point it in the right direction and know what you're like. It's like, all right, here's the deal.
Right at her window.
Did he miss this guy? Yes.
First, it's like,
well,
with my telescope anyway, they're like, first point it at Jupiter. And then once you pointed it at Jupiter and you've told it where you are and it knows it's looking at Jupiter, you can go ask it to find whatever, Mars, Solaris, I don't know what. Yeah. And but the thing is, I am only good enough to find the moon. That's where my talent at level.
I can find that with my fucking glasses.
I can always
cool
see,
though.
I can always see like two planets at night. I don't know what they are, but I could figure it out. It's either Venus or Mars or Jupiter. It's got to be one of those.
Mars? It's not Mars. Wait. I don't think you can see Mars like naked eye, right?
You don't know how hard I'm looking.
Sure
I might be squinting.
I don't think it reflects light. Like doesn't Venus?
Taylor, you
reflect a bunch
can't
of
see
light?
your fucking keys on the nightstand. We're not taking.
Yeah, and that's sometimes you have bad eyes, and that's okay. I forgot I took my contacts out last night, and I like went in to take my morning shit this morning, like with my eyes still closed, and like opened my eyes while shitting, and was like,
"Where's my cock gone?"
And then like forgot that I had my contacts in. Thought I was
dude. I told Jackie not long ago. I'm like, I hope you like guys with glasses because I am veering into the glasses all the time kind of guy. I have glasses with they're readers, the cheaters or whatever, but they have magnets in the middle, so you like wear them around your neck and then you snap them together in front of your face. And I was like, look, I get that these are for really old.
Those are great,
but they're great. They're fantastic. It's a great design.
I've never used them, but it is something that I see in public, and it's funny you mentioned that when I see someone using those take apart and put back down glasses, I just see total confidence. Like absolute, like this guy doesn't give a fuck that he looks like a goober right now with his like lime green glasses or whatever like nonsense it is. And I love it. Like
he's using them to read the menu at a restaurant in which he's eating lunch alone. That's what that guy's using those for.
It's a confident
guy. That's
full of confidence.
He's brimming with fuck given. Like if you can live like that, you have truly like made it. That's fucking. That's like if I see someone like that, I'm like that motherfucker knows what's up.
I'm glad my eyes work, but I would like the extra accessory in my life. The same way I think that hats would be neat if we could all wear bowlers and just pretend like they're cool.
Yeah.
I think that it would be
How
nice.
do you spell that?
Like the guy, like the sport, BOWLER, right?
Yeah, the bowler hat.
It's
like old timey hat.
Yeah, I got a new dog about 6 months ago, and so he keeps like stealing our glasses off the nightstand. So we'll like go to bed, we'll just chuck them on there, and then he's like he will just get them. He comes up on the bed and then just steals them. And the other yesterday morning, I woke up and I step out of bed and I go to walk out to the kitchen and I step on this fucking like a massive shard of glass that just like immediately fucks my foot up, and I'm like, what the fuck is that? And I look down and there's like a pair of my wife's glasses, and the dog had chewed on them until he cracked the lens. So one of the lenses is like shattered, and so he was just sitting there eating glass.
Is the dog okay?
He seems all right. I mean,
power
still
move.
running around. I don't think you've
got no vision on chewing glass.
You got all the pieces of glass. Did you do one of those Walter White things where you put the lens back together and see if any shards are missing?
Yeah, you don't want the dog eating it.
My dog got my rice and cigarette.
Yeah. Not ideal. No,
man,
no, expensive. Glasses are expensive too. You know that.
If you could wear any hat, what style hat would you choose?
Cowboy.
Rice.
I was going cowboy too. You said bowler, and I'm like, this is good, but
I feel like the bowler is a hat.
Hat
that's for a city fella.
Yes.
But I want the hat to be both a fashion statement as well as just keeping the sun off of me. So I think one of those very nice cowboy hats, like I'm thinking like maybe something like what Val Kilmer wore in
Zach, pull up hats.
Yeah, just Google the word hat. Yeah.
And then no matter what he brings up, I'll be like, no, that's not what I want.
That's not even a hat.
No, that's not even what I fucking wanted. I said hat.
He should have immediately shown a picture of a boot. Just to...
we have like cowboy style hats in Australia called a Kubras. It's I put a link in the thing, but they're like a cowboy hat, but not like as massive. I love those.
Oh yeah, I love that hat. My dad wears a hat like that.
Okay,
yeah, because like a full cowboy hat's like a lot.
Temple of Doom.
Yeah, I like that.
We call it his Indiana Jones hat. Like literally, my dad we started buying those for him a long time ago as sun hats. Yeah,
yeah, they're apparently
I was prepared
really
to insult this hat, and then as soon as I saw it, it turned me around.
All right, this is pretty good. This is a pretty good.
I don't know if I'd call that a
the deer stalker. That's my hat.
Really? Because I'm a pillbox dude.
Honestly, looking at this, both Panama and maybe even Boater are jumping out at me. I kind of like that Boater hat.
The Fascinator, dude. That one has the best name. The Fascinator.
Where's
Why
the
couldn't a
Boater looks like you're in a fucking quartet, like a
all jokes aside,
like a magician hat.
The Homburg in the top right looks awesome.
Yeah, I agree. That's like a detective's hat. I feel like I know that the fedora more right. I don't know.
The Homburg's like
everyone expects
like
a guy in those
Italian
to be a
version
detective.
of the fedora.
Yeah, see.
What would you call that a Cooper? Is that like a Homburg or is that a cowboy hat? It's like a smaller cowboy hat.
It's definitely a
not
trans
hat,
hat.
is it? It's maybe
These are American
cowboy
hats.
in Panama.
Yeah, they call it a cattleman.
A deer stalker. That's very much a serial killer style of hat to wear.
It looks like it's a very British hat, I think. Like I imagine like an English hunter wearing that as he stalks his prey.
What's the back of it for? So like your British neck doesn't get sunburned?
Yes, that's it.
Guys, I think the beanie is stupid and it's very popular, meaning I'm the minority with this opinion.
If it's cold, I'll wear one.
It feels nice to wear, but
cold,
it's not a good look. I've got a Carhartt beanie and it's so warm to pull over your ears on a cold day. But
I mean, if you're using it for function, if you're skiing or maybe just working outside or something.
It's more the people that wear them all day, every day. It's like
in the summer, people wear them. Like, do you guys know who Tim Pool is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim Pool's a political commentator and he wears a beanie all
That's Yarmulke.
the time.
He's balding.
No,
that's why he's doing it.
I went to school with a guy and he wore a beanie like every day at school. It was like one of those fucking stupid ear flap ones, and that thing he wore it all the time and it fucking stank. It was rank, man.
Yeah.
If you wear a beanie to hide your balding like Tim Pool does, that is the exact opposite vibe of that dude who wore the magnets glasses and eats by himself at a restaurant.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That is I have no confidence. I'm not comfortable in my own skin. I'm not proud of who I'm turning into. That beanie to hide your bald head look. Yeah. It's way worse than baldness.
Just be bald. Like just be bald. If I go bald, I'm just gonna be bald.
I think I'll go bald.
Take the pills.
Shit's
your hair looks thick as fuck.
No. When I shaved it back, it was like a little bit thin up on the top there. Of course,
that doesn't look thin. I feel like if I hit the top of your head with my knuckles, you'd be slightly protected.
No, it was. My wife took a picture of me while I was sleeping, and then has not stopped paying out on me. She noticed it because I shaved my head while I was in Europe because I was getting sick of it. It was too long, and so I got sunburnt almost immediately on the top of my head. And so I've got like a red patch there, and then the hair starts growing back, and it's like an iota thinner on top. It's not like
one pill a day. It raises your testosterone. Yep. It's great.
And I don't even care about the growing hair. I just care about the fact that my wife is now calling me a bald cunt for the rest of my life.
That was Carl.
Oh, well, that's not fair. You are not bald, Slush.
I know.
You're not even close to bald.
You, man. I've always had I have a very like hard, like massive forehead. So
Me too.
It looks like my hairline is receding, but I literally have just looked like a fucktwit my entire life.
So. Dude, yes. If you saw my high school photos, it's like this guy's got a 5 head, and I've just stayed there ever since.
Dude, have you seen people whose hairline doesn't recede back to like the adult hairline? Like there is a
permanently
child
have child head.
Yeah, there's a child hairline that's really low, and when you become an adult, you get an adult hairline. And there are people like, I want to say Marco Rubio's one of them.
Yes.
There are people whose hairline doesn't go back into
Republican.
an adult hairline, and it's so low it makes you look immature. And so sometimes, I can't believe you didn't know this. Yeah, there's a child hairline and in a real adult hairline. And if you get to adulthood and your hair doesn't recede a bit as a man, you look like a fucking goober.
Are you sure you look bad? Yes. I bet I like the look.
Yeah, pull one up.
Can you pull up a picture of Alpha M? Is that we had him on the show once?
Oh yeah, he was the
YouTuber. He has a very good head of hair.
Okay, this isn't helpful.
Yeah.
I'm afraid.
Yeah. Can you pull up Alpha M?
That's the problem.
Perfect,
like
that is not mild balding, by the way. I'm sorry, Tom.
No, that's just his hair.
It's like almost gone.
You can't tell from this angle.
Yeah. I think that's the problem. Like where people
it's pretty deep in there. Yeah,
Zach fucking here.
But it's a long way from Tim Pool. Here's Alpha. That is the guy I was looking for.
Well, Tim Pool's
his hair.
man.
Would you say that he doesn't have an adult hairline? To me, he
got
has
an
a
ethnic
gifted
thing.
hairline.
See, that's an ethnic thing. Look at
he has an adult hairline. You can see it go back. Yeah, he has a widow's peak, which brings it in a bit there. But you can see in like the corners there, like it just hasn't receded that much. But like, yeah, that's an adult hairline.
It's like when you see those.
What about Ronald Reagan?
Get like hair transplants. Like they always get like it's always like a perfect line across their head, and they'll get a hair transplant, and they have like the child's hairline, so it just looks fucking weird. Like
what looks weird is sometimes people get a hair transplant, but they don't take proper.
Was that kid pranked?
But they don't take proper hair loss prevention drugs after their hair transplant. So the new hair that's in front stays, but the balding back here continues to happen and get worse. And it's a shame. It's like a regrettable.
I like being bald. Between being bald and then getting a hair transplant. I'm sorry if anyone's got a hair transplant that's listening, but fuck you. The embarrassment of having a hair transplant and admitting that I care about myself so much, and I worry about what people are going to think about me, and going and getting that done and looking like that for like a year is fucking way worse than just shaving my fucking head.
So, like, first of all, like that's
I'd rather just shave my head.
Shit.
I think I'd probably shave my head.
It'd have to get wild before I talk about a fucking transplant surgery. But all you got to do for like 90% of men is take finasteride, one of the safest, widely used drugs by men on the market that might affect like a tiny fraction of people's fertility. Who fucking cares? You take one pill a day. It's cheap as shit. You get it from one of those online doctors where you don't have to show up anywhere. Take 2 pills,
throw in some Blue Chew on top of it, and
that's what you do. You get the blue, and that's finasteride. And if it's real bad, you mix minoxidil in. If you go to any bodybuilding subreddit or forum, you'll see them talking about Minfin. It's the mixture of the two. You know that's what. If you go to, I don't want to give anybody free plugs, but there's websites where you go that are all about keeping your hair, and that's all they're selling is minoxidil and finasteride, and you can buy the cheap versions of both of those things for very
So if you
cheap.
started balding super aggressively,
I would immediately start minoxidil.
You looked pretty good in that Hitman video.
That's not my real skull. That's a fucking bald cap.
Yeah, it would have looked even better. You'd be even more.
It'd be all lumpy and scarred up. Yeah,
scarred up.
Yeah, I got
What if I have a bunch of fucking moles all over my head?
I've got a mole on the back of my head too. I would look like dirty Professor X or something. It would not go well. No, like take your drugs. Don't be
Taylor,
afraid.
where do you fall on the transplant?
Did you shave your head for that?
No,
that's a bald cap.
A bald cap.
So Slush was like he would never go through the embarrassment and kind of just had a negative view of people who were that.
The hair transplant. I couldn't go through the hair transplant.
See, I think I shaved. It wasn't a hair transplant, but I got braces. I got Invisalign braces for a year and a half.
Yeah.
And I think I would be a hypocrite to look down my nose at someone who had a year worth of
or leg lengthening. I wouldn't look down on that. I mean, literally, I'd look at it because they're short fuckers. But if someone
not afterwards,
I'd love to see someone. What if I did it?
Yeah,
what if I added another inch?
Like, honestly, it would kill me how funny that was. Like, so if you got excruciating $200,000 surgery and
To
a
be 6'4".
year of abject misery to be 6'3" instead of 6'2".
Yeah.
That would be hysterical. To go from an already ideal height to slightly almost less ideal.
We squeezed another % out, Taylor. It was excruciating. It cost as much as a house, and I had to go to Mongolia.
Yeah,
but
that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get
but
to
0.01% of women drew their Tinder profile selection at 6'4" instead of 3.
Yeah.
So Kyle had to be there.
And you want to know the
That
way
would be
around
absurd.
that is just lie. Just lie about your height.
Those
If you think a woman can tell the difference between a 5'11" guy and a 6'1" guy, you're high.
No, she can't. Women are stupid, and they have terrible.
That does explain their driving.
Dude, we have a big relay race here. It's one of the I think it's a 5K or something. I'm not real sure. Maybe it's a half marathon, but it's one of the most prestigious mini races in the country. That's not a marathon, I guess. It's called the Peachtree Relay Race. First prize is like $7,500, which is I guess not
right. For a race. That's solid.
Yeah, it's not beans. So this lady won last year. She came back this year to compete again. And at the end, she's leading by a good length. At the very end of the race, the cameras and the motorcycles that are in front of her, to film her for the live coverage and everything, they turn off to go down their path. She turns off with them.
Oh, no.
She left the racetrack, and she couldn't get back on the racetrack.
No one said anything?
Well, I mean, they started waving after, a while, but she was disqualified, and she did not get her $7,500 or her back-to-back championship belt or whatever the fuck.
That sucks.
Dude, I felt so bad.
Was she in the lead by an enormous amount too?
Enough that she was the clear winner. The other girl's way back there behind her, but she left the racetrack, so she lost.
That sucks. That's not in the spirit of it. Give her a break. Hey, send her. Get back on the track.
She was way back in the lead. She was way in the lead.
Not on purpose. Not to cheat. Yeah.
This other.
There's lots of ways to lose a race, and being stupid is one of them.
One of the things that women are better at than us, I think, is long distance running, or at least in practice they are. There's this lady that does. Is it the Moab or something? It's that.
Oh,
I think it's hundreds of miles. Call it 300 miles. It might be 400 miles. It's something like that. You do it over 3 days or something stupid.
Yeah, men are better at that.
She slept for 1 minute in 3 days or something. And she goes into this trance where she hallucinates. She says every race it happens. Every race it happens. I've been awake for 2 days straight, and I've ran 187 miles. And I've peed on myself 3 times that day, and all of a sudden the rabbits are cheering me on. She sees bunnies and animals that cheer her on her long distance run.
I bet that's a nice hallucination to get.
Read that thing that Zach just put in, Taylor, out loud. Do you want me to read?
Oh, women tend. Oh, you're right. A new study that tracked ultramarathon running times worldwide. Out loud. That's such an essential part of podcasting. A new study that tracked ultramarathon running times worldwide over 2 decades found that women tend to outrun men after 195 miles. Now, this, folks, is what we call fake news.
Women outrun men after 195 miles. I didn't expect that.
How many people run 195
this must be a
miles?
Small sample size.
These people do.
There's got to be 3 people that do.
So what you're telling me is it's made up? Wow.
Here's the thing that I know. In swimming, this is
L.
the distance events, which is a mile.
Never.
The women are 5% slower than boys. It is the closest gap in swimming, distance swimming.
Makes sense, right? I'm sure they benefit almost equally from buoyancy and stuff, but they're just cutting through the water easier, so it's making up for a lot of the less muscle, and they have higher fat, so they're more buoyant. They're more buoyant than men.
They're just used to the pain and suffering that they have to go through, so they just fucking push.
I don't buy that women are better at handling pain. I saw a thing the other day where we're gonna put these electrodes on these men and simulate period cramps, and the men all pussy out immediately. I was like, what are you doing to me, internet? What are you doing to me? You can't simulate childbirth any more than she can simulate passing a fucking kidney stone through a cock. Get out of here. Can you imagine if you had a 10-inch penis and you passed a kidney stone? That's one of those areas where the baby dicks are in the lead.
Have you ever had a kidney stone? I knock on wood. I've never had a kidney stone, but that is something I'm afraid of.
All day, every day, never once.
I haven't had one either. Jackie had one once, and it was incredibly painful. It was rough. It has occurred to me. I wonder if this is the one instance I can think of where it's better to be a grower than a shower.
So how when it's getting pissed out, is it like once it's in the track, isn't it just firing out, or is it like getting stuck in your like fucking penis? Kyle, you're muted.
Kyle, you muted.
Is it like getting halfway
it's
through
like-
your
it'd be
penis
like
and then it's getting
jagged
stuck in your
calcium.
dick?
It's scraping down your urethra because it's too big. Zach needs to show some of the pictures that these things can be. First of all, it's like this sharp calcified rock when you zoom in that looks like razor blade. It looks like fucking Mount Doom.
Yeah, I've seen some of those.
They can be big.
That can't be
like,
from all the diet soda I'm drinking.
No, it can't. That's nonsense. It's genetic thing. If look, you might get one. I don't know. I'm Dr. Kyle here, but I think I hear about people that get them their whole lives, all the time. Like oh yeah, every year I get one. Meanwhile, I drink a 12-pack of soda a fucking day my entire life and never get one. Horse shit, it's soda.
Oh my god, none of these are all so terrible. It looks like, I guess,
Stuvite one looks like a torture
cystine.
device.
It looks like cystine's the best one to have because they're tiny, but they're also made of like sand.
It looks like you're pissing out the bottom of Woody's fish tank.
It sort of looks like that fucking obsidian stuff that people like smash to make like fucking cavemen knives.
Volcanic rock.
Yeah. I think uric acid. I'd go with that if I had to choose.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, that one looks
uric
smooth.
acid.
Uric, like that's just something to
They'd
do
be
with
hitting
urine,
the bowl like
right?
machine gun pellets. Ding 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 ding.
Stuvite stone, just fucking kill me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I love that. I love how it's like possible causes include drinking too little water, exercise too much or too little. It's like, okay, so where's the limit on this? Where am I?
Too much exercise, too little exercise.
This is like my wife. Like, you're not doing enough around the house. You're doing too much around the house. You make me feel bad. It's like, fuck off. Just leave me alone.
All right, I'm hoping the shit tons of water I drink will protect me from
so many things are genetic. I think that this is one of them. I think obviously balding is one of them. You either are or you aren't. You know, I think that there are things you can do to exacerbate it and cause it to. There are guys who did steroids in their teens, and they brought on male pattern baldness that they probably wouldn't have seen until their 30s or 40s, and they brought it on in their early 20s. Those guys who have. I saw a guy, YouTube Shorts recommends me all sorts of bodybuilding and steroid shit, and this dude was in the gym at like, he's a teenager, 16, 17, 18. He looked 45. His hair was all gone. He had a big grizzly man beard. He's probably 300 pounds and like an incredibly powerful man, but like heavy at the same time, like a big, powerful mountain man looking fella. And it's like, dude, the guy goes, wait, you're 17? He's like, yeah, steroids, man. You know, I don't know. I'm big. He's like, you look strong though. He's like, I am. That's all I got.
Kyle, do you watch Anatoly? Do you know this name for YouTube Shorts?
No, I might know him, but not by name.
Yeah, so he's Russian. I think he's actually Russian, but he does that accent. He's a power lifter, but if he wears a custodian's outfit, which is like a onesie type,
I've seen him.
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that dude's funny.
You can kind of hide it. He's jacked. He looks really good with his shirt off, but you rarely see that. And basically, like he goes up to these really strong Schwarzenegger-looking bodybuilders, and then picks up their deadlift with like one hand to sweep around it and shit like that. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I've seen those. I've seen those on YouTube. I just didn't know him by name. Like I said, he looks kind of goofy. I wonder how much of that stuff is fake. You know, like I want to. The YouTube Shorts in particular. I keep getting recommended I hate these. It's someone on the right it's like a Senate hearing or someone dropping some knowledge, and on the left side of the screen is like a judgy white woman nodding and like wagging her finger. Listen up.
I don't care for that finger wagging.
Listen up. I try to let it know that I don't like that. So I sort of click fast. Don't hesitate, because I think that if I give it a quarter of a second more, it's like, I noticed that quarter of a second. Let's work with this. Because there was a girl wearing a skirt, and she's like popping her ass, and there's a mirror behind her, and I'm like, am I gonna see? Should have known I wasn't gonna see her ass. I should have known that, because I watched it twice though. Now YouTube can't decide. Just to be sure, YouTube can't decide now whether I like the song she was dancing to or just slutty girls. So it hits me with both. It's coming at me from both angles. Like just that song. A song I've never heard.
And now your algorithm is getting even more fucked up because you're accidentally scrolling and staying on the song again, and then YouTube's going, he loves this song, and then just keeps feeding it to you.
I'm thumbing it down, and it doesn't care.
You know what I get? I get I'll like go on YouTube Shorts watching those like primitive technology things.
Oh, I love that shit.
Because those are so fun. And then all that YouTube will feed me is like how to build a fire, how to survive this, you're trapped in the bottom of a whatever the fuck. What do you do? And it's like, no. You're giving me like these gay ass infographic shorts now of some fucking loser telling me what might happen if something. No, there's a reason I'm watching the no shoes guy build stuff with mud in his hands. Like it's real. Like I don't want some guy to be like, hey, survivalist here. Did you know 10 fun facts about mud in the wild? And it's like, fuck you.
YouTube is testing me with its shorts, and it's making me learn something about me. Here's the scoop. I got into jumping rope not long ago, a month ago or something. I'm getting competent at it. And there's these gorgeous girls who like jump dance, and I'm like, all right, this is goals for me. I want to dance. I want to jump rope like a hot chick. I want to do like fucking Running Man, a shuffle, wall jumping rope, and spin around.
This is the gayest thing I've ever heard.
You're so fucking funny.
Oh, stick around. I get way gay. Right. So then YouTube is like, oh, this guy likes jumping rope, and then there's like shirtless men doing it, and I'm like, maybe it was never about the jump rope at all.
But you want to learn the moves that men do because you don't want people to call you gay. So now you're watching Muscle Tom doing jumping. It's going the wrong way, Woody. I don't know about this. I think YouTube's going to get some misunderstandings. Why do you like jump rope, man? Why do you like it? Is your calf not like healed up to Mega Man mode yet? Are we still recouping?
Dude,
the calf?
I feel the exhaustion in my calves, and I'm like, I think this is better than anything else I do for calves.
God.
And I get a little more cardio, which I hope helps with dirt biking. And it's basically calves and cardio.
Wait, how long are you going?
Like boxes.
How long am I going?
It's got to be
like,
good for cardio.
All like in one. I guess you call it a set.
I don't
like
want
in one,
to admit it.
Hop.
Is it time or do you count things?
I do it for time. I do it honestly right now. I do 2 minutes and then I rest and then I do 1 minute.
Dude, that's not a joke. Dude, if anyone out there is laughing at that, go grab a jump rope and set a timer for 2 minutes and then go as fast as you can. It's not as easy as you think.
I do not think that I could even get one rotation without it hitting my feet.
You could. It'd take you a little bit, and then you'd be double dutching. I remember when I got that down, and I was like, "Damn, I'm slick." I can
do the cross.
I can't do the cross. That's not for me.
I could do the two around thing.
All right, I can do the move.
Younger.
You might be familiar with this one. It's the one where the rope catches your heel, and then the rope whips you in the back on your thighs so hard that you start thinking like, God, slaves dealt with this every day. It is one of the most singular painful things that's ever happened. I've broken bones. I've had.
It doesn't happen if you're good at sports.
It hurts so fucking much when you whip yourself in the thighs with like a speed rope going fast.
You know what I can do also? It's super easy, but I like it. When I'm done, when I want to stop, I stop jumping, but I put my toes in the air and I just capture the rope, and it feels pro.
Sexy.
That's what they do in the YouTube shorts also.
Has Jackie seen that move?
Oh yeah, dude, it was like embarrassing to jump in front of her at first. Like she's not supposed to see me.
Now she's like a fucking slip and slide when she stop that rope.
Now, yeah, she's actually like you're getting good at that. Like because I do it fast.
Oh, I bet.
That's gonna be you. She's gonna be the new Louis C.K., mate, just ringing the devil's doorbell while you're fucking skipping rope in the lounge room.
I gotta tell you, I bought a jump rope.
Devil's doorbell.
I tried to do jump rope cardio last time I cut weight, and it was dreadful. I bet it's great for footwork. I bet it's great for building some kind like actual real cardio, like usable cardio. But man, I learned I hated jumping up and down.
That's true, dude. So I choose Jackie's exercises and like put her routine together for her. Whether you actually like an exercise is very important.
Yeah.
You know, tricep pushdowns. I like tricep pushdowns on the bar. And I've been told a million times that the rope is better, that you pull the rope down and pull it apart.
Feels good.
At the bottom
Twist
of it.
your wrist down there. You get a little arm flat. Yeah,
the best one.
I'm not doubting that your way is better, but I am sure I like mine more. Sure. I'm like,
I feel jacked.
That's the one I do.
You will get more of a pump in your.
When I do the pull down, I'm like, yeah, I'm the fucking Hulk. But if I'm lifting myself up and down, I'm like, nah, it's now I just feel like I'm trying to get out of the bathtub.
There are some exercises that I absolutely hate, but like dips rock. I could always do every time I finish doing dips, like with like weights, I'm like around my waist. I'm like, damn, like I feel like I really did something good.
But personally, you can get a set out of the way. Cardio, you've got to get in there and go.
Cardio's for the birds, my friend. Don't worry about it.
Don't listen. That's not true.
It's true.
No, he's right.
Cardio. Your cardio. Like, let me just say, when you've been doing an hour of cardio a day for a few months, you'll be so much better at sex. It'll be shocking. Like you've got all
just
sorts
so
of
much stamina.
Skills. You got so much more tackling fuel. All right,
I'm not sure she could take that.
Dude, right now what I do is I fuck for 30 seconds until I get winded, and then I show her how many times I can lift her up. Is that not fucking?
Okay, now you just put her on top, grab her by the waist, and then just beat off with her.
Two fingers down her throat, 2 fingers up her bottom, bench presser.
Little Chinese finger trap.
I think it's just like Diablo. You want to make it sure you're not using any stamina when you use your base attack, your primary attack. And
dude, I'm getting full of essence when I'm slinging my cum.
If you have to, you can bring some companions in, but I don't recommend that.
No, I've got 12 skeletons.
It's 8 ravens. Just 8 ravens.
I've got 12 skeletons. They don't have dicks because they're skeletons, but you know they're there for moral support. They cheer us on.
You get bonus experience if you bring in a mate, like 5%.
Yeah, 5% bonus.
You
just have to have someone standing outside
yes,
the
sir.
window.
Thank you. Bring in a mutt? Like
a mate.
A mate.
A mate. Oh, I was like,
but he says mate.
I was like, he brings in dogs when he does it. Tell me more.
Man, every time I had to do this last night, it's like start getting hot and heavy, and then all of a sudden I got fucking 2 dogs, 3 fucking cats that are just like they want to be in the part of the
mix.
They're fucking on you. So it's before sex. It's like you have to get up, you have to throw 2 dogs out, then you got to throw a cat out, and then 1 dog gets back in. Like a fucking 30-minute process to get those cunts out of the room before you can bone down. It's a pain in the ass.
Wait, you make them leave the room?
Well,
yeah, they'll try to get involved otherwise. That's what I'm saying.
It's like they're not just gonna sit on the floor and just wait until we're finished having sex. Like my dogs are very like they want to be on in your face. So like I couldn't not make them leave the room because they would literally be like trying to fucking lick my face or balls or something.
Dogs, I let them stay in the room. They stand. Now they're Great Danes, so they can see the bed clearly because they're tall.
And like an audience.
I feel so judged afterwards. Like
you should. I'm judging you now for letting them sit in there and watch you. That's fucking weird.
Shouldn't see that.
Well, that's fucking weird.
That's weird. Having dogs in the room.
Yeah, I mean, fucking staring at you.
I don't want them to see that. They don't need to know anything about that.
Can you imagine the view while you're just like pile driving your wife and they're just like down the bottom of the bed, just watching your balls slap up and down?
Yeah, several different views. Yeah,
no dog needs to see that. That's fucked. You're gonna scarf. They don't. Are they desexed? Like,
what if they randomly start thinking? What if they randomly think that you're attacking Jackie and decide to defend her and viciously demasculinize you?
Oh, there's a plan for that. Switch doggy style so they know what I'm doing.
Oh,
they'll be like, sorry, I misinterpreted.
I just always think back to those chimpanzees that Taylor talks about that immediately rip your balls off.
Oh yeah, like that.
Ender wouldn't do that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not.
Never know, mate.
No, is this normal? Other people kick their animals out of the room?
If I fall asleep without the covers over me, my new dog will just like try and bite my nipples and shit. Like he's just a prick of a dog, and he's just like, if we're like trying to get hot and heavy,
negative to you?
He's just fucking. But I want my wife biting my nipples, not my fucking dog, man. Like this is. He's trying to get involved. He's got a lot of shit going on. It's weird.
Do you like your nipples bit real hard?
Yeah, I don't want a dog like tongue in my fucking ear hole while I'm like trying to fuck. It's strange.
No, you don't. You're talking about, of course, removing the dog from the room when you're fucking.
Yeah,
which is, I think, appropriate, especially since a lot of the time the dog doesn't need to be seeing you.
Remove the dog.
If there's a chance the dog is going to like jump up on the bed and like interfere, it seems like your dogs are like. Probably like, oh, they're just doing that thing again. I'm a Great Dane, and so I like to sleep in the corner.
Your dogs sleep on the bed?
Yes.
Because like both of my dogs will sleep on the bed, and they will sleep up like on the pillows, like in between like our heads and shit like that, because they're pretty small. So like if they're trying to get to the position where they usually sleep, so we'll go and lay down in bed, and if we're not having sex, their first thing, or second we jump into bed, they just maneuver straight to their position. So they'll jump into their thing. If we're trying to have sex and we're like fucking next to each other, they're trying to maneuver around our heads, man. So we've got like fucking 2 dogs and probably a cat just walking backwards and forwards over the top of our fucking domes while we're trying to fuck. It's weird, man. It's
and you have to get them out of there. Yeah. Those little dogs
one of my dogs, if you're doing anything other than like just sitting there watching TV, will just come up and stare at you in the eyes. So like you can't, like, he's judging the fuck out of you. Like, he just watches you.
Is he calling you lazy with his eyes? Like, why aren't we walking, boss? Like,
no, he's just interested in what I'm doing. I don't know what his deal is. He just follows me around the house. Anything I'm doing, apparently I'm like a fucking hit TV show for him.
You're the food man. Of course, he's infatuated with you. Yeah,
he's just.
I prefer the hit TV show analysis. Like, just, oh shit, Slush is on.
He loves it, man. Anything I'm doing, like the second I sit down, if he can get to me, he's up on my lap and just staring directly into my eyes.
Is he
what kind of dog is he?
That's a Scottish Terrier. The other one sort of started doing it now. We got the Shipper Key, they're called.
Both of our dogs are really old. They're both older than Great Danes are even supposed to get. Yeah. And every so often I see Jackie on the internet like finding new Great Danes, and it's like, this is the biggest betrayal ever. Like, they're not even dead, and you're shopping for their replacements.
Don't you let Ender see you. What the fuck?
Both of ours are still pretty young. Like the oldest is 2, and the other one's not even 8 months yet. So they're still like
9 and 11, something like that.
Your Great Danes are 9 and 11.
I think so.
Yo,
never forget.
I didn't even I'm not sure.
But yeah, they had a good long life. You've been doing something good with them because you've had good luck with all of them, right? Save like one.
Yeah,
like
one died early. He had a heart attack. They said it was genetic, but most of our dogs live a long time. Maybe it's because we buy expensive food. I don't know.
Probably that shit has to make a huge difference. Like it's literally it's what they're eating every day. Like the fucking Alpo is the same as like the chicken chunks. Like no, like obviously not.
What kind of food do you feed them? Like
I don't know, but Jackie does that. She has it delivered.
Quality stuff though.
Yeah. We get like the quality biscuits and then feed them like a type of meat. Like they're really into tuna at the moment. They fucking love it.
Tuna?
Yeah. Tuna.
Oh, tuna.
Tuna.
Yeah, they're really into
you just feed your dogs tuna and then they just have the most rancid shits of all time.
No, well, they don't really. It's kind of good. Like, I mean, you're not like getting them like fucking tuna and fucking like garlic sauce or some shit. It's just like
there's no mayo
tuna in like spring water, and they fucking go wild for it. They love it. So
tunas are cool. Tunas can't just breathe. They have ramjet lungs, so they have to swim constantly. If you hold them still, they drown.
Really? That's so.
Or suffocate, I guess.
Is that how sharks are too? Where they always have to stay moving?
No, sharks don't.
I think sharks like go into like some kind of like catatonic state if you stop them moving.
Yeah, like if they like flip upside down, they become catatonic or something like that.
Yeah.
Some sharks.
Right?
Like, damn, I did not know that. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
You do that with like fish if you take them out of the water and then you like put them back in there to like release them. Say you want to take a photo of them, you put them in there and then you go backwards and forwards and it puts like water through their gills, like wakes them back up.
I've seen that done. I've never done it.
That makes sense.
Yeah. They just sort of push them in and out of the water, fill the gills up, and then let them swim away.
I watched like an hour-long video of this Japanese guy segmenting and butchering a tuna that was like 700 pounds, and like just him like sharpening all his blades and like all the precise cuts and everything, and like
I think I've watched that
like
too.
the thing with tuna that's so, like when you watch like beef getting butchered or something, you can look at like a delicious steak and be like, that's so tasty looking. But like with tuna, it's even more real because you're generally eating it, or at least I do, like in sushi form. And so you see them like segment out the fatty tuna bits, and you like and by bits, I mean like fucking giant hunks of it. And it's like, that looks exactly like a bigger piece of what you get when you go to a sushi restaurant. Like no change, no, just a piece of that. And it's just wild to be like, it really is what it is. Well.
One of my mates that streams, his dad is a tuna fisherman, and they're like, they'll catch like big ones, and then they'll take them to this market, and they'll have like Japanese dudes that will come, or like people that are associated with these Japanese markets, and they'll select ones. And he said they caught one that was worth $500,000 for one fish. They're just like, that's a fucking gangster fish. We want to buy this off you for $500,000.
Yeah, and they're like the ones they're buying there. It's like these high-end Japanese sushi places like have a guy whose entire job is to pick a fish for like the next 2 weeks or whatever the fuck, however long it lasts.
I've always wondered about this because I keep hearing this shit, and I see them slicing it up with their fancy like weird sword thing and throwing the chunks at people in the street, and everybody's watching and everything.
They don't do that.
But if they do, I've seen them do it. But if these fish are worth like thousands of dollars each, are they like super rare? Is it hard to get one? Is there a license that only allows me to catch 3 a week? Or like
I think it's more like the how good the meat is in it. It's like a cow. Like you have like good steak cows, and you have ones that are shit. You know.
Yeah,
but throwing away it's vast also amounts of giant tunas that just aren't up to grade.
No. Kyle, you're right about the like. I don't think fatty tuna used to be as expensive until they like levied limits on how much you could fish. And so now they're trying to find like the fucking tuna because they can only bring in so many. And so you bring in the fucking tuna that's perfectly proportioned and has all the biggest sections of meat.
That ruined one of the best reality TV shows of all time. What's
Deadliest Catch?
The Deadliest Snatch.
Deadliest Catch. The whole point of the show.
She said Deadliest Snatch.
Yeah.
That's a different
it's about
show,
a woman with AIDS.
Jesus Christ. Deadliest Catch. The point used to be that these crab fishermen had like a week to fish. Like, hey, the season begins on the 1st, ends on the 8th. Go. Catch as much as you can. And so it was advantageous to work 24-hour shifts, to work 48-hour shifts, to not stop. And you're doing dangerous work. So the sleepiness plus the conditions that they would work in storms, no matter what. Hey, the money is there. It's gold on the floor. Let's get it.
And the captains, to add to what Kyle's saying, they have to find it, right? You can have a very hardworking crew, but if the captains fall through and don't find the gold at the bottom,
yeah,
they pretty much always seem to find it though.
Well, they changed so the seasons changed. The way it works changed up there in Alaska. I think because of safety reasons. They said, hey,
too many people are dying.
Everybody's allowed to catch X amount of pounds of crab. Take your time, be safe, make sure you all get 8 hours tonight. And they kept making the show. They're still making the show. Who cares? Yeah. It's lazy crab fishing now. We could go out there. I'm not even joking. You give us a captain, and this group right here could catch as much crab as fucking Captain Johansson or whoever the fuck won last year. Because it's all made up. It's all no. I'm not gonna be a crab fisherman. That's for fucking felons and child molesters.
But then they need to have a license.
All right. Well, you and Woody are in. Well,
I was about to say I don't think they'll take you, Taylor, but
and retards. Yeah. And so there we go. I'm in the middle.
They have like licenses for abalone in Australia, so you need a license to catch like a commercial grade of it. But because like you can buy it and then hold on to it, people rent out the license and it's like an asset. So one of my uncles, that's what he did. Like he was an abalone fisherman. He used to do it himself because it wasn't worth that much money. And then they capped the amount of license.
It's a shellfish.
It's like a shellfish, yeah.
I read a book as a child about a girl who survived on those on a desert island, and I never.
But now it's like super expensive because it's like you can only bring in a certain amount, and so they've got like these people that own these licenses, and now he just doesn't even need to work because he just rents his license out to people because it's like an asset. He just doesn't even have a boat. He just fucking.
It's crazy when
abalone
someone
fisherman that does
cheat codes to life like that. Like,
Yeah.
I was thinking about it when you were talking about your Monaco experience. So I went on a Disney World cruise, and I think it was 3 weeks long. Like, first we went around the Mediterranean, stopped maybe in Africa, and then it ended in Florida, right? So it's a long cruise. And I'm looking around like, all right, I get that I'm doing this too, but this is insane to me. How did you people pull this off? Like, I live a weird, stupid life. I'm a YouTuber. I can fucking make family vlogs and upload them from a ship. What are you guys doing to enable you to cruise around the Mediterranean and Africa and across the Atlantic? And guys are acting like it's simple. Like, yeah. The trick is you need passive income. How many shopping malls do you have? I'm like, none. I don't have any. Like,
that guy, dude, that guy's working hard these days. That shopping mall king of San Diego.
Strip mall. But yeah,
okay.
You like get nervous and you're like, just one. Dude, that's totally the kind of thing I would do. I'd be like, just one, and then I'd have to be like, fuck.
It's in Canada. You would know about it. It's in Canada.
I'm surprised I didn't see it at the Mall Owners of America meeting last month. Where are you from again?
I don't own any malls. My name's Taylor Walton.
The trick is you got to have passive income, and like, I don't know, like that's some thing that no one else thought of, or it's just easy to pull off. He said that. And then I was talking to a guy. This guy was worth 9 digits, right? So he's a very wealthy man. And his prized collection of ceramic frogs. He had the best ceramic frog and toad collection on earth. Big room of his house dedicated to these figurines. And I'm really trying to act like it's cool, but I don't think I pulled it off.
Dude, all right.
Wait, hold on. So what
kind of guy that can't get consent? That guy cannot get consent. That's just straight up.
What were the intro, like when he was showing you a new frog? Was he saying like, this is from Botswana? It's a rare frog.
Were they the silly frogs, like a fisherman frog?
Yes. Frogs wearing hats, frogs with poles.
My grandma had him, and my granny would have been fucking bosom buddies. You have no idea.
Yeah, he would have fucked Kyle's grandma.
Dude, my aunt has them.
This guy's worth like $100-200 million. He can have anything. And by the way, he wasn't going to live that much longer. And like what he picked to get interested in was ceramic frogs. I don't know. I'm into some stupid shit, but he makes me look smart.
That is some really
man,
stupid
you got like
shit.
What? You got a year and a half?
Yeah.
Let me do you a favor. How about this? How about I smash all these fucking frogs for you right fucking
That one's
now?
a steal. $65.
It's the last one.
I hate that. So ugly. I hate that so much. It has a human face. It has a human nose.
Horrific.
I would pay to smash that.
Only
I wonder
one
if he'd
left.
like it.
It's so ugly. No,
actually, you know what? Get what's that chef one on the top left?
All right. So what he's trying to describe are these Hummels that come in. It's just like anything else that's collector. My grandmother literally collected. She had ceramic frogs, and each of them did a different thing. He looked scared. Why does he look scared? It's like the Pillsbury dough frog. And
what's that one with just lips? There's one of them. There's that one with just the mouth. That's fucked
up. That one Japanese.
Oh, I'm getting a little turned on by the lip.
Oh, look at the sumo wrestler one. I like that.
Can I be honest?
I hate the mouth one.
That gummy's starting to kick in, and these are making me uncomfortable. these little faces. That one's got hair. All right, look on the left. That one looks like it's fucking alive. That one to me looks like it might open its mouth.
What serial killer? What undiscovered serial killer is posting these?
That's a child's hair he used on that little frog.
Yes. This is 100%. Albert Fish.
No, that's Amouranth's hair. That's what he made.
Frog.
How much would you pay for Amouranth's braided pubic hair?
No more than I'd pay for any of these frogs.
That depends. Can I prove that it's hers and then resell it?
Honestly, if it came with a certificate of authenticity, I would pay thousands of dollars for a braided Amouranth pubic hair keychain. She should get right on that.
But hair once it leaves a person is gross.
No. It's romantic, Taylor. You know, like in the olden times when you give a lock of your hair to a knight or some shit who's about to go out.
You're right.
Look, he's about to go fight the fucking Turks, okay, for Christendom and godliness, okay. And
he's bringing back slaves in the Colosseum.
All right.
I remember how touched I was before Kyle went to prison. He sent me the braided foot hair.
Yep, you're goddamn right. It It forms a ring, and that stands for our unbroken friendship, no matter how far away we are. That bond that we have is just as strong as that ring
as Amouranth's pubes.
Foot hair. No, she's yeah.
No, you sold me. I like.
I bet she doesn't.
Well, not if she's selling them. Is she selling her pubes? Is
that rich that does
no?
porn
She's
lays
clean
them
shaven.
off.
Last I checked, but it's been like 30 minutes. So
well, I don't think that was a stupid question. Like there was that one girl who sold the bathwater. It's not unreasonable to think someone else that was selling pubic hair.
Well, no, she's on the kick right now of selling the mold of her vagina, but I wouldn't be surprised if at some point she sells some hair. I would buy a lock of hair. I feel like if it was like I don't want like a gross pubic hair thing, but like if it was like Gimli receiving 3 golden hairs from
When I first started,
now that you said that,
when I first started doing merch,
I'm so easy to convince.
I asked for one of her curly red pubic hairs. She gave me 3.
When I first started doing merch,
munch elven box since I was a young dwarf in the mines, and I asked her for one of her curly pubic hairs. Galadriel gave me 3.
Teary-eyed. Oh, teary-eyed.
I used one of them to floss. It's hot as shit.
I did when I first started streaming, I did merch, and someone was like, "Send me some of your beard hair." They were like, they wanted a bit of my beard hair in the package for the merch. And so I grabbed like a handful of my pubes and just cut them off, and they just sent this motherfucker like a massive handful of pubes. Just like, there you go, mate.
Yeah. Did you tell him?
After he had opened the package and had, I assume, either swept them up or eaten them, I told him it was pubes.
Oh. Damn, his hair looks a lot scragglier than I thought his beard would.
Yeah.
Your hair and pube hairs, I mean, not totally different.
Pube hair is definitely not nearly as thick.
I agree, but it's
true.
It is
curly and
coarse,
disorganized.
I mean, I don't have ginger pubes though. My beard's pretty ginger, so
it's upsetting.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, like the hair itself,
half-breed.
like the actual beard hair is like a thick hair. Like it's
is.
not like a head hair. It's not like a leg hair. Like it's. I guess
when's the last time you got some hair in your food? You ordered your food. You're eating dinner. You got a little hair right in there, right between your teeth, right in your chompers, right in the middle of your potato salad.
The last time I had one and I had like hair enter my mouth, I know that's happened before.
Yeah.
And every time I eat, I have beard hair in my fucking mouth, dude.
Oh, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. They could fucking grate your cheese with their asshole, and you wouldn't know if it was your hair or theirs.
But trust me.
I'm not that sensitive about hair in my food. It doesn't bother me.
Really? Like you get if food. Well, that's because 90% of your meals, I would guess, are prepared by your wife. So who cares?
Even
but
more,
if you order delivery food, we all got pizza delivered, for example, and you had a bite of pizza and a big hair came out, and you like did that thing where it pulled out of the cheese. That wouldn't upset you greatly.
I can't say I've ever experienced that.
Like intellectually, I would recognize that this thing wasn't prepared with like good sanitary standards, but I would literally just pull the hair out, probably throw it on the floor and keep going.
I don't care either.
Yeah.
I've got to the point where when it does happen, I'm like, there's no point in thinking about it. I'm finishing. So why even identify what kind of hair it was as if it will matter?
Yeah.
You know, it's Schrodinger's pubic hair.
That could be mine. I might have one long red hair.
I don't care at all until you measure it.
It's like society.
It's probably my do-rag in there. No big deal.
I don't think I would ever even notice because like I have so many pets that 90% of the time anything that is in my house has hair on it. And if I went to a restaurant and I went to eat something and it had hair on it, or I ordered food, I'd just assume it was a pet hair. I just like that's fuck pet hair.
I ordered deli potato salad the other day and a sandwich, and I was eating the potato salad, and there was a long
salad in the like to deliver to you.
Well, it comes cold, from the deli. Like it's chilled potato salad, like southern potato salad. It's mustard
delivered to you. Yeah.
Well, you can order. Delicious. You can use Instacart, so you avoid all the fees that like DoorDash and other places have, and you order from their deli. So it's a really cheap way to get food delivered to you with like no fees at all. And there's like healthy options. You can get like a turkey wrap and some potato salad.
Because I don't use these services very much. Instacart is cheaper than DoorDash.
in certain situations from certain places where they have these, the minimum order will be like $10. So as long as you put $10 in the cart, everything's free, like no charges. And so you can have a sandwich
we
delivered
get that from our
no...
supermarket, and like our local supermarket does that on Uber Eats. If you order over like $50, it'll do someone will go in there for Uber Eats and shop for you. And so I've stopped going to the supermarket.
And there's not like a big tipping culture with Instacart like there is with DoorDash. So it calculates, I think it auto tips like 2%. And it's like, okay. Like,
what about the price? Like at DoorDash, if I go to Wendy's, a number 6 is, I don't even know, $8. But if you get it through DoorDash, it's like 11,
$12, $14, something crazy sometimes.
Like twice the price.
So they have they do two different things. It's interesting. If you want a really small order, like that $10 minimum, you'll pay a little upcharge on every item. Everything's like 5%, 10%, even more expensive depending on what it is. But if you do the $35 minimum order, it's a completely different, but they have 2 Krogers or 2, whatever your grocery store is. Do you want the minimum order, quick and go kind of shit? Or do you want the $35? And if you're agreeing to spend $35 or more with them, they give you the reduced pricing. And I've got a Sam's Club card, so you can like punch that in and like go to another tier of low pricing. So you can really scam them. I've gotten a lot of free groceries out of them before. Just there was that one time where I didn't mean to scam them. They delivered to one of my, I've got multiple addresses in there. They delivered it to the wrong place, but it was like $200 worth of like my like weeks worth of meats and vegetables, like the expensive stuff. Like steaks were in there, multiple steaks. And I complained and made such a stink. And then they redid the order. They're just like, we'll get somebody to fix it. They went and got all the shit and duplicated it again. And I got double the order essentially I don't think they charged me anything. I think they get like refunded everything for my trouble. It's wonderful. Every now and then you hit a jackpot with them like that, kind of like Amazon, where they're just really cool customer service wise. So yeah, I like Instacart for lunch sometimes. But anyway, there was fucking hair in my potato salad and I didn't give a shit. Because what am I going to do? Not eat my potato salad? I forged ahead. How dirty could a hair be?
Did you decide we were texting the other day, you were looking at grills and smokers?
I was looking today again. Yeah, you know what? So I saw
fun, man, and
I just searched Traeger on Amazon and I saw there was 3 models and I was like, wonder what that bitch made Traeger cost over there on the left. And I clicked it and it was $800 and I was like, damn. All right, hang on. Let me see what one of them.
Don't go on Amazon for it. I
got Traeger.
Mine was like no, I went to Home Depot and it was like $650 compared to like $820 on Amazon.
So one of the grills that jumped out to me, one of the alternates, I would say, just because of the name, I love the name, the Komodo Joe.
I like that.
What does it have?
When I heard it was like the I think it's a green egg alternative. It was the Komodo Joe. When I saw that name written, I started writing this whole fiction about a Hawaiian wrestler who grilled out and had these pineapple slices and this pork, and I was like, oh, the fuck, Komodo Joe, that means business. Komodo Joe grills. He does that fucking fire spinny thing, but I don't remember that guy that you knew that did that. He turned out to be a horrible human being. I can't remember exactly what he did. He was like a pedophile or something, or a rapist. I can't remember which. Something like that.
But he was a shithead.
Guilty by association. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, this shit here.
Holy shit!
Oh wait, this is digital.
Well. Yeah, this is. I think there may be tiers of the Komodo Joe. I ain't looking.
Wait, hold on. Is this is charcoal?
2 G's deep into barbecue. Do you know how much barbecue you could have done for you by a chef for $2,000?
So
$2,000 worth.
If you get a non-pellet smoker, it's going to take a lot more babysitting.
Yeah, I would want the pellet thingy that takes care of itself because every now and then I eat one of these everlasting.
It's tremendous. I don't look at it at all. Like you pour all the pellets of whatever flavor you're trying to put, applewood or whatever, you pour it in the hopper.
But do you see my point?
And then it feeds it consistently for 8 hours if you want.
What do you have, Taylor? Which kind of smoker did you choose?
Like a Traeger 750 Pro or Traeger Pro, something like that.
You chose that over the egg?
Yeah. I did some research on the egg, and the Traeger is both cheaper, has better reviews, easier to use, and apparently less likely to break. Or I guess if you do have a problem with it, I guess Traeger is known for being very good about that shit because they take being like I guess they take their reputation seriously, kind of like Craftsman, or Leatherman, whatever that is. So yeah, I would recommend the Traeger. It has not given me a single fucking problem. You can put an app on your phone. I didn't do that because I'll walk outside and change it on the little thing. But if you want, you can
Mr. Cardio.
You can go 20 miles away and then go, oh fuck, I have that smoking right now. It's supposed to go from 370 to 280, and then you just drop it, and it automatically lessens the amount of pellets in there until it's the correct heat.
So one thing I got to think about is, do I want $2,000 worth of barbecue grill, or even $1,000 worth of barbecue grill? Because here's the alternative.
It's like a lot of effort.
What my heart tells me to do is to get one of those $100 charcoal grills, and I'm thinking that makes a tasty burger. That's that burger that smells like smoke from camp. Because that's all I want. Because every night, all I think
is this like a Webster grill talking about,
like a Weber or whatever. One? Yeah, like
Weber,
just the cheapest fucking aluminum steel
so you
dome
can taste
grill,
the heat.
whatever. Just every now and then my neighbor cooks burgers, and I smell that greasy like smoked charcoal smell, and I'm like, that's all I want. I really just want to like one bite of his hamburger, and that.
Why don't you just like just get over the fence and just be like, hey man, next time you're cooking hamburgers, I'll give you $10 for one, and then just.
But a man of your stature needs a grill that connects to your iPhone for some reason.
I don't know why it has that, but it's a feature. But like,
I think I'm going to get a grill.
You enjoy cooking.
I'm going
like cooking, and you're good at it. There are so many things you can do with a smoker. You would have fun turning
it's irrelevant. Look, I have gadgets. This move has taught me some things, though. I have so many gadgets. Let me tell you this little. So I've got a bread machine, an ice cream maker. I have 2 air fryers, big ones. I can deep fry an entire 25-pound turkey because I have 2 different fryers and I can fry 2 turkeys simultaneously.
Can you rotisserie cook a chicken?
You're goddamn right, Woody.
Good.
all day, every day.
Rotisserie cooker?
Yes, I have one of those rotisserie. Like, put the fucking chicken in there, and he slowly cooks, and the fat melts off.
This is proving the point that you need the smoke.
Do you have a George Foreman grill?
No, because I don't like those.
I bet
I have 3 different coffee machines.
Throw it away.
No, I have the fucking pour over with the fucking kettle, like you're Aladdin. If you want to get real fancy, and I have so many kitchen gadgets. It's stupid. It's nonsense. So the idea of adding a huge new one to the mix when I already have the propane turkey fryer,
it's on your patio. It's not taking.
When I moved.
I was going to say he moves every year. This guy. Yeah.
When I moved, I had.
It has wheels on it. You can pick up one side and roll it.
Over you, Kyle. He moves every year. He has every kitchen gadget, a stove, and a weightlifting gym.
Yes.
He moves every year.
But he doesn't need a smoker.
Really
when I went to move, I had 3 empty bottles of propane. He'll be all right.
He'll be back.
I had 3 empty bottles of propane on my back patio, and I was like, I put them in garbage bags and just threw them in the dumpster. So I figured, what's the worst that could happen, right?
You threw full propane tanks in the dumpster, dude. That is so fucking funny, man. That's hilarious. That's such a shitty thing to do.
So my anti-tank mines in the trash. What's the worst that could happen?
So you're just picking it up and just keeping it into the fucking. Yeah, I'm gonna hide this under a piece of plywood. So some fucking some fucking Honduran immigrant hits the Crush faction.
No, they're black, Taylor. They're black. They grab it with the robot arm anyway in my neighborhood, and they like dump it into the back. There's no humans around the propane bottles, but it's irrelevant.
Comes and smushes everything.
Yeah, the machine in the back, and it'll be fine. A little gas will come out. But some fucking
that's how grenades work.
Some complaining Nelly up at sanitation was like, "We discovered your propane bottles. We won't pick them up. You'll have to pay blah blah blah." And I was like, "Okay, I'll send the junk man." So we called.
And you said, "I'm coming to your office with a gun.
I have more propane.
Get rid of my propane."
How did they discover your propane bottles?
Well, they don't pack well. They don't pack well in the trash bag. The
like
big
the
ones.
kind under a blowtorch.
Oh, you wish, motherfucker!
No, this is like the kind under a grill.
Yes.
Wait, the 25-pound tanks, like the big boys.
The big one, yes.
This is like such a fucking rude thing to do. That's so funny. You just
the garbage man, you know,
They're not real people, Taylor.
They're not. They're
No,
not
certainly
real
not.
their job is picking up garbage, Taylor. This seems within their purview. I don't
Their
think I've
job's not handling
I don't think I've
explosives, though.
leapt far beyond the bounds of what a normal garbage man would handle in his
You
day-to-day
have, though.
activities.
I had
I'm
a
sure he's
similar
come
experience
upon.
once.
I'm sure occasionally he comes upon empty. Look, they were empty.
The
propane bottles.
fucking Kyle house. It's got all fucking propane tanks and syringes. I hate this place.
I do my best to put the syringes in 20-ounce bottles and put the lids on and like make them super safe.
Yeah, well, your best is all you can do, man.
Look, I let all the look. Does it not matter that I let all the gas out of the propane tanks? They were empty propane tanks.
Okay, that matters immensely.
That does
yeah.
matter, yeah.
That
I
matters.
wouldn't put
really
pressurized
need to buy a
tanks
sharp
in there. They could
container.
explode and hurt people.
I thought that you threw just.
Well, I led you on to
fuck
believe
it.
stuff because
yeah,
that's
of course,
funny.
because that's much.
I wouldn't
funnier.
do that to people. That you'd be liable then if you
No.
blew somebody up. I'm not insane.
So how long did it take for you to leave it open? How long does it take a propane tank to like totally be empty if you just open it?
I don't know. I turned them on and got the fuck away from them. They were leaking propane profusely because I opened them in the backyard.
But it's a safe gas. It's clean burning.
It is a safe gas. It doesn't fill into low-lying areas and rest there until unbeknownst to some smoker, they blow themselves up. That never happens.
Does it do that?
I actually don't know. You would really want Hank Hill on that one. He's
you
a
could have fooled
propane
me
expert.
so easily right there.
No, I didn't know what else to do with them, but the junk man charged me extra $50 to like. You gotta. Honestly, I was like, dude, I know you're gonna go to the gas station and turn them in for. You get money back for them or something like that.
Dude, my garbage company today, I didn't really know this was how they switch out your trash and recycling cans. They just dropped off 2 new cans, like 2 fresh cans, but there's no one. I didn't get rid of my old cans. There's no way they're going to come through my whole fucking neighborhood and throw all those in the back of a truck. Do I just have to have 4 garbage cans now? 4 giant garbage cans?
Oh, I would call them. I've had a lot of issues with my garbage man. That's partly why I didn't mind burdening them with some propane tanks. They wouldn't pick up my garbage at times. Like they would just drive past, and it was like I think they just didn't want to do it. I think.
Dude, I have called
out of the way.
you know how you have to call every so often for like a large trash pickup if you have a bunch of stuff that won't like be able to be accommodated. So like that,
yeah.
I have a big box in my garage, a bunch of stuff I need thrown away. And I have called 3 weeks in a row to schedule a large trash pickup. And they just don't. They just don't care. They just
do you pay extra for that?
Yeah, you have to pay.
How much do you pay?
I don't know what the cost would be. I need them to bring out like one of those tiny dumpsters and
Taylor,
leave that in front of my house.
Or city?
This is a city one. Yeah.
So my garbage is like $35 a month or something like that. So you get what you pay for. But there are lots of junk men who will show up with anything, with like a pickup truck with some nonsense on the back and pick up your garbage for less than $50. If it's something crazy, it's like $100.
You can
blows
do that.
me away. Like I don't have any guy.
I don't know like the guy. I just know of services that exist to like.
He would find a guy. When Kyle was working out super duper hard, he had like a budget masseuse come to his house and work.
Yeah.
And like I was like, I really could use that. I was working out harder, and
it's affordable.
It was not affordable around here. I didn't find anyone who wanted to come out and massage me. And did she bring a table to you, or he, whatever it was?
They will bring one, but Kitty has a massage table in her house. So it was like the lady was like, "You have the Komodo Dragon 10,000 massage chair?" And she said, "Yeah, I need a lot of massage because of." Okay, stop with the complaining, lady. I get it. She looking to start working us over, but I was so burnt out. It was one of the best massages I haven't had a lot of massages, but it was just tremendous.
Did she?
I remember it cost. Yes, everywhere. It was messy. She cleaned it up.
Nice.
She cleaned it up.
That's probably a relaxing way to finish a massage.
No, she was married and it was weird. And I didn't want her to rub my ass because she just kept talking about her husband. And I didn't want to like potentially get hard.
Wait, you were getting massaged and she was so sure you were going to try something that she was talking about her husband.
I think what it was Kitty was like asking her about her husband, but it wasn't expensive. It was like $100 or something, if I remember correctly, to get a massage. I don't remember.
The one massage I've had, like that I ever this was probably 5-6 years ago that my back, like my upper shoulder blade area was just so uncomfortable that I was like, I'm gonna get a massage. Like it popped in my head, like, oh my god, this is something like smart people do. They get massages, and it was like $100, and like I think I like paid for like half an hour, and the lady was like at the end, like, all right, that's 30 minutes, or we can keep going for another 30 for the same price or whatever. Like, and I was like, like just yeah, just keep going, like just keep massaging my back. It was like. I really do see why people do that often. Like you leave feeling good and relaxed.
So I've never gotten massaged at a poker table.
I guess I had a good experience.
I've never gotten massaged at a poker table, although I've wanted it a bunch of times. But at the strip club that one time, there was like a real massage therapist there. Like nothing dirty. I mean, she was dressed nicely, like more like a, I don't know, more professionally, I suppose, but still a little bit sexy. And she was I was giving her way more money than I was giving the girls who were getting naked, because she was just massaging for like, I can't remember what it cost. Maybe it was dollars per minute. You know, it was expensive, but you've had handfuls of money, so you really didn't care, right? You're giving it to one of these women.
I feel like I could sell brownies and lemonade there, and guys with like tons of singles would be like, you know what? Yeah,
I mean, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Because it's like
Minute Maid all around, boys.
It's I remember that lady had the strongest fucking hands I've ever encountered. She was asked if like 1 to 10, like how much pressure, and I was like, I told her a high number, I'm sure, and she hurt me, and we backed way down to like a 2 or 3 or something like that. Like
I feel like you'd want to start at 5 to get like the idea of what middle is, right?
Yeah,
that's clever, but.
If I wasn't drinking at a strip club with a wad full of money, Taylor, I think I would have been thinking more clearly and cogently. But I was trying to fuck everyone within my eye line. So it was like, yeah, give me a fucking 10, you Russian whore, or something like that. I might have said.
He was trying to impress her.
All right. Yeah, well, you have painted quite a picture. I understand where you were at then. Yeah.
There were buttholes and stuff. It was crazy. See,
how hard do you want me to rub your back? Did you respond like 10?
Yeah, that was when we had gotten a bunch of fans to call their telephone and bother them a lot, and it made them think that I was a way bigger deal than I was, and that was real fun for a night or two at that disgusting strip club. It was dangerous part of town, and maybe Louisville, Kentucky, or something. It was scary out.
Dude, that happened at
sucks. I've been there recently. I'm sorry, Taylor. I got really excited. I stopped in Louisville, Kentucky on the way to that Colorado trip where I broke my leg, the recent leg break. And God, there's nothing nice about that whole town. It was awful. The hotel was awful. I couldn't wait to leave.
I didn't have my gun. Scott had a pistol on his leg, like a little pistol on his leg, and I was like, get that motherfucker and put it in your pocket so you're ready. Because we had to walk back to the hotel from the strip club, and we had so much money on us. We had so much, like, all right, like not a like impressive amount. It was too much money to have in cash on that street. Is what we had. We had way too much money to have in our pockets on that street, like bulging from our pockets there, because it was ones. You know, I was like, we get it in your fucking pocket and be ready.
Meanwhile, it was like $123.
Probably, but you might get killed on that fucking street for $123. It was dark and deserted. Like you didn't see cars on these streets. Like we were walking back streets back to a fucking hotel in a city we didn't know, with like no assistance from an electronic device, just a knowledge that uptown is where we needed to go. You know, if we get along, we head uptown, we'll get there.
The uptown. I haven't been to a strip club in so many years. There is just something. I guess another thing is if you want to go to like a real full nudity, like crazy tier strip club in the area, like the St. Louis area, you have to go to East St. Louis, because that's where they have all that bananas nonsense, and it is a dangerous shithole of an area. Like the name of the strip club is Pops, Pops strip club in East St. Louis, and people get murdered in the parking lot regularly.
Well,
and so I remember you've heard of Pops? Yeah, Pops was
I think
on,
it's big in NBA circles or something.
Pops is insane. Like I've been to Pops a few times, and it's every time I go there, I'm always like, this is so dangerous. Like there's people, like there's crimes happening actively outside of Pops. They have almost a semicircle of police officers at all times, pretty much, like late at night. And so there's like 6 police officers in a semicircle. And if you go out there and there's people smoking cigarettes or whatnot, and like something starts like even approaching a fight, like cops will get involved and people get shot there all the time. And so I remember, this is years ago now, when my friends wanted to go to those more, and they'd be like, let's go to Pops. Let's go to Pops. And it's like, dude, your risk reward profile is so fucked. If you're so stupid, you want to go to the most dangerous area in the country. In the country. I've been there many times. It's the most dangerous area.
It's
a terrible area in the country.
And they want to go motorcycle right on the front. What's wrong with you, Taylor?
I mean, there's a picture of one.
Come to East St. Louis on a late Saturday night and go to Pops and tell me what you think.
I will. It says Philly on the right, and there's a motorcycle. This is my place.
Are you gonna wear your motorcycle jacket?
Is there a little food truck in front?
Yeah, I'm gonna show up on the Gold Wing.
I'm one of the dirty bastards. I've just ridden in from Raleigh, North Carolina, and I'm here to fuck.
And they're gonna go.
But is it that hard to avoid trouble?
Yeah.
No, come on. I feel like
if you want to go there and you want to have a good time, chances are you'll go there and you'll have a fun time and you'll leave and everything will be fine. But as far as risks go, it's literally the most dangerous area. Like you have to go to the capital of Honduras to find a more dangerous area on this continent. Like
that's silly.
It's dog shit. It's a shit quality. It's an embarrassment for the entire region. It's an embarrassment.
That one business is?
No, the region, East St. Louis.
Oh, the region of East St. Louis.
The region of East St. Louis is an embarrassment.
I mean, was it ever like the pride of the state or anything? It's not like it was the road.
No, and it's not our state. That's Illinois. That's fucking Illinois. That's not Missouri.
Last time I went to a strip club, it's been I think it was that crazy place up by, like you could swim across the Canadian border, wherever the fuck we were, like north of Cincinnati. I don't know where we were.
Like one of the Great Lakes.
I remember that there were 2 levels, and the strippers there was an upstairs strip club and a downstairs strip club, and the poles connected. So they'd be stripping upstairs, and then out of nowhere, they'd come down to your level, like spinning down the pole. And this bitch's giant fucking shoe flew off and hit her goddamn table and spilled like so much money worth of drinks. But you can't complain about that too much because you didn't want to get thrown out because we'd already had a few infractions in the group. You know, because everyone's very drunk, and I was and like, by the way, this is one of those trips where nobody had any fucking money but Kyle. Like I would be like, Jeremy, I need you. We're getting in the truck in the morning. We're going to Texas. What part? It doesn't matter. You won't be back for at least 1 week, maybe 2. And go, I ain't got no money. I'm like, it doesn't matter, Jeremy. 8 a.m. And that's how we go. So I would have to fund his whole goddamn trip. So when we got to that strip club, I felt bad having him sit there like just pockets like pulled out, like sitting over there like doofus because he pouts. He's like, you remember when me, you, and Joe Lauzon were riding around to that pizza restaurant, and like maybe afterwards on those little cobblestone back streets of Joliet or south of Chicago, and Joe's like a jock. And he'll riff and pick on people, and you got to kind of like have fun with that and not take any offense by it. And I think we all at some point started giving Jeremy a hard time because, you know, he's an easy target or whatever happened. But we started giving him a rough time about something, and he started pouting. He pouted up.
He pouted hard. And by the way, Jeremy, I don't think Taylor's met him, but he's really strong. He's not ripped, but he's just stout country strong guy. And I think Jeremy could probably kick my ass, but he cannot kick my ass while I'm sitting next to Joe Lauzon. His odds are really low.
Mostly because of Joe. Yeah.
Also, he's in a state he's never been in before in my fucking vehicle working for me. Like he's not gonna
He was driving very poorly. That's one of the reasons
Yes!
that
he was driving poorly. What's poor driving?
He'd
Just
never
too
been in
fat?
the big. All right, to be fair, he'd never been in the big city before. Okay, and this was as close to big city as he'd ever been.
The big
outside
city.
Chicago.
You know, there was some little back streets and shit. It wasn't anything crazy. It was like, but this was more intimidating than he'd ever driven before. By the way, another time I had him drive to Atlanta, he crashed. He had a crash calling a trailer full of toilets that I was about to gun down. Okay, he couldn't
Did
make
they
it.
break?
No, he ruined a trailer though, and then they tried to make it out that I should bear the recompense for the damaged trailer, a trailer that he borrowed on his own behalf. I did not borrow that trailer. I said, Jeremy, I need to get my trailers, my toilets, and this door frame and bullshit, all this nonsense out to Atlanta to film tomorrow. Can you do that? Yes, I can do it. Do you need any help? No. I got a trailer. Cool. He borrows someone else's trailer. He wrecks. He damages their trailer. I have to get my daddy to get up at 9 a.m. and say, Dad, will you drive to the middle of fucking Atlanta, hook your truck up to this trailer full of horse shit and drive it to me? And he said, give me the fucking GPS. And he got it done. Jeremy, meanwhile, is like, hey, Carl, you know that trailer I borrowed that I fucking ruined the fenders on? That comes to $787 for new fenders. And I'm like, tough fucking shit. Tough fucking shit. I don't feel like I should bear this recompense. My dad steps in, unbeknownst to me, fucking repairs the fenders himself, re-welds it, hammers it out.
Good guy,
forges him new
Lamar.
goddamn fenders. So now I got to pay Dad for his hours. He won't tell me how many hours. It's a whole fucking horse shit thing where they like made me the bad guy. But I don't feel like I didn't borrow that trailer. He borrowed that trailer. What if he borrowed a fucking semi truck and wrecked it? What if he borrowed a $250,000 big rig and wrecked it? Am I on the hook for that? At what point do we draw the line? How much can he borrow and make me responsible for when I'm not even, unbeknownst to me? I didn't sign any contracts. I said, hey, can you get the trailer out there? This cocksucker.
I see your point.
This cocksucker.
He's a good guy. He's a real good guy.
Yeah, but it
He
was
seems
fun
like a
that
good guy.
he was a little stressed. He was driving poorly. He kept missing turns. He didn't follow the GPS correctly. And it's like he fucks up 2 or 3 times. And then by the 4th time when he fucks up, it's a joke. Like everyone just not.
We were hungry trying to get to a pizza restaurant, like Chicago shit. And there were these one-way streets. So he'd overcommit and he'd have to do a big loop to get back. And it's like on-street parking, right? You've got to like parallel park sometimes. And I'll be honest, like I didn't encounter that until later in my life. Like where we're from, you don't see that shit. There's big fucking parking lots in front of shit. Parallel, yeah. There's never a need to parallel park, like unless you're in a larger city, which he's never in. So he was making big loops, and we're complaining because we're hungry. We just want to get in the goddamn restaurant. And so yeah, I think we gave him a hard time.
So he just didn't know how to drive in a city.
Correct.
Yeah.
And he's my driver.
That's dude, it is when you're with someone who doesn't know how to drive in a city and they're driving, it's genuinely stressful. Because like do you guys feel that way where like if you're looking for parking and someone driving isn't
always
as in control of the situation as you would hope, where you're like you'll see a place to park and you're almost like, I don't want to announce this now because they're almost too far and they'll slam on the brakes and cause a problem. Okay, we'll just find the next thing. It really is a skill. Like driving in an urban area is something that you have to get used to. You have to get used to the homeless that just
I had never driven in Atlanta until like the day I had to go out here and to a job interview when I was 18 and a half years old or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And
yeah, that's the age you use and a halves.
I was
I was 17 and a quarter.
I was so fucking terrified. I was holding the steering wheel like this, terrified. And I left with so many extra hours because I knew I knew in my head there were going to be lots of times when I was going to miss an exit. And I was going to have to completely recalibrate using the paper map and the map quest that I had next to me. Oh my fucking God, did I ever need the extra 3 hours I gave myself that morning? I was terrified. There were times when I was like, ah! I felt like Luke Skywalker, like flying into the fucking Death Star. Because I had never been in 4 or 5 lanes of Atlanta morning traffic where everybody is flying and cutting around you and trying to get a better position And I don't care. I'll go 30 miles per hour. That felt good. But then it's wild out here. I mean, even now, like now I love it. And after living out here for a little while, I started thinking of it like a video game. Like it's really fun to drive fast in that traffic because, knock on wood, Atlanta police don't pull you over for speeding. They just
have too many other
don't.
problems.
Look, I mean,
want to make it a video game,
just
Kyle?
don't.
Break out the motorcycle, drive it between the cars. I did
Oh
that
my fucking god!
on my that last trip I took in December where I went to California. I drove through Atlanta traffic on the way. I wanted to go south to get warmer weather and then west.
Yeah.
And I got a ticket. Kyle, I guess the police don't give you a hard time, but the cameras will catch you. And there was a lane like for high occupancy vehicles. And I was like, that's me, maybe. I don't know. So I just kept like going. I could go in and out of the lane, just swerving around.
I'm high. Like
when I bought that Acura, I had dealer plates on it. And this is when I was like 19. And I would just drive through. I never got the Peach Pass and all that horse shit. I would drive through everything. All the fast lane shit, I would just cheat it because I had the dealer plates on it. And I sell cars. So I've got infinite dealer plates. Like the stickers that they covet, that people I've got infinite of it's the part that you like pull this protective plastic off and stick it on there. It's got a hologram on it and a barcode. Like it's this restricted item, supposedly. I never considered this because I was a good boy, but those things were valuable. And I had literally infinite, just like I'd have wads of them. I don't know how many, 100 in my desk, but there's a back room somewhere full of them. Like
you just used them all the time.
I just fucking write a new day. Every time I sold a car, I would make a new one for the customer right there. So I'm the guy who makes them anyway as my job. So I know just how to like write the new date on there that a month from today. So it was a brand new car anyway. So I just kept it clean. So I would drive through everything. Know who they're going to send the ticket to, the date on the back of my car. So I always drove through the what is it? The tolls, all that shit.
Yeah.
Never paid any of that.
When I ride on these
speeding
trips,
tickets, none of that shit. Red
my
lights.
license plate, even right now, it has so much mud on it that I'm pretty sure it's unreadable by a camera. And it's like after my bike's in that state, I walk around the back of the bike, I clean off the turn signals, so that people can see, and I leave the license plate a mess so that cameras can't get me.
I saw a guy.
One thing I'm not used to is I guess you guys are from toll states where like you have tolls and things. We don't have that in Missouri, and most of the Midwest is not tolled. Like we don't have that. So it's weird. It was weird for me to get used to. And I remember, this was probably 5 years ago. I was going to a meeting with the buyer at Publix, which is a Florida-based retail chain.
Good place.
And, Publix rules.
You used to have free samples.
They have great sandwiches.
What happened to the samples?
Well, you know what fucking happened is all the samples at Costco and places like that, the cost is covered by the companies trying to get on sample.
Mm-hmm.
And so
I haven't seen them since I was a child. I remember
it must be Publix shutting it down because every food company is going to jump at the opportunity to be on sample for the most part.
God,
but
I'd love to have
I went for this meeting and I had to get a rental car, obviously, to drive to Publix corporate. And I remember getting off and seeing these tolls. Like I had to probably get through 4 or 5 tolls in this rental Nissan Versa I was in. And the way it's supposed to go in Florida is they're supposed to have like a sun pass thing built into the car. So you don't ideally that's what it's supposed to be, or maybe you pay extra for it. But I kind of realized as I was driving, it's like I worked at a rental car place. I know how this goes. There is a 0% chance that when I get a bunch of tickets, this will come back to me. 0%.
Really?
And so I blew through every single toll light. And I'm sure they took pictures. I'm sure that I don't give a fuck. It didn't matter.
They're still looking for you. There's a picture
I just
of you on the wall.
Flew through it and did my thing. Nothing ever happened. Returned my car. Totally fine. So maybe I'm wanted in Florida. The ghost of Orlando. I was just, they have a picture of my fat fucking face from 2017 just flying through.
Dude, so nowadays they have cameras at the tolls and they take a picture of your license plate and they'll send you a ticket in the mail if you blow that. When I was 17 learning to drive, none of that existed. You only got into trouble if a policeman was waiting at the toll for people to blow the tolls, which I just rolled the dice and assumed that never happened.
Yeah.
I ran hundreds, if not thousands of tolls when I was like 17 and 18. I blew through every one. There'd be bridges where humans are working there. And I'd just be like, hi, and go. And that was it. I was like, yeah, I'm just not paying. I don't have 50 cents.
I was surprised when I heard
I'm not paying. Fuck you.
I did it on dates. I would just like a girl there, right? I'd be like, yeah, I just never pay tolls. That's
hey, this is a fun game we play. Put your head down. Like
I was surprised and like only got prepared for the tolls in Florida at the last minute. Someone reminded me, and I bought like a roll of quarters. And I remember thinking, a roll of quarters is such an absurd amount. Why didn't you just get change for 5? We went through the fucking roll just driving around Florida for like a couple days. It's ridiculous. Absurd. They'd be handing wads of coins to them at a time. Like this is what absurd.
I fucking hate toll roads. I feel so scammed.
Florida's shitty about it. I don't remember how bad Jersey was or going up there. I have that whole trip is a bit of a fog to me now.
I feel like Jersey's known for being shitty for those camera things.
We don't have them in Atlanta. We have you can pay more to get a fast lane. We have the Peach Pass.
Yeah, we don't have any of that shit here.
I guess not. I mean, everybody there is trying to move along as fast as they can. I'm sure nobody's really slow. I mean, the only people who slow down in St. Louis are the ones who are like viewing the scene of the crime.
Oh yeah, St. Louis is a city. A lot of rolling stops.
St. Louis, stop to gawk.
Yeah, stop to gawk. That's pretty much. Yeah, I think we're ready to go. Be sure.
Slush had to leave at like a certain time because we started late. That's why he left.
Oh,
probably. Well, check out Slush. He is linked below. Very cool guy. Love having him on.
I'm real stoned from that gummy. I forgot he even left.
I do not doubt it. You're probably fucked up. You've already gone into a lower quality as we're winding down. You're getting fuzzy mentally.
This is how I feel.
So check out Pharaoh Distro, PKA 30% off. Check out Blue
make
Chew,
you blurry.
PKA, or of course Lock and Load, code PKA, code Jizz, 10% off. Check it all out.
Very good. PKA 656.